This boy failed his entire life. Life was extremely harsh on him. He almost met the legendary truck Kun, but luckily, the traffic light was red. After that, he kept walking and was crushed by a falling pole. That was how he ended up being reborn as Kella, in a world where magic is revered and the weak are treated like trash. But unlike his past life, Kella awakened an absurd talent. He became a supreme genius of creation magic, surpassing every student at the academy. In front of a gaming cafe, a kid mentions that a new map for the game Kang-Chi just dropped. His friend brags that he already hit #1 as soon as he woke up, leaving the other kids shocked. He admits the map is really hard, and his friend comments that the player Kang-Chi can't be human. Nearby, our protagonist eats a skewer while listening to the pair doubt how Kang-Chi is so fast. The protagonist's friend then turns and jokingly accuses him, saying he must be using bots. He continues, asking why the guy eats there if he makes crazy money from gaming. The hooded guy simply replies that the food at this place is really good, and that's why he comes. He changes the subject, announcing that he took first place again, so they better get ready. Indignant, the friend says he acts like it's easy and calls him a bot once more. With a serious face, the protagonist thinks that technically, they're not entirely wrong about him. It's revealed that he is an AI and his only real fun is inside the game. He enjoys fighting monsters and leveling up. That's his true passion. His thoughts conclude, stating that he only has fun in the world of games and creating maps. The scene changes to outside the gaming cafe, with the friend saying goodbye after a day of playing. His buddy reminds him to buy him a snack with his fat wallet, and the protagonist just agrees to get him to leave. Walking alone, the young man reflects on why he's so addicted to that game. He explains to himself that it's because he can't control anything in the real world. In games, everything seems easy, while in real life, things are impossible. Even inefficient telephone poles are things he can't even move. He thinks that if they were in the game, he would change everything with just a click of the mouse. Suddenly, a speeding truck appears out of nowhere, heading straight for him. The vehicle speeds forward, about to hit the distracted protagonist, but reality is very different, and he realizes the danger he's in. An object like a truck can't be removed just because he wants it to. The driver slams on the brakes, and the truck zips right past him. The tires screech on the asphalt, stopping just inches from where he stood. The boy is startled and even jokes that he thought he was about to end up in another world. Furious, the driver yells at him, asking if he was trying to get himself killed. The protagonist simply points to the side with a nonchalant look. He calmly asks the man to check the signal first, which showed the green light to cross. The driver is confused, not understanding when the light changed, and the protagonist walks away. With his back turned, he thinks about how frustrating and limited real life is. If he could change things like in a game, everything would be so much more convenient and practical. With that power, he would finally be able to create the world he truly desires. But suddenly, the cable of a nearby crane snaps with a loud crack. People on the street scream in desperation about the crane, telling everyone to get away. Our hero then sees a little girl standing right under the falling metal beam. He's in shock for a second, but his expression shifts to one of pure determination. The little girl looks up, completely frozen with fear, unable to even move. On impulse, the protagonist runs and shoves the child away from the imminent danger. The ball she was holding flies through the air from the impact of the push that saved her. The little girl tumbles across the ground, thrown a safe distance by our hero. She lands sitting up, terrified, as the young man's thought completes, saying that he can only control his own body. And in the end, the beam crushes the protagonist, who sacrificed his own life to save the girl. Lying on the ground, battered and broken, the protagonist struggles to breathe, feeling his life slipping away. With his vision fading, he wonders if this is what happens, if this is the feeling. And in a final breath, he understands that this, without powers and without control, was real life. Suddenly, his body is floating in a strange purple place, leaving him completely shocked by the situation. He looks around, utterly lost, and wonders where the hell he ended up now. The darkness was absolute, like a black hole, and he questions if he might actually be dead. Just then, a mysterious voice echoes through the void, calling out to him in a very intimidating way. A giant, shadowy creature appears, asking him how the hell of oblivion was for him. Startled, the young man shouts, demanding to know who that thing is and what all this talk about oblivion meant. The entity then explains that death is merely a path to reincarnation, making everything even more confusing. Our hero is speechless, trying to process what those crazy words meant. The being continues, saying it will give him a chance to recover his lost memories. Annoyed, the boy demands that the creature speak in a way he can understand for once, but the entity ignores him, and with a powerful voice, commands the one who has forgotten to open his eyes. Desperate, the protagonist begs him to stop, not knowing what was happening to his body. The young man's eyes change color instantly, taking on a wild, feral appearance. He jolts awake, screaming in panic as he sees himself with demon horns and fangs. Still in shock, the boy leans on a table, trying to understand what is happening. He takes a look around and realizes the whole place looks like a very old castle. Then, he catches his own reflection and is horrified by his new demonic appearance. He wonders how he isn't dead, looking in disbelief at his hands with their sharp claws. The realization starts to sink in, and he thinks he might have ended up in another world, just like in anime. But the sensation when he touches himself is so clear that it all feels very real. He knows for sure that this isn't a dream, and his despair grows stronger. So he just stands there in the hall, trying to piece together this insane puzzle. He wonders where he is and confirms that it really does seem to be an old castle. Confused, he asks himself who he is, but a voice suddenly asks what he's muttering about. The protagonist's eyes widen as he realizes someone else is in the hall. Out of nowhere, a person appears and stabs him in the back, giving him no chance to defend himself. He chokes on blood, unable to believe he's been attacked with a dagger. The demon girl attacks with a sadistic smile on her face, filled with the desire to hurt him. She stands over him and asks mockingly if he thinks he's going to die now. He feels a terrible pain and realizes her blade went straight through the middle of his chest. Still coughing up blood, the young man asks why she launched such a sudden attack. The girl plays dumb, questioning what he means by why. She then reveals that she hates him, and that's why she's trying to get rid of him, lunging at him again. He panics, unable to believe the girl is really trying to end his life right there. But just as she was about to deliver the final blow, someone else appears and stops the sword with their hand. The protagonist looks back, surprised by the unexpected help that arrived just in time. A man with a whip holds the sword, and the girl asks why he's in her way again. Just then, a woman appears and tells her not to do this to her own brother, which comes as a surprise. Our hero is completely lost, wondering what's going on and who these people are. The woman approaches him, lamenting that his sister mistreated him again, and offers him a drink. He thinks it's a potion and drinks it all at once, relieved to have some help. But the woman gives a strange smile and comments that today he's drinking without any suspicion. The young man's eyes widen in pure panic as he realizes he's fallen into a very dangerous trap. Instantly, he vomits a disgusting purple liquid, confirming the drink was poisoned. He clutches his throat, feeling it burn, and screams in pain as the poison takes effect. His sister gets angry, saying she wanted him to die by her hands, not like this. The other woman comments with a bored expression that the poison recipe was a failure again. With his whole body trembling in pain, he wonders why he has to suffer so much. Just then, the giant hall gates creak open, revealing a very bright light. A guard announces that the demon king Hel Khaldun has returned, and the sisters are startled by his arrival. The protagonist hears the word father and becomes even more confused amidst all the pain. The demon king's powerful hand clenches into a fist, showing he is not happy with the scene. And then, the imposing figure of the great demon king finally appears, radiating an absurd aura of power. He asks why he's hearing vile noises, and the protagonist understands that this man is the demon king. The sister tries to save her own skin and blames him, saying he started the whole mess. But the king unleashes his energy and tells her to shut up, silencing them both instantly. He grabs his daughter by the neck, saying it's a humiliation to hear the groans of the weak in his castle. As she's being choked, the woman apologizes and begs her father for a little mercy. Meanwhile, our protagonist thinks that if those two are really his sisters, then that terrifying and merciless demon king can only be his father. The king ignores her plea and says he only wishes to hear two sounds in his castle. The young man becomes alert, sensing that what his supposed father is about to say isn't good. He continues, saying he wants to hear the sound of a demon being born, and that of an honorable death. Upon hearing this, the realization hits the protagonist, and fear takes over him completely. Suddenly, a scream of pure pain and agony echoes throughout the dark castle. The scene reveals the demon king standing in the hall, with several bodies lying at his feet. The poison was still taking effect, and the boy continued to cough up a lot of blood, badly injured. He finally accepts that he somehow managed to be reincarnated into another world, but he can't believe that, of all people, he ended up as the son of this guy. Lying on the floor, he curses his bad luck, unable to accept the situation, and he wonders why, of all the options, it had to be the Demon King. The scene shifts to a flashback, with the protagonist as a child, crying and calling for his mother. He explains that his sister Caldera stabbed his eye with a fork, and his mother only laments his pain. The boy keeps crying, saying his other sister, Tarmi, also poisoned his food. With a cold gaze, his mother tells him that in that case, he needs to take action. She then advises him to pay them back in kind, just like a true demon would. But the boy is scared, and warns her that if he does that, His sisters might kill him. With a cruel smile, she says then he just needs to kill them first before they kill him. The little boy is in shock, a tear rolling down his face as he can't believe her words. We are told that his father killed 12 siblings to become the great demon king. His mother repeats her advice, saying that if someone tries to kill him, he must strike first. At that, she pulls a dagger from behind her back, preparing to teach him a lesson. And without hesitation, she stabs him from behind, making the boy scream in pure pain and surprise. As she hugs him, she whispers that this is exactly how a true demon acts. He screams for his mother in agony, and she asks if he has finally understood the lesson. Back in the present, the protagonist wakes up with a scream, jolting out of the horrible nightmare. A servant approaches the bed and asks if he's awake, finding him panting. He realizes this is the body he reincarnated into, and all of that were Kella's memories. Then he looks at his own body and notices that all his wounds have healed on their own. We are told that Kella has a regenerative ability far above normal. The servant informs him that Lord Kella has slept for a long time, while he stares at his hands, confused. She then tells him to get up as the family meal is almost ready, and he obeys. We're informed that Kella, being more timid, was always despised by his siblings. In a flashback, Rin suggests an outfit, but he complains that his brother's servant dresses him. He then jokes that she could help him too, but the old Kella refuses, completely embarrassed. In another memory, the servant tells him to clean the blanket, and he finds it strange since it's her job. He also remembers finding Rin sleeping soundly in his bed, making herself at home, and even when she sent a doll to do her work, leaving the old Kella shocked. Our protagonist reflects on how weak Kella was, letting himself be intimidated by a servant. But with a serious look, he decides that the Kella of today will be very different. He then clenches his fist tightly, showing all his new and great determination. He realizes that the old Kella was bullied his entire life, and it's not so different here. With a determined look, he understands that in this place, those who seem weak simply die. He then walks with his servant towards the royal family's large dining table. The Demon King glares at him seriously and warns in a deep voice that Kella is late. The king's presence is so overwhelming that the protagonist understands why he's the boss here. He sits at the table and apologizes for the delay, already bracing himself for what's coming. But his sister greets him with a very strong kick from under the table. The surprise attack comes with a stab to the leg, showing the family's affection. He grinds his teeth, trying to endure the pain so he won't look weak in front of everyone. His sister then taunts him, saying he looks weak and needs to eat more. Annoyed, he wonders what would happen if they found out he isn't the real Kella. He controls himself and gives thanks for the food, thinking he needs to hold on for now. At that, our hero picks up the spoon and decides to try the soup on his plate. But in that same instant, he feels the poison taking effect and realizes the food is not normal. His other sister then comments that the soup was made for him and asks if it isn't delicious. Despite feeling the poison, he hides his pain and says yes, the soup is delicious. He looks at his family and thinks with disgust that these demons are nothing to him. With a dark expression, he decides they are not his family, they are just monsters. And with a determined look, he vows he won't be their punching bag anymore and needs to act. A flashback shows that in his past life, he always wanted to achieve things on his own. With this mindset, he ended up being recognized as the best map creator in a game. But he remembers that when it came to real life, it was a different story. In reality, he was a weakling who couldn't do anything to defend himself, and because of that, he never wanted to go through that situation again. He swears to himself that he will never die in such a defenseless way again. Back in the present, his gaze changes completely, showing a new determination. With a sinister smile, he offers the poisoned soup to his sister Seldera, and without warning, he throws the entire plate in her face, making her scream in surprise. Then, he pulls the dagger from his leg and announces he's going to give Tarma his sister's gift. And with a swift movement, he stabs his other sister with the same knife that wounded him. The Demon King is completely shocked by the unexpected attitude of his youngest son. He stands up and questions his father, asking why demons should have happy family meals. Enraged, the protagonist flips the table with all his might and shouts that from now on, everyone eats alone. The whole family is in shock at his rebellion, unable to believe what they just saw. With a look of pure hatred, he challenges them all, telling them to see who will win this fight. The scene then takes us outside the castle, showing the grandeur of the demon's fortress. With a satisfied smile, the young man thinks that the feeling of rebelling was very good, but we are shown that after that, he took a violent beating from his furious father. Even so, he managed to recover quickly, which leaves him quite surprised with his body. He looks at his own hand and can feel a strange power coming from within him. At that moment, He realizes he truly is the son of the Demon King, having inherited incredible powers. Now, the protagonist is curious to know how strong this new ability of his really is. The servant informs him about the demonic power class, but he cuts her off, telling her to stop giving him orders. She is stunned by his sudden change, wondering why he's acting this way. Alone, the young man reflects on this upcoming demonic power class. He thinks that, according to Kella's memories, this is one of the worst experiences he's ever had, but even so, the young man knows he has no reason to skip it, so he's going to face it. The scene changes to the training ground, where the instructor announces that Caldera and Tarm won't be coming today. At this, our hero recognizes some guys in the crowd and immediately gets a bad feeling. He remembers them well from Kella's memories and knows they're bad news. In a flashback, the old Kella trembled with fear, saying he couldn't fight at all. One of the bullies would then say there was no choice since it was a class, and would charge at him. With that excuse, the guy would beat Kella mercilessly, making him scream in pain on the ground. We are shown that these guys are true demons who enjoy the suffering of others. For them, mistreating Kella was a pastime, almost like a very cruel and fun game. Back in the present, one of his sisters appears and tells the guy not to go easy on him. With a sadistic smile, she tells him to show his true abilities, as she allows it. The attacker thanks her happily, and prepares an even stronger magic attack against Kella. But our protagonist only remembers the old Kella begging him to stop the torture. The poor boy hated fighting and just wanted it to end, but no one ever listened to him. Our hero thinks with conviction that the old Kella wasn't really weak. He just had too soft a heart, and that's why he always ended up getting beaten by others. But now everything has changed, and he faces the challenge with a very different look. With a confident smile, he decides he's going to use this new strength the right way. On a training ground, an instructor with glasses asks who was fighting earlier. A red-haired guy answers that it was him and Kella, approaching with a mocking attitude. He keeps provoking him, saying with a smirk that he should have called Kella Sir. Kella gets furious at the disrespect, while the other guy falsely apologizes. The instructor then orders them both to start the second round right there in front of everyone. The redhead gets ready to fight, concentrating a purple energy and asking if Kella is ready. In the crowd, the other students mock them, saying that young Master Kella is going to get beaten up again. He hears the malicious comments, getting even more irritated by the whole situation. His opponent cracks a wicked smile, clearly enjoying Kella's suffering. But Kella thinks that he and his rival are similar in many different ways. The scene changes to a flashback, showing that he was also bullied in his past life. Back then, he had no money or strength, and everyone despised him for it. But he decides that all of that is in the past, releasing a powerful blue aura. His eyes glow intensely, and the energy explodes around his body with full force. The rival is in shock, unable to believe Kella had so much hidden mana. The other students are stunned by the mana, wondering if it's even real. His opponent is paralyzed with fear, unable to move due to the pressure. Kella then advances and says he'll go easy on him, asking him to withstand just one blow. With a blow shrouded in energy, he lands a direct hit on his rival with incredible impact. He finishes the attack with another strike, smashing the guy into the courtyard ground. The crowd is in shock, as his adversary couldn't even react to the attack. Even the instructor is desperate, wondering if the boy died from the hit. But the rival was on the ground, all busted up and spitting blood, but still alive. Kella looks down on him, asking how he dares to speak that way to the son of the Demon King. Terrified, the guy begs for forgiveness, calling him Lord Kella for the first time. He then warns him not to make the same mistake again, or next time he would die. The students can't believe it, because that was definitely the same loser Kella as always. Then, Kella turns and calls out to the instructor, who cowers, terrified of him. With a frightening smile, he asks if the instructor shouldn't continue the lesson now. In the middle of the crowd, the servant Rin also watches everything, shocked by Lord Kella's strength. Rin thinks that he's definitely acting very strange, completely different from his usual self. From a distance, she also sees Kella's father, Hel Khaldun, observing everything from the balcony. In the courtyard, Kella stands beside his rival's unconscious body on the ground. Hel Khaldun just stares at the scene from above, showing no reaction. The scene changes to the family castle, where someone shouts that they can't forgive this. In a medicinal bath, Caldera is furious, but Tarmi asks her to calm down. Tarmi then reminds her that she doesn't have the same absurd regenerative power as Kella, but Caldera freaks out, yelling that this is also strange and she wants to know why. Calmly, Tarmi concludes that it seems Kella has gone through some kind of change. Elsewhere, Kella is furious, shouting that dinner will be separate from now on. The sudden news leaves the entire family, including Hel, quite surprised by his attitude. Just then, Tarm notices something different in her father's expression, Hel Khaldun. It's explained to us that, even if for just a moment, Their father gave a faint smile. She's in shock, as he smiled for the first time in their lives right at that moment. Caldera gets even more enraged, screaming that she can't believe her father smiled because of Kella. Tarmi agrees that it's not normal, noticing Kella's sudden change. But Caldera, still angry, asks what she means by that. Tarmi then says she knows Caldera would rather die than join her. The unexpected statement leaves Caldera surprised, not understanding where she's going with this. She then proposes that they stop fighting so they can take care of Kella together. With a smirk, she shows she's very confident in her proposal. Caldera thinks for a moment and agrees that the idea doesn't seem so bad after all. The two then decide they will kill Kella before he draws any more of their father's attention. The scene returns to the classroom, with Kella feeling that something is wrong. Then, the image of a demon with a huge, terrifying smile appears to us. It's explained that this was the former Demon King, known to all as Turk Khaldun. The instructor continues his history lesson, talking about the great deeds of the past. Kella finds his appearance horrible, thinking he looks like a real demon. But the instructor explains that Sir Turk only died because of a cowardly plan by the Sky Guild. He continues, saying that ever since, several guilds have gathered near their kingdom. It's explained to us that Kella already had this information in his memory somehow. The scene changes, and we see Kella on the balcony, thinking that because of these guilds he can't even escape the castle, feeling completely trapped. Desperate, he kneels and curses himself for having to live forever in that place. Back in the classroom, Kella listens to everything with a serious and determined expression. The instructor warns that, along with the Sky Guild, they are planning to attack the Demon Kingdom, and to help King Hell wipe them all out, the students needed to train. Therefore, he orders everyone to give it their all in combat classes from now on. The students shout in response, saying they will fight for the honor of all demons, but Kella remains quiet, just observing and thinking about the whole situation. The scene changes, and we see him sitting on the castle roof, looking at the horizon. He surveys the vast territory and realizes he needs to find a way out of there. He knows that if he stays trapped in that castle for much longer, he could die at any moment. He might be killed by his treacherous siblings. Just then, he asks Rin if his father is really leaving in 3 days, and she confirms. He then turns to Rin and asks if she knew something very important. Kella reveals that the castle has a weakness, leaving the girl confused by the sudden statement. He explains that there is no map architect to help use the terrain in battle. Because of this, the enemy guilds are using abandoned territories to attack them. So he decides he will use the time before the expedition to map the entire area. He wants to do this so his father, Hel Khaldun, can destroy every single one of the enemies. With a confident smile, Kella states that he will help his father win this war, but he thinks to himself that now he can finally prepare to truly escape from there. He realizes the map is different from reality, and that he can create it however he wants. Just then, Kella yells for Rin to create a secret office in the castle's basement right now. He explains that he needs a space to work, without his father discovering his plan. The scene changes to a dark room, lit only by torches with magical flames. Inside, Hel Khaldun is sitting, releasing an intimidating pink energy. He thinks that Kella won't be able to escape his sight, already suspicious of his son. Then he stands up, deciding he needs to do something before it's too late. Kella's father decides he needs to see what's going on with his own eyes. Back in the basement, Kella makes a disgusted face and asks what this is. Rin shows him the dusty place, and he's disgusted by the horrible office. She says it was the best she could do in secret, but he yells at her to do it right. He thinks that sometimes he needs to treat her more firmly to command respect. The servant gets scared, thinking he's not the same Kella she once knew. But deep down, she feels that despite everything, something about him had changed for the better. She ends up thinking he's become cooler, and starts falling in love with her new master. He then yells at Rin, telling her to stop staring and get him a cup of coffee. Desperate, the servant runs off, shouting that she'll get the master's coffee. Alone in the office, Kella confirms she's gone and that he can start his plan. He looks at the map, thinking that this castle holds no hope or dreams. But with a determined look, he says it's now time to create his own map. The scene cuts to Rin, who runs through the castle halls, still yelling about coffee. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, realizing she doesn't even know what coffee is. Just then, she hears a deep, scary voice calling her name nearby. It was Hel Khaldun, who asks what she's doing in the basement without Kella around. With a serious look, he demands to know where Kella is at that exact moment. The servant panics and starts to stutter, not knowing how to answer her king. He orders her to answer, but she remembers Kella asked her to keep it a secret. The scene cuts to the secret office door, showing Kella is still inside. He's completely focused on the map, finding it all very fun to do. It's then revealed that he's lucky, as this world is just like a game he knows. He draws on the map and thinks that, deep down, he's having a lot of fun doing this. He remembers that in his past life, The thing he loved most was creating maps. Suddenly, the secret office door begins to shake violently. Then, the door explodes, and Kella is thrown back by the magical impact. It was Hel Khaldun, who yells that he can't believe he created an office without telling him. Kella is in shock, wondering how Hel managed to find him down there. Without a second thought, his father lunges forward and pierces his chest with his bare hand. He then whispers that if Kella wants to kill him, he shouldn't hide like a coward. The young man spits up a lot of blood, unable to believe his own father's brutal actions. He feels an absurd amount of pain and realizes this is the power of the great demon king. His body covered in a cold sweat, he's sure he's going to die for real this time. In desperation, he yells for his father to look at the map he just drew. But Hel holds him in the air and asks what the hell he's looking at on that paper. Even while injured, Kella explains that the castle's surroundings are bad for battles. He says that if they change the geography as he's drawn, the advantage will be all theirs. He guarantees the map will be a great help in the upcoming battles. Hel is surprised by his attitude, not expecting this kind of intelligence from his son. Then, he forcefully pulls his hand back, making Kella scream in pain. His father glares at him on the floor and asks why he created the office in secret. Kella explains that if he had asked to help, his father certainly wouldn't have allowed it. That's why he wanted to show the map only after it was fully complete. The Demon King remains silent, just analyzing his son's explanation and courage. He then says that, as the king's son, he wants to help exterminate the army from the heavens. The two stare at each other seriously, in a moment of great tension between father and son. Rin is terrified, thinking Kella has a death wish for speaking to the king like that. Breaking the silence, his father asks how long he thinks it will take to finish. The question catches Kella by surprise, unable to believe what he just heard. Hel points with his bloodied hand and demands to know how many days it will take to complete the map. Realizing his father understands, Kella replies that 5 days is enough, but Hel reveals that the army from the heavens will gather in just 3 days. He warns that Kella's map will be useless if it takes that long to be ready, but Kella corrects himself, saying he can finish it in 5 hours, not 5 days. The boy's confidence leaves Hel Khaldun shocked, unable to believe such audacity. He guarantees that in 3 days the construction will be ready and asks to lead the plan. His father stares at him, seriously analyzing the proposal and the determination in his eyes. With a surprised look, he seems to consider the possibility for the first time in his life. So he agrees and tells Kella to try and complete the map, giving him a vote of confidence. But, as he turns, he warns that if Kella is just bluffing, he will personally tear the boy to shreds along with that map he drew. Even while bleeding, Kella confirms with a smile, promising he'll do his best. With that, the Demon King finally turns and leaves the secret office. Alone, Kella celebrates, winking and happy to have convinced his father. But suddenly, the pain from the wound returns with full force, and he feels a sharp pang. He can't bear the pain and ends up vomiting all the blood that was stuck in his throat. It's then that he realizes that Demon would have really killed him if he wasn't useful. Rin is shocked, thinking that Kella actually managed to convince the great Demon King. He yells at her not to just stand there and to take him to the infirmary, and she agrees immediately. Already bandaged, he announces that, as promised, he completed the map in just 5 hours. With that, the castle's forces gather and begin a large-scale construction. The kingdom's mages use illusion magic to hide the entire construction area. They transform the area's geography so the enemies won't notice the change. Kella thinks that his new map was being created exactly like it was in the game he used to play. With a satisfied smile, he concludes that everything went exactly according to his plan. The scene changes to the Sky Guild's camp, where someone screams in total shock. It's the Guildmaster Hermison, who discovers they're transforming the battlefield. A knight explains that they found out the demons were using illusion magic. He then asks if they should attack and stop them, but the master becomes thoughtful. With a serious look, Hermison replies that, no, they won't do anything for now. He gives a little smirk, thinking that doing so now would be useless, as it was already too late. It's then revealed that in 3 days, the strongest squad from Talawa would arrive. It's then revealed that the strongest elite squad, the Talcan, is on its way. It's explained that this squad was formed over decades and is finally complete. Hermison laughs, saying they will defeat the Demon King Hel with this elite troop. Flying on a dragon, the squad leader shouts that they will reach the castle in 2 days. With that order, their entire army advances at high speed towards the enemy. The general declares that the Demon King's 1,000-year reign will finally come to an end. They all charge forward screaming, ready to burn the demon castle to the ground. A red-haired commander remarks that General Kilman's leadership is truly incredible. Just then, a soldier asks Commander Srills if they can really pull off this hunt. She replies with a smile, assuring him that the Talcon squad is different from the others. With great confidence, she states that they will definitely kill the great Demon King. The scene returns to the Demon King's castle, where the main tower stands tall. Seated on his throne, Hel Khaldun realizes Kella wasn't bluffing about the map, but he admits that, despite everything, his son's plan wasn't perfect yet. His body was already at its limit, so he couldn't afford to be picky. With determination, he thinks that tomorrow he would finally settle things with the army of heaven. Meanwhile, the mages hurry, as they didn't have much time to finish the job. The workers also rush to move everything faster, following their orders. From the window, Kella and Rin watch everything, and he comments that the plan is progressing well. He reflects that the feeling of creating a map in real life is very different from the game. The young man is impressed that he can change the geography of the place however he wants. Now he just had to wait for the great battle between heaven and hell to begin. With an eager look, he prepares himself, as tomorrow would finally be the big day. The next day, the Talcon squad finally arrives at the meeting point with much celebration. The general thanks everyone for coming and announces that his squad is ready to fight. Excited, Hermison agrees and yells for everyone to head to the Demon King's castle now. At that, the general also shouts, ordering the squad to advance and bring victory to Talua. Suddenly, a teleportation circle glows brightly in the middle of the enemy camp. The same glow appears on the ground of the encampment, leaving Master Hermison very confused. The general of the Talcon squad panics, not understanding what's happening. He yells that it's a surprise attack and orders everyone into a defensive formation, but an energy blast hits the area, sending several soldiers flying. The general and his men raise their shields, wondering what that was. One of the guild knights is shocked, thinking this is impossible. From the midst of the blue smoke, the silhouette of a massive demon appears before them all. It's then they realize it was the Demon King, Hel Khaldun, in person. The general is terrified, having no idea how he got to their base. The scene cuts back, and Kella explains that he removed the surveillance magic that Heaven was using. He assures him that now his father can teleport without anyone from the enemy army seeing. On his throne, Hel Khaldun considers the idea of teleporting directly to Heaven's base. But Teldera appears, asking her father to wait and not invade the enemy base like this. Tarme also arrives, saying that it's too dangerous, even for her father. Hel becomes furious and asks if they are doubting the power of the Demon King. They try to explain, saying he still hasn't fully recovered from his injuries, but he tells them both to shut up and warns them that he will make the final decision. He then declares that tomorrow, he will kill every single one of his enemies without mercy. The scene returns to the battle, and the general shouts that the bastard caught them by surprise, but he vows they'll make Hel regret it, because they are the Talcon squad. With that, he raises his weapon and orders the entire squad to begin an all-out attack. Hel Khaldun concentrates, releasing a blue energy aura to prepare for combat. His energy explodes with full force, creating a giant crater on the battlefield. Far away, Kella is on top of a tower, watching his troops gather. He thinks that he has finally gathered all his forces to begin the attack. With a determined look, he shouts that all preparations are finally complete. Then he gives the order, commanding all his monsters to charge forward now. Following the order, a horde of orcs and other creatures advances on the enemy. One of the knights despairs upon seeing the castle's forces coming at them. Suddenly, bizarre monsters start emerging from under the ground, catching everyone by surprise. The soldiers realize they're in an ambush and shout to stop the demons from advancing. From the top of the tower, Kella just clenches his fist tightly, watching the scene. He stares at the battlefield, taking in everything that was unfolding. With an evil smile, he confirms that everything is going according to his plan. But suddenly Tarmi appears from behind and calls out to him, saying she's finally found him. She says she doesn't know why he did this, but his plan won't succeed. Teldera also arrives, warning that she wouldn't be doing this if he hadn't crossed the line. Shocked, Kella turns around and sees his two sisters there, ready to betray him again. With a green energy weapon, Tarmi tells him to die, as there's no place for him here. Without hesitation, she lunges forward and runs Kella through the stomach with a swift, precise strike. The energy blade pierces his body, causing a very serious wound to the young man. He looks down, feeling the immense pain of the blow and screaming in agony. With a smile, Tarm gets ready and calls for Seldera to finish the job now. Then Seldera moves in, saying that not even his regeneration can save him from this. With a single blow, Teldera rips off Kella's head, shouting that regeneration is useless. The two sisters then let out an evil laugh, enjoying the tragic scene before them. Kella's head flies off, and he's shocked by the betrayal, unable to believe what just happened. In that moment, he realizes this is his end. defeated by his own sisters. In a shocking scene, Kella's decapitated body is thrown from the top of a wall. His corpse plummets in a freefall as rain and a strange energy fill the sky. We get a close-up of his head falling, eyes wide with shock and terror, and then the body and head hit the ground with a dull, violent thud. Even on the ground, Kella's head is still in agony, trying to let out one last breath. Up on the wall, Tarm and Caldera watch the scene, celebrating that they've finally defeated him. But suddenly, a blade with a blue aura appears out of nowhere, completely surprising Tarm. It was Caldera, who stabbed her ally in the back, shouting that she found her weak spot. She mocks Tarmi's speed as she mercilessly shoves the dagger even deeper. Tarmi looks at the weapon, shocked, as she recognizes her mother's forbidden dagger. But Caldera doesn't care, saying rules are useless and weapons are made to be used. Tarme is furious at the betrayal, questioning if her sister would really do this. With a wicked smile, Caldera warns that if she kills her now, she'll be the only one left. She reveals that this way, she'll become the sole remaining successor to take power. Feeling the pain and rage, Tarm grinds her teeth and screams Caldera's name. Filled with hatred, Tarme charges forward, screaming that she'll kill Caldera for her betrayal. Caldera steps back with a smile, saying the fight was over the moment she stabbed her. The two then exchange a violent blow, releasing an energy that explodes across the courtyard. The camera focuses back on Kella's head, which was watching everything from the ground. He reflects on how they could be so cruel, wondering about the nature of demons. But then he realizes they were exactly as he'd always imagined them to be. At that, the scene returns to his body, lying motionless in the middle of the courtyard. Suddenly, the blood and body parts begin to reassemble in a bizarre way. It's revealed that Rin was using a strange magic to manipulate Kella's body. She then picks up his head and calmly walks toward the corpse on the ground. Rin sits down and carefully begins to reattach the head to his neck, but Kella suddenly revives, grabbing her neck with a brutal and terrifying strength. The scene cuts to distant mountains, where a general commands his troops to advance. He orders a portal to be opened, planning to attack the heavens from behind. But on the other side, a human army was already waiting, shouting that they knew their tactic. The human commander then orders the attack, screaming to leave no demon alive. But the demon general doesn't care, ordering them all to fight for the honor of their race. With that, the two armies clash with full force, and the battle finally begins. In the midst of the chaos, a red dragon appears, preparing a fireball in its mouth. It then unleashes a powerful blast that tears through everything in its path. General Killman faces the attack, remarking it's been a while since he'd seen a dragon's breath. Mounted on the beast, Hel Khaldun smiles, controlling the furiously roaring dragon. The demon then leaps from the monster's back, landing on the ground with a heavy impact. Killman is enraged and screams in anger as the bastard managed to barely escape. Quickly, the human commander orders everyone to unleash their attacks at once. The demon army charges forward without fear, rushing toward their enemies to attack. Suddenly, a giant blue energy creature materializes behind the demon army. Killman watches the dust settle, wondering if they managed to hit the target, but to his surprise, he realizes the attack didn't work, and the monster is still standing. We see a close-up of the creature's arm, which glows with a cold, powerful energy. The creature reveals itself, saying that what happened before is no longer important. He assumes his complete form, warning that he only needs to kill everyone there. Desperate, Killman yells that the enemy is planning to fight with everything in its final form. He then orders everyone to risk their lives and give it their all. The creature's eye glows intensely, releasing a wave of power that intimidates everyone. The scene then shifts back to the castle, with a much darker and heavier atmosphere. We see a light coming from a hole, showing that the previous fight opened a passage. Down below, Rin was trembling as she held Kella's head back in place. His neck was bloody, and he was begging her to continue the process. She then screams in desperation, pleading for it to work quickly. A flashback begins, with Rin shouting about how disgusting it was and wondering when she would get used to it. Kella, missing an arm, screams in pain and tells her to hurry up and put it back. We see a close-up of her pressing the limb into place as he writhes in the agony of regeneration. With a sweaty face, Rin fearfully asks if the process was finally over, but Kella looks at his hand and confirms that, as expected, it had worked again. He then announces that the next step would be to do the same with his head, terrifying Rin. Kella explains he needs to test it with his head, leaving Rin completely distraught at the idea. He asks her to cut it carefully, but Rin refuses and screams that she doesn't want to do it. The flashback ends, and back in the present, Kella says that's enough experimenting for now. He then instructs Rin to find Caldera's servant and tell her exactly what he said. The girl is visibly tense with the task, but she knows she can't disobey his orders. With a nervous performance, she goes to the other servant to pass on the false information. Rin says that Kella is planning to kill the young master Seldera in the middle of the battle. She adds that he will attack while the Demon King is fighting against the heavens. Caldera's servant is outraged, unable to believe that bastard was planning such a betrayal. But then Rin, very cleverly, suggests this would be the perfect chance for Seldera to strike first. She assures her that cutting off his head would kill him, regardless of his recovery speed. The scene returns to the battle, and Hel Khaldun grinds his teeth, annoyed that the plan worked. Back on the ground, Rin holds Kella's seemingly lifeless body in her arms. She calls him an idiot, since the plan would mean nothing if he actually died. But he suddenly opens his eyes, asking who she was calling an idiot. Rin is terrified and screams his name, not believing he was alive. He gets up and mentions that his healing slows against mana-infused daggers, and he almost died. But with a victorious smile, he declares that he survived and everything is still going according to his plan. Relieved, Rin starts to cry, unable to hold back the emotion she was feeling. She then hugs Kella tightly, yelling that she really thought he had died. Totally embarrassed by the situation, he blushes and asks what the hell she's doing. Kella pulls away and tells her he survived, so she can stop because he needs to go now. Then, he summons the contract seal, declaring that he will break the pact between them. With his hand outstretched, he grants complete freedom to his servant, Rin. A magical aura surrounds the girl, who is in shock and can only whisper his name. He explains that now that the contract is over, she has no more obligations. With one last smile, Kella turns and tells her to live the life she always wanted. Rin stands paralyzed, completely speechless at her master's sudden action. He then walks toward a light, preparing to leave the place for good. A flashback reveals a young Kella asking her to be his friend, not his servant. Back in the present, the memory makes Rin cry as she understands his feelings. She runs and yells for him to take her with him, but Kella tells her not to follow. Rin insists she'll go with him, but he yells that she'll just get in the way. The scene cuts back to the battle, and a wounded General Killman calls Hel Khaldun a monster. It's revealed that Hel's arm had also been torn off, gushing blood onto the ground. But even completely battered, he was still standing, which left Killman utterly shocked. The general realizes that the being before him was the great demon himself. Angrily, Killman admits it's frustrating, but he just can't defeat this guy. He realizes it doesn't matter who comes, because no human can stop this disaster. Then, Hel silently turns his head, observing the destruction caused by the long battle. He sees that the human army was almost completely annihilated in the clash. His eyes continue to scan the field, analyzing the outcome of that terrible war. And the same happened to his own soldiers, who were also mercilessly slaughtered. The camera focuses on another of his fallen warriors, showing the brutality of the combat. With a bloody mouth, he starts calling for Seldera, Tarmi, and also for Kella. We see up close that it wasn't just his arm. His neck was also slashed. He then closes his eyes and realizes that, in the end, his children will not come to help him. But he concludes that this was his fight, and he will use every last drop of his mana. On the battlefield, Hel declares that now everything will finally end, releasing his energy. Far away, Kella and Rin were running desperately through a dark tunnel to escape. He then spots an exit of light, realizing it was the way to escape surveillance. With a relieved smile, he thinks that once he gets there, he'll finally be free. But suddenly Rin stops him, yelling for him to wait, and leaving Kella confused. A barrier of blue lightning appears out of nowhere, completely blocking their path. Another purple energy appears, and Kella wonders what it is, smelling blood. The two look on, frightened, as Kella confirms the strong scent of blood he smelled earlier. A hooded figure appears, mocking Hel Khaldun for trying to evacuate his children. He reveals he knew to hide there, leaving Kella and Rin cornered. And to make matters worse, it wasn't just one, but an entire squad waiting for them. Kella becomes furious, realizing the enemies had placed a watch team at the exit. The squad leader reveals he knew about the construction and won't let anyone from the royal family escape. He points directly at Kella and orders his men to kill him without a second thought. But Rin steps in front and creates a shield, yelling for her master to run while she holds them off. Kella is shocked and asks what she can do alone against all of them. But Rin yells that she is his servant, and her priority is to protect him at all costs. He remembers that her magic is only for defense, and she can barely use any attacks. With that, he understands that Rin is planning to sacrifice herself so he can survive. She then turns and yells for her master to hurry and escape as fast as possible, but Kella doesn't obey and grabs her by the shoulder, interrupting her defensive action. Suddenly, he throws her back forcefully, yelling about her acting so high and mighty. He warns her that if she's going to follow him, She should at least not die right in front of him. With a furious look, he adds that it would make him really pissed off at her. Fallen on the ground, Rin is completely shocked by his attitude and words. The enemy mage scoffs, saying there's no way they can escape now. He prepares to attack, saying that mid-class magic is more than enough for Kella, but Kella grits his teeth and warns that he's always been shy and never used his power. He unleashes an aura of lightning, revealing that everything they know about him is a lie. Rin watches from a distance, wondering how Master Kella could be so strong. The mage is shocked, as he thought Kella's mana was low level. But before he could react, Kella rushes at him with absurd speed. With a single blow, he lands a direct hit on the enemy, who screams in pain from the impact. Staring at the fallen mage, Kella mockingly asks if that's all he's got. He then warns him that next time, he should check his sources properly. Then, Kella grabs the mage's face, who desperately begs him to wait, but he doesn't listen and smashes him into the ground with a blast of blue energy. The man passes out instantly, sunk into the ground and agonizing from the blow's injuries. Rin can't believe it, as he defeated a sky mage using only his mana. The other mages accuse him, saying he was supposed to be nothing but a powerless weakling. Kella simply replies that he already told them that information was wrong. Seeing they have no choice, the two remaining mages prepare to use a forbidden spell. They know it's an attack that will use all their mana at once. It's a risky gamble, because if the attack fails, they'll be the ones to die in the end. Seeing the danger, Rin runs and desperately yells for her master to fall back and get out of there. The spears of light pierce through Kella's body, who is shocked by the surprise attack. But it was actually Rin who jumped in front, taking all the damage and screaming in pain. Kella tries to move, but realizes his body has been paralyzed by the spear's magic. With her last bit of strength, Rin turns and calls her master's name, badly wounded. She then apologizes, saying that unfortunately she couldn't protect him this time. The two mages breathe a sigh of relief, as their risky attack worked perfectly. The leader prepares for the final blow, warning that this was the end for Kella, but his partner suggests they deserve a reward after all their hard work. He then grabs Rin with a disgusting smile, asking if it wouldn't be fun to play with her. Outraged, she yells that she knows everything they've done against the demon race. The mage threatens her with a dagger, telling her to shut up and wait her turn. Watching the scene, Kella realizes that the humans of this world treat others like objects. The leader then turns to him, saying he'll first kill the Demon King's baby. Kella looks at the exit, unable to believe he's going to die when freedom was so close. He is filled with hatred, as he was just one step away from escaping it all. The mage charges forward with his dagger raised, yelling for him to die once and for all. Seeing the scene, Rin desperately screams Master Kella's name, unable to do anything. But suddenly, Kella is confused, as a strange energy begins to surge around him. He feels a weird sensation and realizes that something very powerful is coming from within. Kella despairs and screams for Gulpero, facing the imposing figure of Hel Khaldun. He's shocked, wondering if the battle had really ended so quickly, but Hel Khaldun, with a serious look, laments that his plan was ruined. At this, Kella panics, not understanding how everything could have gone so wrong. Hel then begins to explain, saying he has already fought and considered all possibilities. The boy remains confused and asks what he was talking about, not understanding a thing. Hel reveals that Seldera doesn't care enough about the other demons to become queen, and that Tarmi also lacked the necessary ambition to take on such an important role. Kella gets angry and yells that he doesn't care about them, demanding to know how Hel got there. He then reveals that a demon king can pass his mana to his bloodline before he dies. The young man is in shock at the revelation, stuttering in disbelief. We are shown that even for a short time, his father managed to be king. With this, Hel states that he saw in Kella the best candidate to be a true demon king. Desperate, Kella throws his hands forward and shouts that he was gravely mistaken. But Hel Khaldun formally introduces himself, ignoring his frightened son's pleas. Hel decides to pass all the remaining mana in his body directly to his son. He then declares that his heir's name is Kella Khaldun, the future king. With that, a dark and powerful energy surges toward the terrified boy. Kella screams in desperation, begging his father to stop this madness right now. But Hel stares at him with a serious gaze, calling Kella's name one last time. He then asks his son not to mourn his death, but to act like a true demon. The scene cuts to the battlefield, showing Hel Khaldun's blood-covered face. Commander Shrills, panting and wounded, whispers the name of the great Demon King. She then announces to everyone that the Demon King was finally dead. In the background, we see the fallen body of General Killman. his spear cast aside. It's revealed that the general sacrificed himself for them to achieve this victory. Srills falls into despair, screaming and mourning the death of her companion. The news spreads, and the other soldiers are shocked to learn what happened. A cry of euphoria echoes, celebrating that the Demon King Hel Khaldun has been defeated. But at the last second, Hel's eye moves, revealing he heard everything. Kella screams in pain as an absurd and dark energy takes over his body. Just then, a spear of light is shot toward the demons, nearly hitting them all. Rin is shocked to realize that young Master Kella's mana dispersed the attack. The Sky Mages panic, not understanding how his mana increased so much. Suddenly, Kella begins to laugh sinisterly, leaving everyone confused. He raises his head with a malevolent look and whispers his father's name, Hel. The boy then wonders if Hel is truly dead, recalling his imposing image. With a grin from ear to ear, he celebrates that his plan has finally succeeded. Desperate, the mages realize they're out of mana and shout that they need to escape, but Kella steps in front of Rin and, with a serious look, tells her to get back. He feels an infinite void of darkness, realizing this is the power Hel gave him. Terrified, the mages scream for the demon to stay away from them at all costs. Kella becomes furious upon hearing the word demon and asks what they said to Rin. A purple aura explodes from his body, and he lunges toward the two humans. With hatred in his eyes, he screams that they are the real demons here. In the blink of an eye, Kella throws the two mages against the wall with brutal force. Fallen on the ground, the men groan in pain, completely defeated by the young demon. Kella then stares at his accomplishment, recognizing that this absurd power came from his father, Hel, but he realizes this is putting too much strain on his body, which can't handle so much energy yet. Worried, the boy turns and asks Rin if she can still move. The servant, still a bit frightened by everything, replies that yes, she can walk. With that, Kella decides it's time to get out of there, and the two begin to flee. He walks toward the exit, thanking his father for managing to escape the castle. The scene changes, showing the two moving away as the castle burns in the background. Kella then breathes a sigh of relief, tasting freedom for the first time in his life. He starts to laugh, a laugh of pure happiness and satisfaction at his success. Now, with a confident smile, he says he can go wherever he wants and live as he pleases. But suddenly, a beam of blue light appears out of nowhere, cutting across the sky. Kella is caught in this strange light and asks what it is, as Rin gets scared. The girl then screams in a panic, warning that it's a teleportation spell. Kella is completely shocked by the light, not understanding what's happening. In an act of desperation, he yells for Rin to grab his hand quickly, but the girl is paralyzed, staring in fear, unable to react in time. With that, a giant pillar of light descends from the sky, engulfing the young demon. The scene cuts, showing us an overhead view of a city full of houses. It's then revealed that the place is an island, which seems to be some kind of academy. Just then, the same beam of blue light appears, pinpointing the exact arrival location. Kella and Rin look around, and he angrily asks where the hell they ended up. Rin looks around, completely lost, and calls out for her master, Kella. She then says she didn't know he could use teleportation magic, but he denies it. We're told it was an alarm spell of sorts, causing an image of Hel to appear. Kella reveals that his father placed it on them, in case he died one day. Just then, Rin realizes all her wounds have been healed, leaving her surprised. He deduces they must have spent about 3 days inside the teleportation space. He believes his father did it on purpose, so they could heal during emergencies. Rin is shocked, realizing it was a healing and teleportation spell all in one. Kella reflects that by placing these spells, his father truly cared about his children. With that, Rin asks if the Demon King had really died, and he confirms it. The boy turns with a smile, stating that everything went just as he had planned. The servant then makes a decision and starts talking to her master about the future. With a determined look, she asks him to become the next Demon King. Kella turns in surprise and asks why he would do something like that now. She explains that seeing how he has changed, she realized he is the only one worthy of the throne. Rin swears her loyalty, promising to do her best as his servant until he becomes king. Kella is completely confused, thinking she probably misunderstood his plan, but he sighs and ends up accepting, since he's in need of a little help. The girl is surprised by his answer and asks him to wait a bit for her. The scene cuts, showing a giant, beautiful castle surrounded by many trees. As they walk, Kella recognizes the place, making both him and Rin very apprehensive. It's then revealed that they are in the country of magic, a place called Arsal. There, they train young talents with the sole purpose of defeating demons. A giant banner confirms the news, celebrating the death of the Demon King, Hel Khaldun. Kella and Rin panic, unable to believe they ended up right in the middle of enemy territory. He becomes very worried, knowing what could happen if they were discovered there. Rin then suggests they use transformation magic before anyone can see them. He agrees immediately, and the two prepare to quickly change their appearance. Now disguised, Kella asks Rin to tell him everything she knows about the place. She explains that Arsol is a small island on the eastern border of the kingdom of Talua. Rin explains they are blessed by a giant cryptid named Watergore, which lives in the sea. This blessing allowed for the natural development of magic, and thus they trained very powerful mages. As part of the Talua kingdom, they have been enemies of the demons for a long time now. Kella listens to everything and wonders why his father sent him to such a dangerous place. At this, Rin gets desperate and says they need to get out of there as soon as possible. But he calmly explains to her that escaping requires some preparation first. The boy knows that to achieve his dreams in this world, magic is very important, and in this country, he realizes that absolutely everything is done through the use of magic. Even the common buildings use magic, and some even float in the sky. He thinks that if he learns the magic from here, he'll be able to build more things than he could in the game. Suddenly, Rin's stomach rumbles loudly, leaving the girl dying of embarrassment. Seeing this, Kella decides they should get something to eat first. She then grabs Arsol's famous magical dish, her eyes sparkling with desire. They both try the food and love it, and she shouts that it was absolutely delicious. All excited, Rin already points to the next stall, wanting to try a little of everything. Rin tries some bread and yells that it was also delicious, with Kella by her side. She starts pointing at everything, and he seriously considers just leaving her there. Then, they find a magic bar, and Kella sighs, telling her to relax a bit. Inside, a man announces free drinks to celebrate the death of the Demon King. Commander Sreels raises her mug, and everyone shouts the name of the great mage of Arsol. The crowd carries her on their shoulders, celebrating the victory of Sreels of Talcan. Kella and Rin, who are lightweights, join the party and celebrate the free drinks. Already a bit drunk, he thinks that maybe taking a break isn't such a bad idea. But suddenly, Commander Sreels notices the young man and becomes very interested in him. Kella and Rin keep drinking and laughing, already quite tipsy from the alcohol. With a mischievous smile, Sreels thinks they make a very interesting couple. Kella is sick on the street while Rin scolds him for drinking so much. She remembers he was the one who suggested drinking, right during the festival for his father's death. Just then, a man runs by, shouting to everyone that there's a new S-rank mission. Kella and Rin are confused, and he wonders what all the commotion in the city is about. It's explained that until now, the only S-rank mission was to hunt the great Demon King. Rin is shocked, wondering how there could be another mission of this level now. Curious, she decides to go see and drags Kella by force through the crowd. A new poster on the wall reveals that the Demon King's children are still out there. In the middle of the crowd, Kella and Rin stare at the poster, completely shocked by the image. Rin points frantically, as the new S-rank wanted target was young Master Kella himself. He freaks out and yells that his father is already dead, not understanding why he's the target. Rin quickly covers his mouth and plays it off, saying he's just really drunk. People comment that since it's Kella, the weakest son, the mission will be easy. Thinking it'll be just another B-rank quest, all the hunters get ready to go after him. Kella gets angry, realizing he needs to hide if he doesn't want to get caught. Kella turns with a serious look and tells Rin they need to leave. As they walk, she hesitates and asks what she should call him in public. He stays silent for a moment, thinking of a good name to use as a disguise. Then, he tells her to call him Chiwu, leaving the girl very confused by the choice. She questions what kind of name that is, and he yells at her to just obey. Rin comments that the situation is bad, as she didn't think they'd find him out so soon. But suddenly, Commander Sreels appears in front of them, right as they're trying to escape. With a smile, she asks if it's true about the new S-rank mission. Kella confirms awkwardly, and Rin says they were just taking a look. He then remembers that in the bar they called her the Hope of Arsol, and he realizes her importance. Sreels takes a sip, thinking that the Demon King's son is still alive out there. Kella and Rin whisper that the target is weak, so it won't be a big deal. The commander overhears their conversation and stares at them with a very suspicious look. At that moment, they both feel a chill down their spines and sense the imminent danger approaching. Sreels grabs Kella and asks if it's not a big deal that the Demon King's son is alive. Sreels stares at Kella and says she noticed something strange about them from the start. Rin panics immediately, thinking the commander has figured out their disguise. With a terrifying smile, the woman then says that the two of them must surely be. Kella and Rin are terrified, certain she's discovered their true identities, but she reveals they're just travelers who don't bathe and invites them to her house. The two are completely baffled, totally confused by the commander's invitation, but they immediately accept and celebrate, thinking they're finally safe from danger. The scene then takes us to a fancy mansion, with buildings floating under the moonlight. Inside, Kella relaxes in a luxurious bathtub filled with warm water from hot springs. He also receives a cup of tea and snacks he'd never seen before in his life. The boy picks up one of the sweets and wonders if it was also made with magic. He then reflects that he always wanted to live in a game world, just like this one. Closing his eyes, he feels that his dream has finally come true. With a smile on his face, he thinks that this whole isekai thing isn't so bad after all. But Rin despairs, remembering that if they get caught, they'll definitely die. In the other bathtub, Srills asks Rin if she thinks the place is pretty cool. The commander finds her nervousness strange and jokes that she looks like a captured demon. Rin gives a forced laugh, trying to play it off and saying it's nothing like that. Just then, Srills raises her hand and creates a magical sphere of light right in front of her. She then announces with a smile that she's going to use a scent to help the girl relax. But Rin panics, as the scent is of the holy element, the worst for demons. She realizes it will break her disguise and immediately holds her breath. In her thoughts, she desperately screams for help, calling out for young Master Kella. Meanwhile, Kella is super relaxed in his bathtub, completely oblivious to the danger. Srills starts to vent, saying she thought all her suffering would end with the king's death. But Rin panics and yells that she doesn't want to hear it and needs to get out of there. The commander continues, revealing she was destined to be a mage since birth. Unable to take it anymore, Rin leaps out of the water and screams for her to save the memories for later. She then makes up an excuse about needing the restroom and runs out of there desperately. Srills is left behind in the tub, a very suspicious smile on her face. She then thinks with a laugh that the girl must not have liked the sacred scent. Outside the bathroom, Rin breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that was a really close call. Just then, Kella shows up, completely relaxed, and praises the hot water of the thermal springs. Rin gets angry and yells that her disguise spell was almost broken in there. She explains that Srills used a sacred scent, which makes demons lose their mana. Kella gets serious and agrees the situation could have been very ugly for them. He then jokes about taking another bath, making Rin even more annoyed with him. But Srills appears and asks if they're leaving already, mentioning a second round. Kella awkwardly confirms, while Rin tries to play it cool so they can escape quickly. Srills insists they stay, asking if they aren't curious about the magic drinks. The young man is captivated by the idea, as he's never heard of food magic. He then accepts the invitation, to Rin's despair, who screams her master's name. The scene cuts, showing a group of mages arriving at the commander's house at night. One of them asks if there are really demons there, and the other confirms the information. Their conversation reveals they're not just any demons, but the Demon King's son. They see this as a unique opportunity and decide they must capture them no matter what. Meanwhile, inside the house, the commander's trap is in full swing. She serves a drink and reveals the special beverage was made with holy water. Kella feels his body burn and complains that he got excited about the magic food for nothing. The commander ignores him and returns to the conversation they were having about her life. She says that to kill the king, she trained, risking her life in the Talcon squad. Then, she reveals a scar on her stomach that she got from a test back then. Kella and Rin are surprised, and he comments that he hadn't seen that scar before. With a sad look, she asks if the scar isn't beautiful to look at. She then reveals she's actually missing an eye, leaving the pair shocked by the news. Kella and Rin are speechless, unable to believe what they just saw right in front of them. The commander explains she was hiding everything with magic because the scars bring back terrible memories. In a flashback, an instructor yells for everyone to get up and think about the Demon King. It's shown that the squad was created with the sole purpose of defeating the Great King. A young Srills, despite being covered in bruises, knew she had to endure all the pain to win. The instructor then yells again, ordering them all to state their true objective. With hatred in her eyes, she answers that everyone's goal was to kill the Demon King. Back in the present, she says she sacrificed her life to get those scars. Then, she gets close to Kella and asks what he's been doing all this time. She lifts his shirt, saying he surely must have a scar there too. The young man is in shock at her action, not knowing how to react to the situation, but she's surprised, as his skin is smooth and has no scars at all. Rin watches everything in desperation, calling out to young Master Kella in her thoughts. He then realizes her touch is slowly undoing his magical disguise. Srills leans close to his ear and calls him by his fake name, Chi-Wu. With a dark look, she bluntly asks if he's really a demon. Kella is in shock, realizing the commander knew everything from the very beginning. But suddenly, several white rats with red eyes come running into the room. Just then, a group of mages bursts in, using a very powerful lightning spell. The commander Commander feigns surprise, yelling that the mages appeared out of nowhere. Kella and Rin look at each other in terror, figuring out she lured them into a trap. Srills then turns with a smile and says it's good that they all came. The leader of the mages points to her eye and says the message from the heavens was right. He then accuses her, shouting that she was just hiding her true identity. It's revealed that Shrills is actually a demon who infiltrated the kingdom of Arsol. Everyone is left speechless by the news, while she faces them with a smile. Kella is confused, realizing they aren't there for him, but for her. With a staff in hand, Shrills says she has no more reason to hide. She then reveals she was the one who leaked the information that she was a demon. The leader of the mages yells, "There's no reason to hesitate," and orders everyone to kill her. But Shrills faces them with a confident gaze and warns that she is an elite mage from Talcon. She says she isn't someone that mere mages from Arsol can defeat, and unleashes her mana. At that moment, their disguises break, and Rin yells for Master Chiwu to get out of the way. He panics, shouting that the situation has gotten really ugly for them now. Then, a giant explosion of purple and blue mana engulfs the entire hall. The dust slowly settles, revealing the damage from the battle that just took place. Rin is shocked, unable to believe the powerful mana she felt coming from the commander. Kella and Rin are confused, and he asks if she just protected them. She then turns and confirms they are also demons, as they can't hide it from her. With a smile, she reveals herself as Shrills Khaldun, the daughter of the Demon King, Hel Khaldun. Kella and the girl beside him are completely shocked by what they just heard. Commander Shrills then announces she's going to use magic to transfer her memories. The magic hits them both, leaving them paralyzed in shock by the visions. A flashback begins, showing Hel Khaldun next to a mysterious hooded demon. The vision shows a little girl on the ground, a demon who could hide her horns. Suddenly, she realizes the man in front of her is Hel, the Demon King. The imposing Demon King then reveals that his blood runs through her veins. In a firm voice, he finishes by saying this made her his daughter. The little girl is in shock, unable to believe she's the daughter of the Demon King. The memory continues, and she remembers being treated like a lab rat. Every day was hell, with terrible experiments being performed on them. She was forced to undergo painful tests along with the other children. The only thing little Shrills could do was endure all the pain in silence. In the end, all the other children born with her died in the process. Alone and desperate, the little girl could only cry over her sad reality. She thought she would die just like the others, her eyes filled with tears and despair. But then, still on the ground, she wonders if what she heard was really true. As she stared at Hel Khaldun, she couldn't believe she was the Demon King's daughter. Suddenly, a smile appears on her face, and she says it's a great honor. Hel then decides to give her a name, christening her Shrills Khaldun. He orders her to infiltrate heaven as a spy, and she readily accepts the mission. Motivated, she thinks that for her father, Hel Khaldun, she would do anything. The scene changes to the front of a castle, where someone shouts they saw a person on the ground. Two men run over and find little Shrills, thinking demons had attacked her. One of them picks her up, saying they need to take her inside and care for her. And as she was being carried, she began to act as the Demon King's spy. From then on, she trained hard and endured everything to become a mage of Arsol. Finally, after much effort, she managed to level up even further. Shrills became one of the strongest in the elite Talcon squad. 15 years pass, and the image shows the former Demon King, Turk Khaldun. At that moment, she finally managed to find her father again after so long. With a heavy heart, she wanted to run and hug him, but she couldn't. With tear-filled eyes, she thought she was close to achieving her goal. The plan was to wait until all the soldiers, except for Kilman, were dead. Her mission was to use hidden magic to disrupt the Talcon squad from within. And with that, she would support her father until he finally killed General Kilman. She dreamed that when her father won, she could finally return to the castle with him. All she ever wanted was to live a new life by his side, as Shrills Khaldun. The scene returns to the fight, and Kilman praises Turk's power, saying he exceeded expectations. But the former Demon King replies that he doesn't need recognition from a human like him. With a defiant smile, Kilman calls him arrogant and prepares for the end. He then announces this is his final attack, one where he's putting his all into it. Then, a spear of celestial light forms, charged with an absurd amount of energy. Turk doesn't back down and prepares his hellfire to counter the blow. Seeing the power of both attacks, Shrills desperately screams her father's name. A giant explosion occurs, and Shrills stands there watching from a distance. But in that instant, she can hear her father's voice in her mind. In a vision, Turk Khaldun calls her by name, saying she was his daughter. Shrills is in shock, as he was about to give his next and final order. He asks her to serve the next Demon King just as she served him, and that she should protect him until the end, making Shrills start to cry. With the order given, The explosion consumes everything, mixing the two energies. The dust begins to settle, slowly revealing the outcome of the battle, and all that was left of Turk Khaldun was his head, now falling from the sky. Desperate, Srills watches her father's remains turn to dust. Unable to believe it, she can only say that no, this couldn't be real. The image of her dying father is seared into her mind, and she screams for him. After watching her father die, she had no choice. Support forces arrived, so she had to return to Talua with them, and while she suffered, the people celebrated the victory over the Demon King. People from all over the continent, including Talua, celebrated her father's death. After that, she decided to retire from her life as a commander. So Srills returned to Arsal, her second home and the site of her first mission. She thought she would start over in that place with a fake smile on her face, but in reality, her only goal was to avenge her father's death at any cost. The flashback ends, and she reveals she planned to wipe everyone out, starting with Arsal. The gray-haired girl is shocked, unable to believe she is the Demon King's daughter. Kella despairs, as he thought he had finally gotten rid of his demon siblings. Even though they weren't blood-related, he didn't expect to find another sister. Srills then says she won't force them to cooperate, but she will tell them one thing. She explains that Arsal, the country of magic, is a great threat to demons, and the longer they let Arsal exist, the sooner Kella Khaldun will die. The warning makes Kella tense, understanding the danger is very real and direct. He clenches his fist, remembering that even in the game, mages were a significant force. With a determined look, he understands that if he lets this go, he's the one in danger. The leader of the mages realizes the explosion will attract people, and that they need to act. Urgently, he yells for everyone to use as much mana as they can in the attack. Kella is furious because even though they thought he was human, they attacked him without a second thought. The servant Rin is frightened by the change, calling out for her young master. Now with horns and a sinister aura, Kella says this is just self-defense. At that moment, Commander Srills suddenly turns around, startled by the energy she felt. With wide eyes, she simply can't believe what's happening. She then recognizes that energy and wonders if it's her father's power. That night, they fought an endless battle against the mages of Arsal. Since Arsal was like a second home to her, Srills knew the entire layout of the place. Using this knowledge, she attacked the city's key points with her magic. She mercilessly destroyed the government facilities and the magic academy. Kella also used Hell's mana, advancing against powerful enemies. He went after those who were drunk on power from the festival. With his blue energy, he subjugated everyone who stood in his way. The soldiers could only scream for help, but it was already too late for them. Through the siblings' teamwork, the nation of magic, Arsal, was easily destroyed and conquered by the demon duo. The entire city was in flames, and the sky turned red from the fire. The leader of the mages on the ground says he can't believe Arsal fell so easily. With a bloodied face, he screams that he will never forgive the demons. Amid the destruction, one of the surviving mages yells in anger and despair, but Kella replies that he's the one who can't forgive them for everything they've done. With a maniacal smile, Srills declares she will finish everyone off, starting with them. Kella and the girl are shocked by her madness, thinking it's impossible. Tired of the situation, Kella says his help is over and they should each go their own way. But Srills stops him, saying she recognized his mana and calls him Kella Khaldun. Surprised, Kella realizes there's no point in hiding who he really is anymore. With a sigh of defeat, he just confirms his identity to her. She's shocked she was right, and Kella gets annoyed for falling for her bluff. Srills then admits she was only a little suspicious, but now she was sure. She explains that she's not a normal daughter, but a mutant created from her father's aura. The commander approaches him, saying she was created after he was born. With a smile, she calls him older brother, leaving Kella terrified. Changing the subject, she invites him to join her in avenging their father's death. Kella angrily thinks that he ran away from home and doesn't care about this revenge. With an intimidating look, Srills asks if he's trying to run from his responsibility. She then says he is the last remaining bloodline of the Demon King, the only living son. Scared, the girl asks Kella to just agree, as Srills looks like she's going to kill them. Kella then claims he will get his revenge, but thinks he has no other choice right now. Satisfied, Srills tells them to go and that they will burn everything to the ground. He just agrees, while protecting the frightened girl by his side. In his thoughts, Kella reveals that he needs Arsal's magic, and Srills knows everything. So he decides to use revenge as an excuse to buy time and treat her as an ally. Fallen on the ground, the leader of the mages watches the group of demons leave. Hidden, he tells himself that he urgently needs to report this to Talua. The scene changes, and a messenger arrives at the castle saying he has urgent news from Arsal. The great king of Talua, while eating, asks what the important message is. The man explains that Shreels from the Talcon squad is a demon, and the mages tried to kill her. With a serious look, the king stops eating and asks what happened next. The messenger finishes by saying that Kella Khaldun appeared and burned Arsal down with her. The king is shocked by the news, gripping his fork so tightly that it bends. He yells furiously, not believing the Demon King's son was in Arsal. The advisor then says he thinks Kella might have some connection to Shreels. Outraged, the king complains that if the news of Arsal being burned down leaks, it will be a problem. The man beside him agrees, saying it will make everyone laugh in their faces. Filled with hatred, the king orders them to kill Shreels and Kella before the people find out the truth. The advisor, named Hayden, swears on his own name that he will manage to kill them both. After making the promise, he turns and leaves the throne room with determination. Hayden then stops in front of a cube where Turk Khaldun's head is displayed. Looking at the trophy, he complains that Hel Khaldun's bloodline won't stop troubling him. He then vows to burn everyone who carries that demon's blood. The scene changes, and someone asks for news about Killian's squad. Hayden explains that General Killian must have already received the message to return, and in a distant place, a mysterious figure named Killian is finally revealed. Hayden explains that Killian is the best knight there is, surpassing even the legendary Killman, and to succeed in killing Kella and Shreels, they will definitely need his help. The scene changes, and Killian, holding a scroll, asks if his brother Killman is dead. The messenger then confirms, saying he bravely sacrificed himself to kill the Demon King, but Killian doesn't seem to care and says angrily that he was killed by a demon. The man then informs him that the kingdom of Talua needs him to hunt Kella Khaldun. He replies that he doesn't care what Talua wants, but since demons killed his brother, with a dark aura, he vows that he will kill every demon on the continent. And with a look full of hatred, he finishes by saying he'll start with Kella Khaldun. Back at the camp, Kella has a bewildered look on his face, not understanding a thing. Around the campfire, Shreels says that piece of meat is barely enough for her. Rin then asks what her secret is to not gaining weight, and Shreels gives a nonsensical answer. The girl is shocked by the theory, thinking it's a miraculous discovery. Kella thinks that at least she isn't trying to kill him like his other siblings. He then asks if she holds anything against him for being their father's biological son. With a terrifying look, she confirms she does, to the point of wanting to kill him. But then Shreels explains that because he has their father's blood, she can't bring herself to hate him, and because of that same blood, she feels she actually needs to protect him. Kella is surprised because unlike his siblings, she wants to take care of him. At that moment, she places her hand on his, making an important promise. With a smile, Shreels swears she will risk her own life to keep him alive. Completely embarrassed, Kella thanks her, blushing bright red, which leaves Rin in shock. The little demon freaks out, shouting and asking why he was blushing like that. She then tries to force him to eat, but he says he's not hungry. Rin swears she will protect his health to the death, making Kella feel awkward. Night falls, and the news about Arsal is sure to attract many demon hunters to the area. Shreels warns that the place isn't safe and that they need to find somewhere else to sleep, but Kella disagrees, saying this is the perfect spot, leaving Rin confused. With a smile, he guarantees that with a little effort, it will become a fortress. Kella and Shreels then use their magic to change the terrain and create a hideout. While resting in the makeshift base, he took the opportunity to review what he learned from the fight. He realized he needed to rest after using a lot of mana, just like the Demon King used to. Shreels, who used more power, needed even more time to recover, and so they managed to rest safely, protected by the secret fortress. The scene changes, and a trumpet sounds, announcing the arrival of an important squadron. It's the second Talcon squadron, the White Talcon, led by none other than Killian. A guard then announces to the king that the famous squadron has finally arrived at the castle. The king gets chills just looking at them, impressed by so much concentrated power. With a smile, he welcomes his strongest squadron, the White Talcon. One of the knights, Deed, comments that Captain Killian has gotten much stronger. With a smile, he says that General Killman would be very happy to see this. Killian hears the comment but remains silent, showing no reaction. Suddenly, an elf yells at Deed, telling him to shut up and show some respect. Deed then complains about her loud voice, saying she's the same as always. At that, another squadron member asks if they really need to obey the king. He says his anger won't subside, even if they kill Kella Khaldun right now. Killian apologizes to his companion, Kalka, interrupting the conversation. He then says he has something he needs to show a woman named Curdly. The scene changes, and the squadron enters one of the main halls of the castle. Inside, he stares at Turk Khaldun's head and says he's finally found him. With a cold gaze, Killian calls him Hel Khaldun, his brother's murderer. Deed makes a disgusted face, but the others immediately tell him to be quiet. Killian then asks Curdly if the tracking spell works with just the head. She confirms it does, and begins to use her magic to find his bloodline. The tracking magic begins to glow intensely, activating the power within the demon's head. Killian stares at the face, and tells Hel Khaldun to keep his eyes wide open and watch everything. With a sinister smile, he tells him to watch what they do next. The eye of the former Demon King seems to watch intently, as if understanding the threat. The scene changes, and Shreels shouts that now that they're rested, they're going to get the enemies. Little Rin is confused by what she said and asks about the second squadron. Shreels then explains that in Talua, no one had much hope for the first squadron. She reveals they were basically used as an experiment, as bait for the Demon King. The squadron Talua really invested in was the second one, the famous White Talcon. Kella gets a serious look, repeating the name White Talcon in his mind. She continues, saying it's the squadron led by Killian, Kilman's younger brother, and that they are an elite troop, formed only by true combat geniuses. Kella then asks if Kilman, who killed his father, was weaker than them. With a clenched fist, she says she didn't want to admit it, but the truth was quite clear. She confirms that yes, Killian's squadron is much stronger than Kilman ever was. In fact, she can't even estimate how much more powerful they really are. Hearing this, Kella finally understands the magnitude of the danger they are about to face. Little Rin panics and asks how they're going to invade Talua now. Shreels explains they need to attack as fast as possible, before the squad gathers. Kella thinks that Talua is much larger than Arcel, and that luck alone won't be enough. With a determined look, he seems to have come up with a plan to handle this situation. He then warns that with the mission to hunt him, the White Talcon must have already returned. Kella says it makes no sense for the three of them to attack alone, and that they need an army. The two are surprised and ask what he means by an army and a base. He explains they need an army strong enough not to lose to the White Talcon, and a base that won't fall, even if Talua's soldiers attack with everything they've got. With a confident smile, he reveals they're going to build the strongest dungeon in existence. The girls are in shock, unable to believe the idea of creating the strongest dungeon. He explains they can't risk uncertain battles, so they don't end up like his father. The plan is to create the dungeon, and only then start a real war against Talua. Shreels is impressed and says he truly is his father's son, but deep down, Kella is relieved he managed to make all that up on the spot. Excited, Shreels says she knows some people they can recruit for the army. The two then start shouting and celebrating, getting ready for the coming war. Kella just watches, thinking they really liked his idea, but deep down, he knows this is the only way he can buy some time. With a smile, he thinks he'll do this to create his own world without interruptions. A world he had only managed to imagine, but never bring to reality. His own perfect world, where he could finally have some peace. Clenching his fist, he refocuses on the plan he just came up with. He then asks Shreels if she knows any trustworthy demons. Kella explains that first, they need someone who understands geography and terrain. Shreels thinks for a moment, trying to remember someone who fits that profile. Suddenly, she says she knows the perfect person and tells them to come with her to meet them. And so, the group sets off on a new journey in search of their first ally. Along the way, Kella took the opportunity to start learning Arcel's magic from Shreels, but he realized it wasn't something he should be able to learn so quickly. But thanks to the Demon King's blood, he could use magic with great ease. Because of this, he was able to learn everything very quickly, surprising Shreels. Kella feels that using magic with his own hands brings him closer to his goal. The scene changes, and 4 days pass as the group travels through a deserted land. Shreels says they're almost there, but Kella finds it strange that a demon would live there. She then explains the place wasn't always like this, not until the Talcon's ambush. The protagonist and Little Rin are confused, not understanding what she meant. Suddenly, Shreels gets serious and tells them both to stay put, no matter what happens. Just then, a band of demons attacks, shouting against the Talcon squad they hate. One of the demons charges straight at Shreels, swearing he'll finish her. She then realizes they haven't heard about her and her reputation yet. Rin panics and asks why she's taking a beating without doing anything, but Kella tells her to be quiet, leaving the little girl even more confused and scared. With a calm look, he tells them to just stay out of it and let things be. The demons become furious, asking why they refuse to fight back. With her head bowed, Shreels apologizes to the demons, showing her remorse. She then kneels and says she'll accept their anger until they feel better. The group's leader is shocked, as he recognizes that symbolic pose that only they know. As a fellow demon, she apologizes for having allied with their enemies. They are confused, remembering that the last time she was with the Talcon. At that moment, Kella steps forward and confirms that what she's saying is true. With a blue aura, He introduces himself as the last remaining son of Hel Khaldun. The demons feel the powerful energy and realize he is indeed the king's son. The leader then asks if he is really the young master Kella, still in disbelief. Upon confirmation, they all run towards him, filled with emotion and hope. The earth demons then kneel and greet him as His Highness Kella Khaldun. Little Rin gets all excited, calling out young Master Kella's name. With a smile, Shreels remarks that they recognize him as the rightful heir. Kella just watches the scene in silence, processing the whole situation. The camera reveals they lived in an underground village, hidden from everyone. It was a simple place, serving as a refuge for all those earth demons. With a smile, he thinks that maybe creating his army won't be so hard after all. One of the earth demons shouts, announcing the arrival of the great demon king's son, Kella Khaldun. At this, the entire crowd goes wild, raising their fists to celebrate the great heir. One of the leaders then approaches, saying he'll prepare everything and that Kella just needs to give the order. But Kella seems to be analyzing the place, thinking that the architecture is very different from what he knows. He's impressed to see the city was built without magic, using only natural materials. The crowd continues to celebrate, as Kella thinks he never imagined such a large city could be hidden away. He then turns to Shreels and admits she was right. They need the talent of these people. With a smug smile, she says that on top of that, there's an excellent warrior they should recruit. Kella is intrigued by this information, asking who this warrior might be. The scene then flashes back to the past, as Shreels explains that the Talcan squadron discovered the location. We see General Kilman, who, furious, orders his men to kill all the earth demons without mercy. The Taluan soldiers then attack, beginning a massacre against the defenseless demons. The people scream for Golpero, but they are slaughtered with no chance to fight back against the surprise attack. It's then explained that, on the general's orders, the forest that hid the city was burned down. Because of this, the earth demons were pushed to the brink of extinction, as we can see from Shreels' expression. But then, a furious warrior appears, shouting and questioning how they dare attack a people who don't even know how to fight. He stands in front of the children, warning that he won't let anyone touch them. General Kilman is surprised, wondering what kind of demon would risk his life for the young ones. Intrigued, he approaches the warrior and asks for the name of such a brave man. The warrior then answers with pride, saying his name is Douglas, son of the earth demons. Kilman repeats his name under his breath, seeming to reflect on the demon's attitude. With a thoughtful look, the general seems to make an important decision about what to do next. He then laments in his thoughts, saying it would be different if Douglas had been born a human. At that moment, Kilman surprises everyone and shouts for them to stop the fight as they are leaving immediately. Douglas is left completely stunned, not understanding why the enemy was suddenly retreating. With a smile, Shreels turns and tells him that his bravery saved his entire tribe. The warrior remains silent, still processing what just happened in the middle of the battle. The image shows Douglas, who stayed behind protecting the children as the army withdrew. Back in the present, Shreels finishes the story, saying he didn't run and tried to save the children until the very end. Tildera is impressed, while Kella comments that even the name Douglas sounds trustworthy. Kella grows thoughtful, as an earth demon who knows how to fight is more than he could have hoped for. He then makes up his mind and says he'd like to meet this Douglas in person, but the elder gets nervous, saying that Douglas is very stubborn and it would be better to find someone else. Kella rejects the suggestion and, determined, says he's taking Douglas one way or another. The scene then takes us to a workshop, where black smoke and the sound of hammering emerge. Arriving there, Kella confronts the warrior and asks if he's refusing to obey an order. Douglas doesn't even turn around and replies that he has no obligation to obey him, even if he is the king's son. Unfazed, Kella asks what would happen if he decided to use force to convince him. The warrior then faces him, sweating, and warns that in that case he'll die fighting to the end. Kella then changes his tone, asking why he wants to stay here so badly, and Douglas explains that he was born here. He continues, saying he has a duty to protect his homeland, and that's why he can't leave. The prince then realizes this won't be easy, and comments that he's just as stubborn as they said. Even so, Douglas apologizes, but remains firm in his decision not to abandon his people. Kella gets frustrated, remembering how hard it was to get a strong ally like him in the game. Disappointed, he sighs and thinks there's nothing he can do, since the warrior would rather die than go with him. Kella remains silent for a moment, listening to the sound of hammering from the workshop. The sound of hard work echoes throughout the city, showing the strength of its people. He then goes for a walk, thinking about how efficient the architecture here really is. At that moment, he realizes he truly wants someone with their knowledge to serve him in the future. But suddenly, Shreels and Tildera arrive, calling him to try the demon's liquor. He gets angry with them, wondering if they don't see him working hard here. Though reluctant, he eventually accepts and grabs a mug to try the local drink. But with the first sip, he's already affected, tasting something different in the ale. The elder watches the scene, commenting that they're all already drunk and saying strange things. With a smile, he orders his men to take the guests to the finest quarters. Night then falls on the city, ending a very long and emotional day. We see Kella already in bed, sleeping soundly after all the confusion and drinking. He seems to be at peace, recovering his energy for the next day's challenges. But in the middle of the night, his bedroom door creaks open very slowly, and then a mysterious figure enters the room, tiptoeing towards him. The mysterious intruder then raises a huge axe, preparing to strike the sleeping prince. Kella continues to sleep peacefully, with no idea of the danger he's in at that moment. Suddenly, the traitor's identity is revealed, and Rude shouts that Kella is a coward. He then screams with hatred that the prince is going to die right here, today. Douglas is in complete shock, unable to understand how his plan could have gone so wrong. Kella then opens his eyes and, holding the axe, says that now he's sure of everything. The warrior panics when he realizes Kella wasn't asleep, and the prince quickly gets out of bed. Just then, more demons burst into the room, yelling to kill the coward Kella without mercy. Even on the floor, the prince faces his enemies, ready to counterattack at any moment. He then begins to explain, revealing he had been suspicious of everything from the start. The scene cuts back to the workshop, where Kella explains he found it strange what Douglas was forging there. The prince thought it was odd that he was making things that clearly weren't combat weapons. We see they were actually shackles, and Kella noticed they would never fit an orc. To make matters worse, while investigating the town, he noticed someone following him from a distance. From then on, he started observing everything much more carefully, paying attention to the details. And that's how he ended up finding a wall with a very subtle magic barrier. A barrier he only noticed because he inherited the powerful mana of his father, the Demon King. But Kella reveals there was another very strange point in this whole story. He remembers Sriel saying that Douglas was protecting young dark elves, not earth demons. The problem, he continues, is that he never saw any dark elves in the village, and that's when it all made sense. With a look of certainty, Kella finally understands the earth demon's entire plan. He then unleashes a powerful blue energy, lunging at the invaders with everything he's got. With a single blow, he takes down one of the henchmen, showing he wasn't messing around. Kella turns to Douglas and reveals that he didn't say he couldn't let the elves die, but rather that he couldn't hand them over. This means he didn't care about protecting them. He just didn't want them taken from him. Douglas panics, not understanding how the prince managed to figure out his entire plan. With a serious look, Kella then asks if they should go and release that magic barrier. The scene cuts outside, where a crowd of earth demons begins to stir. Kella appears holding Douglas hostage, shocking everyone as they see their great warrior captured. He then realizes everyone was in on the plan, because it would be impossible otherwise. The elder is furious at the failure, yelling at Douglas for ruining everything. Completely defeated, the warrior can only apologize for his great failure. Kella then threatens the crowd, warning that if anyone moves, Douglas will die instantly. Their leader is outraged, wondering how the coward Kella managed to turn the tables. The scene then shows us a more remote part of the village, where the real secret is hidden. Kella then takes Douglas to the wall and, in a serious tone, orders him to open the door. Though reluctant, the warrior takes a purple gem and uses it to deactivate the magic barrier. The secret passage finally opens, revealing a dark cave full of people inside. And to everyone's surprise, we see they are young dark elves, all scared and trapped. Kella is speechless at the sight, while Douglas maintains an angry expression. The prince is horrified, realizing they are in a much worse situation than he had imagined. Just then, Shreels and Seldera arrive running, worried and shouting Kella's name, but they are also shocked when they see what was hidden behind that wall. Kella then turns to Shrills and asks if she can use her magic to see the memories of one of them. She replies that it's possible, but warns that his vision won't be as clear as hers. The prince then nods in agreement and asks her to please begin the spell. Shrills concentrates, preparing a powerful spell to initiate the memory transfer. The magic then connects Kella's mind with one of the elves, beginning to show the past. In the first memory, he immediately realizes that life in that place was a living hell. It's revealed that the mothers were forced to get pregnant, and that all life there was born that way. And among these children, some were handpicked by mysterious human nobles. The chosen children were then taken by force while their mothers could do nothing. This was because the young elves could be sold for a large sum of money. Sometimes, some captured adults would tell them about what the world outside was like. They spoke of the endless sky, and also of the bright blue oceans. They told stories of fantastic foods, and what it was like to be able to travel freely, things they knew they could never learn or experience in that horrible place. And so, if they had a single wish before they died, it would be a very simple one, that at least their children could get out of there and experience all of it for themselves. Kella finishes the vision and, with eyes full of hatred, calls that existence pathetic. Furious, he explodes with rage and screams, cursing the earth demons with all his might. He then turns sharply towards Douglas, who doesn't understand his reaction. Kella lunges at him with everything he has, unleashing his blue aura and preparing a strike. And with a furious shout, he lands a solid punch right in the warrior's face. Douglas is thrown back by the blow, hitting the ground hard without even understanding the attack. Kella then shouts, asking if he was trying to smuggle the children instead of saving them. On the ground, the warrior admits it's true, as dark elves are a rare race coveted by nobles. He continues, explaining that they are loved by nature, which is why they can live peacefully wherever they are placed. Then, Douglas reveals his plan, saying this makes them perfect to be raised like cattle. Shrills is disgusted by his coldness, questioning how he could enslave other demons. But he yells back, saying they are essential for them to survive against the humans. Kella then clenches his fist tightly, his blue aura glowing ever more intensely. He remembers how miserable it was to endure his father's oppression his entire life. But the prince realizes that the pain of those children is far greater than anything he has ever gone through. That's why he decides he can't just stand by while something like this happens right in front of him. Kella then turns to Shrills and Seldera, ready to resolve the situation once and for all. With a determined look, he declares they will finish the job Killman left behind. Shrills agrees immediately, saying she can't forgive these traitors to their own kind. With that, Kella declares they will cleanse this place, wiping out the earth demons. Douglas then gets up, urging everyone to help him fight, since there are only 3 enemies. At his command, the earth demons charge the group, screaming that they're going to die. Seldera manages to fend off a blow, warning that the remaining orcs are attacking. At this, Shrills becomes furious, questioning how they dare to rebel against the heir of the Demon King. But one of them shouts not to retreat because Kella is a coward and they don't have to obey him. Seldera immediately retorts that Lord Kella will be the next Demon King anyway. An enemy then attacks the prince, screaming for him to die, but Kella manages to block the strike. He then realizes this isn't a game, and that he can change things with his power. With a determined look, he prepares to finally counterattack with full force. The prince then decides he will no longer stand by as he did before, and that now he will fight. Meanwhile, one of the elves gets scared as a demon shouts to kill them all right there. One of the elf girls then wonders if they might be doing all of this to save them. Hearing this, one of them decides that if it's true, they need to help in the battle too. But when he tries to go, a companion holds him back, warning him that it's dangerous and to come back. The other prisoners also scream, because if the group loses, they'll be tortured again. The young elf is terrified just by hearing the word, repeating in shock if it was really torture. His memory then flashes, showing one of the demons brutally assaulting him. At that, the boy screams in pain, remembering all the suffering he has endured there. Kella just watches the scene, his blue aura still glowing and his eyes filled with pure fury. He then turns to Douglas and declares he will return every scream of pain they have caused. But the warrior realizes he can't win, and pulls a red ore from his pocket. He swallows the stone and yells for everyone to eat one too, because losing to them means losing everything. The other demons then follow his lead, starting to eat the ores they had stored. Caldera is astonished at the sight, as she thought the earth ores were just a legend. Kella is also startled, baring his teeth and asking what kind of power had just emerged. When consumed, the ore exchanges a part of a demon's life for power. Shrills adds that it increases their physical abilities dozens of times over. Douglas's body begins to swell, tearing his clothes as he lets out a hateful snarl. The transformation continues in a bizarre way, and he warns that he's going to kill Kella right now. With enormous fangs and a monster's face, he screams that he'll finish the prince off for good. Kella is shocked, as their demonic energy increased along with their physical strength. He gets frustrated, as he still can't use all the abilities Hell gave him. Then Douglas charges forward with a powerful strike, shouting for the prince to prepare for what's coming. The heir is terrified, baring his teeth as he realizes the danger of that attack. But suddenly, giant roots sprout from the ground, blocking the strike just in time. Douglas is surprised by the interference, not understanding where it came from. The roots then trap him, and he struggles, screaming and asking what this is. The image reveals it was the young elf, Wood, who placed himself between Kella and the monster. With his body trembling, he says he doesn't want to be tortured again, never again in his life. The other elves panic, screaming that he's gone too far this time. Douglas becomes furious, threatening to torture him to death for daring to get in his way. But before he can break free, he seems to feel something and is confused for a moment. It's Kella, who grabs him and declares that what he said will never actually happen. With a swift strike, he pierces the monster's chest, who can't even react. After defeating him, the prince turns to the elf, asking if his name is Wood. With a smirk, he says he thinks he likes the boy's courageous attitude. Wood just stares at him in silence, still stunned by everything that just happened. Even wounded, Douglas screams at Wood, demanding to know how he could betray him after he raised the boy himself. He then forgets the torture and shouts that he'll kill the boy right here, right now. Kella is shocked, realizing the enemy's body has grown even larger than before. Ignoring the pain, the monster charges at the prince, preparing a powerful blow. The blow lands squarely on Kella's defense as he tries to block the attack with his arms, but the force is so great that he's thrown backward, unable to stop the impact. The prince is sent flying, slamming hard against the cave wall, reeling from the blow. Lying on the ground, he wonders how the magic of that stone can be so strong and dangerous. But Douglas ignores him and turns his attention to the elf, shouting that he's going to finish Wood. He then lunges forward and grabs the boy by the neck, ready to avenge the betrayal. With a look of pure hatred, the monster screams that he's going to rip his head off. Wood gasps for air, struggling and trying to break free from the deadly grip on his neck. Kella realizes he's gone mad, more focused on killing Wood than on fighting. The boy continues to suffocate, feeling his life slowly drain away from the pressure. Seeing this, Kella realizes he needs a long-range attack to solve this. In desperation, Kella focuses his gaze, begging for any kind of power to turn the tables. Suddenly he finds himself in a strange place, with no idea where he is or what happened. Then, a shadowy figure appears and laughs, explaining that he's inside his own consciousness. Kella turns around, irritated, asking the shadow who the hell it is and what it wants, but the figure reminds him that he needs to save the boy, and that time flows differently here. Hearing this, the prince remembers Wood, realizing the danger his friend is in. He then desperately asks if the shadow has a way to help save Wood right now. The entity explains that he isn't ready to use the full power that Hel Khaldun gave him, but it says that as his mind and body align, he'll be able to unleash more power. Kella doesn't care about the explanation and yells for it to just tell him what power he can use now. The shadow then agrees, revealing an ability he can use at this very moment. It says goodbye, calling him by his two names, leaving the prince completely shocked. He's in disbelief, wondering how that mysterious shadow knew his old name. His consciousness then returns to the real world, still trying to process what just happened. And on his arm, a blue energy forms, and he recognizes Hel's fire arrow. Seeing the energy weapon, he realizes that with this, he might have a chance to win. He then aims carefully and yells for Wood to shield his body from the incoming attack. Douglas looks down in shock, not understanding how that hole appeared in his chest. Meanwhile, the young elf continues to suffer, agonizing in the furious monster's hands. Angrily, the villain throws the boy aside, cursing him for interrupting his fight. Kella then glares at him with hatred, warning him that this is the end of all his dirty deeds. Then, the prince fires the energy arrow, putting all his strength into the attack. The blue fire arrow flies forward with an intense glow, carrying an impressive power. Douglas is utterly terrified at the sight of the attack, with no chance to escape. The attack hits him dead on, and he screams in pain as a blue explosion consumes him. Utterly desperate, the monster screams for Golpero, but it's already too late for him. Kella watches from a distance, confirming that his attack was a direct hit. The enemy's body then begins to disappear amidst the flames, letting out one last groan. The energy slowly fades away, until nothing is left of the great villain. But Kella is left thoughtful, wondering what that thing he encountered in his mind was. Sildera is surrounded by enemies, complaining that there are too many for her to handle alone. Sreels is also in trouble, as she can't use her area of effect magic because of the low ceiling. But Kella tells them not to worry, because with his new weapon, he'll finish this quickly. He then jumps and fires several energy arrows at once at the enemies. The earth demons are hit head-on, screaming in pain from the prince's surprise attack. Sreels is impressed, noticing that Kella's mana seems to have suddenly grown much stronger. With the new weapon in hand, he thinks that now he finally has long-range attacks to use. And with a smirk, he seems quite satisfied, thinking his new ability is pretty great. Night falls over the desert as a mysterious shadow flies across the sky, signaling the end of the battle. As the dust settles, Kella finally says that everything is now resolved and the fight is over. Sreels then picks up one of the oars, commenting that they are much more powerful than she expected. Seldera is surprised by this, as she didn't know those stones burned the user's lifespan. Kella then takes one and warns that they definitely need to investigate this further. He then turns to the elves and in a very serious tone begins to speak to them. The prince opens his eyes and announces to everyone that from now on, they are free. He continues, asking them not to get caught again and to finally live their lives freely. The elves can't believe it, wondering if it's true that they're finally free from that nightmare. With a calm gaze, Kella confirms that yes, they can now leave this place. It finally sinks in, and they get emotional realizing they can take the children far away from there. With great gratitude, they all kneel and begin to thank Lord Kella for everything he has done. Sreels then laments, saying it seems they won't be getting the earth demons as subordinates. Seldera agrees it's a shame, but notes there's nothing more they can do now. But Kella turns to Wood and asks if he wasn't born there, but was captured instead. With a distant look, the young elf confirms that yes, he was captured and brought here. Kella then continues, saying he assumes Wood also has no family to return to. The boy doesn't answer, just stares back at him with a very sad expression. After a moment of silence, he finally confirms that yes, he has no living relatives. At this, the prince extends an invitation and asks Wood to come with them from now on. He explains that they need someone who knows how to navigate the terrain like the earth demons. But Wood says he's not an earth demon and has no talent with terrain. Showing his shackles, he says he won't be able to help the group in any way at all. Kella then reassures him, saying he is an elf who receives nature's love. And besides, he has already shown himself to be braver than anyone in the face of danger. The prince extends his hand and says that's more than enough to join them. The young elf is completely frozen, staring at the prince, not knowing what to say. With his eyes full of tears, he stammers Sir Kella's name, deeply moved. We see a flashback where he remembers not even knowing what his parents' faces looked like. He was abandoned somewhere and ended up being found and captured by Douglas. He remembers being taken there, living his entire life amidst great suffering. So, he lived in this living hell his whole life, without any hope. He thought he would live this horrible way until the day he finally died. Back in the present, he wonders if he can really leave that place forever. With tear-filled eyes, he asks if he can truly follow Kella, but Kella looks at him seriously and tells him he won't just be following him. The prince then corrects himself, saying that actually Wood will go with him as an equal. Then, he helps him up and calls for him to leave, with Wood thanking him emotionally. The scene then changes, and we see the group finally free under the starry night sky. It is explained that they took care of the earth demons and saved the captured elves. Kella was worried, but remembers they are demons loved by nature itself. Therefore, no matter how or where they live, the future will be better for them. It will surely be much better than living in that horrible place from before. Wood then looks ahead, with a determined and hopeful expression on his face. And so, under the moonlight, a new journey finally begins for them all. Caldera starts bossing Wood around, telling him that he's the rookie and has to obey. At that, Kella suggests they find a place with a river nearby. Wood then points in a direction, saying he can smell water coming from there. Though annoyed, Caldera admits he did well, leaving the elf a bit flustered. Kella then gets curious and asks Sreels why they're looking for a river now. With a smile, she explains they can't keep walking and need to find a mount. She continues saying they might find something near a river, which gets Caldera excited, but Sreels bursts her bubble, saying they'd be lucky to find even a unicorn. Kella then ends the discussion and decides they will follow the direction Wood pointed to. The scene then takes us to a forest, showing the path the group begins to follow. And what do you know? They actually find 2 unicorns, drinking water from a magical, sparkling river. The animals quickly notice their presence, becoming very alert as the group approaches. Startled, the unicorns start running, trying to get away as fast as possible. But suddenly, a giant paw with huge claws stomps down right in front of them, blocking the path. The footprint left on the ground is gigantic, showing that the mysterious creature is enormous. And from the shadows, a white dragon emerges, spreading its wings majestically. Caldera goes crazy, yelling that she wants a dragon, while Sreels can't believe her eyes. The scene shifts to a desert at night, where a full moon illuminates the rocky landscape. There, a person in a white cloak finds a fallen earth demon groaning in pain. The survivor then reaches out, begging to be saved with his last bit of strength. The figure is revealed to be a woman with white hair, who notices he's the only one who survived. She stares at him with a calm expression, seemingly analyzing the situation without much emotion. Then the scene changes to a forest, where several bloody bodies lie on the ground. A group dressed in white is camped out, and one of them asks why the tracking spell isn't working. The mage, Curdley, replies that she doesn't know, as she's detecting multiple targets in different directions. A warrior doubts that so many children of hell are left and asks how they'll find Kella. She confirms there's no way to know, and an elf complains they can't hunt all of them. Their leader, Killian, then decides they will hunt the other demons scattered across the continent, but he asks Curdly to start searching for Kella first, to move the mission forward. She says she can teleport alone, and that might be a faster way. Young Deed gets excited, saying that in the meantime, they can do a little cleanup around there. Curdly accepts the order and prepares, vanishing in the blink of an eye to start her search. The mage gets ready to go, and her eye glows with a mysterious energy. With a flash of light, she disappears into thin air, leaving Deed surprised by her sudden departure. The leader, Killian, then gives a smile and suggests they start hunting the demons. Curdly appears in the desert and asks the survivor if Kella passed through there. Angrily, he confirms and says that bastard Kella wiped out his entire tribe. The mage then calmly asks where he went after doing all that, but the demon says he doesn't know, and before dying, tries to ask her to save him. Suddenly, a beam of light pierces through his head, ending his life instantly. Curdly just watches the fallen body, showing no emotion at what she just did. Coldly, she states that he's useless if he knows nothing, and points her finger. She then turns away, deciding she'll have to follow the energy trail she sensed. Looking to the sky, she repeats the name Kella Kalden, focused on her hunt. The scene changes, and Kella's group finally reaches a river with a beautiful landscape. He's impressed, saying that, as expected of elves, Wood guided them just by scent. But Tildera gets jealous, telling the newcomer not to get cocky just because of that. Kella says he's hungry, but Tildera offers to fish, saying she's good at it. But suddenly, several fish leap out of the water, flying towards the group. It's Wood who caught them all at once, leaving everyone speechless. He then explains he used the power of nature, and Srills praises his skill. This makes Tildera very jealous, as she wanted to prove she was the best one there. She then tries to light a fire, but Srills creates one with magic, much faster. Poor Seldera is devastated, feeling completely useless to the group at that moment. With nothing to do, she sits in a corner, sulking and away from everyone else. With the fish on the fire, a delicious smell begins to fill the camp. Kella praises Wood's work, who thanks him, as they all eat around the fire. He then asks Rin if she's not going to eat, but she says she's fine. Srills doesn't think twice and takes her share, leaving the girl surprised by the action. Kella notices what happened and watches Rin with a somewhat worried look. The girl continues to look sad, seeming to hide something from the group. Kella then says he wants some fruit, and Seldera perks up, running off to look for some right away. Wood offers to go, but Kella stops him and says Rin will get the fruit. With a little smile, he then looks at her and asks if she's okay with going. But Caldera gets excited and runs off, shouting that she'll bring the most delicious fruits for her master. Sriels just watches, commenting with a chuckle how simple the girl is. She then asks if Kella did it on purpose to cheer her up, but he awkwardly denies it. Kella then changes the subject, and Wood says he smells a unicorn nearby. The prince hopes for a dragon, but Shrills cuts him off, saying there isn't one. Seldera's voice then echoes from a distance, shouting that she found delicious fruit for them. And there she is, running happily back to the group, announcing she found the fruit. Seldera climbs a giant tree, thinking she needs to make her master happy and outdo the newcomer. She then finds a perfect fruit, celebrating that she found a ripe, juicy apple. But suddenly everything starts to shake and she screams, wondering if it's an earthquake. Then she realizes something is very wrong, her expression turning to pure panic. A giant reptilian eye then opens as a low growl echoes through the area. The girl finally understands the situation, realizing she's on a dragon's head. At this, she panics and lets out a terrified scream, yelling that it's a dragon. Around a campfire, Sriels asks Wood if he can feel the energy of nature. The dark elf explains that he can, but it's hard to describe the feeling in words. Kella gets pensive, wondering if this ability is anything like a video game map. With a smile, Sriels remarks that it would be great for finding new dungeons to explore, but Wood says the range isn't very wide, so he doesn't know how much help he can be. Kella then asks if there's a way to train to increase that distance somehow. The elf reveals that there is, by consuming the stone of a dragon that has lived for 1,000 years. Kella is shocked by this information, already imagining how incredible it would be to have that power, but Sriels cuts him off, saying it's not easy to find a dragon, and it would be impossible to kill one. Curious, Kella asks her if dragons are really as strong as the stories say. She confirms, explaining that they are the apex predators and that they don't like demons. Apparently, the only ones who can tame dragons are humans with immense mental strength. He finds that quite ironic, since humans are considered the weakest race of all. Sril smiles and tells him not to even try to understand how a dragon's mind works. Even so, Kella becomes determined, thinking he needs to find a way to get that stone. Sril gets annoyed, saying it's impossible to find a dragon and that they should just give up. Kella agrees, looking down, but says he wanted to find one to help Wood. But out of nowhere, Rin appears, screaming desperately, running from a giant dragon that's chasing her. The group is in shock at the sight, and Wood can only manage to say that the beast is huge. Sril yells at him to stop staring and run, while Kella complains about them finding a dragon. The creature lets out a terrifying roar, and Sril replies that she doesn't know how it appeared either. In the distance, Rin's screams continue, and someone tells her to shut up so she doesn't attract the beast. Nearby, a mysterious figure in a white hood hears all the noise and shouting. It's the mage Curdly, who seems to recognize the sound and pays close attention to what's happening. Then, a magical energy begins to spread across the sky, coming from the mage's direction. The dragon stops suddenly and looks at the sky, seeming to sense the presence of another creature. With that, the beast simply turns and flies away, leaving the group in peace. Hidden, Sril breathes a sigh of relief, seeing that the danger has finally passed and they are safe. She then scolds Rin, who cries and apologizes for attracting the monster. Wood, still impressed, comments that judging by its size, that dragon must have been over 1,000 years old. Kella gets excited, realizing that if the dragon is 1,000 years old, it must have the clairvoyant stone. He sees this as a great opportunity, leaving the mage Curdly a bit confused by his reaction. The scene changes, showing the whole group sitting down, dejected, as if they were waiting for something. Then, one of them asks who's there, breaking the silence in the air. Sril jumps to her feet, recognizing the mage as Curdly from the White Talkin squad. The rest of the group panics, thinking they've been found and their escape is over. Without a second thought, they all prepare for combat, ready to fight for their lives. We are told that Curdly is known for being a cold and merciless mage to her enemies. Kella readies his mana bow, frustrated by facing one danger after another without a break. He glares at her with hatred, while the mage observes him with a completely calm expression. Curdly then tells them to calm down, saying there's no reason for them to fight there. The boy doesn't understand her attitude, but he stays in an attack stance just in case. The mage turns to Sril and calls her a traitor, warning her that fighting here won't do any good. The warrior is in shock and grinds her teeth in anger, not knowing what to say. With that, Curdly unleashes her ice magic, threatening to kill them all with a single spell. Kella asks Sril if it's true, and she confirms that the mage isn't bluffing at all. With hatred, she says that Curdly is stronger than all of them combined, with no chance of winning. Rin despairs, asking what they're going to do now that they're cornered. Curdly repeats that they don't need to fight, and says they just need to follow her without causing trouble. She adds that if they cooperate, they won't have to die for now. Suspicious, Kella asks where she's planning to take everyone, still holding his bow. The mage stares at him with her blue eyes and begins to say where they are going now. She reveals that she is taking them to the squad's captain, a man named Killian. Sril is shocked to hear the name Killian, realizing he's finally making his move. The mage explains that her captain is looking for Kella Kalden, so she orders them to follow her. But Kella angrily retorts that if he goes with her, he knows he'll die anyway. Curdly remains calm and says that one way or another, the outcome will be the same. She stares him down, saying that at least he'll get to live a little longer if he cooperates. Kella is frustrated. He dreamed of living like he was in a game and can't accept such a pathetic death. He knows that following the mage means certain death, so he'd rather fight to the end. Determined, the boy unleashes his mana and prepares to fight with everything he's got, to the death. He then focuses all his power into a single attack, firing an energy arrow, but the mage doesn't even move, calmly creating a magic barrier to defend against the blow. Seeing an opening, Sril yells for everyone to attack, launching her own energy blast. Her attack hits the barrier head-on, but it doesn't seem to leave a single scratch on the shield. Just then, Wood also charges forward, preparing to use his abilities to help in the fight. His power also crashes against the mage's defense, which remains effortlessly intact. With that, all their attacks fail, and Curdly stands still, completely unharmed. Finally, Rin charges with all her might, saying she can't die like a useless burden without helping Kella. She punches the barrier with her dark energy, screaming that she'll protect her master at all costs. But Sril grows desperate, warning that a close-range attack won't work against that defense. Inside the shield, Curdly just watches her and says that if this is her choice, then so be it. Suddenly, the barrier reacts to her touch, blasting a wave of energy that hits Rin directly. An explosion of ice sends her flying, causing the girl to scream in pain. She hits the ground hard, completely defeated and too weak to get back up. Curdly then loses her patience, saying it's fine if she just takes Kella's body. With that, the mage prepares a powerful spell, gathering a large amount of ice mana. She then fires a magical blizzard towards the group, ready to finish them all. But Rin gets up and runs in front, telling everyone to get close to her for protection. The blizzard crashes against her dark energy shield, which withstands the initial impact. Kella runs to her, worried, asking if she's okay after taking all that damage. Crying, the girl apologizes, saying she can never truly help with anything, but she yells that this is no time for that, warning that her shield won't hold for much longer. Inside the shield, Kella shouts to Shrills, asking if she has any magic to stop the attack, but she desperately replies that the power gap between her and Curdly is just too wide. Outside, the mage continues to unleash her blizzard, giving them no respite. Rin warns that her shield is already starting to crack and won't last much longer. Kella panics, thinking that if the barrier breaks, it'll be the end for everyone there. The scene shows everyone's despair, knowing they're about to die at the hands of that damned mage. He refuses to accept it and starts thinking fast, looking for a way out of this situation. Suddenly, a light goes on in his mind, and he comes up with a risky idea to try and survive. Kella remembers a dark entity that lives within his own consciousness. He believes that if he can find that thing again, he might have a chance to turn the tables. With that, the boy starts screaming, trying to use all his willpower to connect with it. Thrills is startled and asks what he's doing, as his energy is going to shatter the shield, but he doesn't listen and keeps screaming for that thing to come out and show itself. The scene cuts to the dragon, which was flying peacefully, but seems to feel a disturbance in the air. The creature then turns its head back, as if it sensed Kella's call for power. The dragon lets out a low roar, its eye fixed on something it sensed from afar. Just then, Curdly realizes she's sensing Hel Khaldun's energy coming from the boy. She now understands why she couldn't find him before, and continues her attack with even more force. With a smirk, the mage says that unfortunately, it looks like this is the end of the line for them. Kella screams in pain, wondering why he can't enter his own consciousness. He's furious because he thought that power only appeared when he was about to die. Beside him, Srills panics and screams that the defensive shield is breaking. Curdly ignores everything and continues her ice storm, determined to end the fight. Finally, the barrier shatters completely, and everyone screams, bracing for the worst. Kella looks up in despair, seeing death approach and screaming that this can't be the end. But suddenly, the dragon appears out of nowhere and lands right in front of them, blocking the view. The giant creature uses its own body as a shield, protecting the group from the mage's attack. Everyone is speechless, wondering what the hell is happening and why the dragon came back. The creature faces the mage, who is in shock to see her attack has been blocked. Curdly is completely confused, wondering why the dragon is suddenly defending them. The creature then endures the rest of the ice attack, shielding everyone with its body. Kella approaches and touches the dragon, still shocked and unable to believe what's happening. In that moment, their eyes connect, as if a bond is being forged between them. He starts seeing strange images and wonders if they are the dragon's memories. In one of the visions, he sees a woman with a gentle smile who looked very familiar. It was his mother, and he realizes the dragon knew her. They used to play together in the water. The memories continue, showing the affection and friendship that existed between them. Suddenly, the dragon looks at him, and a voice echoes in his head, telling him to run. Kella is startled, realizing that it was the dragon's voice speaking in his mind. The creature then turns its head to the side, as if preparing to do something. With that, the dragon spits a kind of bright red orb towards the boy. Kella holds it in his hands and asks what it is, completely confused by the situation. The dragon's voice echoes again, explaining that it's his clairvoyance stone. He's speechless, wondering why the dragon would give such a treasure to him. The dragon says there's no time to explain, and tells Kella to hide his power and flee. Kella is shocked by the warning, questioning why he would have to do such a thing. But the creature insists, letting out a roar and telling him to hurry up and get out of there. Without waiting, the dragon turns and fires a powerful blast of fire at the mage. The attack hits Curdly's barrier head-on as she shields herself from the blast's impact. She finds it very strange to see a dragon helping a demon, as it's not common at all. Kella realizes there's no time to think, and that he needs to use the chance he's been given. He yells for everyone to run while the dragon distracts the mage with its firepower. Curdly gets annoyed, wondering why such a strong dragon had to interfere right now. She understands this complicates things and that she'll need to come up with a new plan. The dragon glares at her with hatred, preparing to continue the fight and buy the group more time. Then, it unleashes another blast of fire, this one much stronger than the last. The attack completely engulfs the barrier, showing just how powerful the creature is. Mockingly, Curdly asks if that's the best attack the dragon can manage. She then says she'll have to try a little harder, and her eyes glow with mana. A giant magic circle forms in the sky, and the dragon braces for what's coming. From within it, an ice meteor begins to materialize, brimming with magical power. With her eyes glowing, Curdly casts her strongest spell to end the fight. The dragon unleashes its fire breath, trying to stop the meteor heading its way. It puts all its strength into the attack, but it seems like it won't be enough to win. Just then, the creature's eye glows, as if an old memory has come to its mind. It's a flashback of it sleeping peacefully beside Kella's mother many years ago. The woman was smiling, showing how strong the friendship and affection between them was. Back in the present, the dragon is filled with determination, ready to protect her son. The meteor hits the ground with full force, causing an icy explosion that freezes the area. The fleeing group stops and looks back as they feel the impact of the power. Kella wears a shocked expression, worried about what happened to his protector. The smoke clears, revealing a giant, blood-stained block of ice where the dragon was. The creature has been defeated and is trapped in the ice as the mage slowly approaches. She doesn't understand why a dragon would help demons, finding the whole thing very strange. Curdly gets closer and says she'll look into the dragon's memories before it finally dies. But the creature lets out one last roar, and its body begins to glow with fiery energy. Then, an explosion of flames erupts, catching the mage completely off guard. The dragon's voice calls her a selfish and cruel human, showing all its hatred. It then warns that the day will come when she will regret everything she has done. With that, the creature explodes in a ball of fire, choosing to die rather than be captured by her. The dust settles, revealing the mage alone amidst the destruction caused by the final blast. Curdly realizes the dragon chose to take its own life, leaving her with no answers. She understands its sacrifice was to give Kella time to hide his presence and escape. The mage takes out a tracking device, saying that the situation has now become much more complicated, but she asserts that this won't change Kella's fate, which is already sealed. Then, mana butterflies begin to appear, spreading throughout the forest around her. Curdly says it's his destiny to be killed by the hands of the Talkans in white, and that's final. Now that they were safe, the group tried to figure out what was up with that crazy dragon that appeared. Wood then corrects them, saying the creature was actually trying to help Kella the whole time. Kella explains that he was able to see the dragon's memories and found out it knew his mother. Rin is confused since dragons and demons don't get along and wonders about their history. He says he doesn't know, but he felt a strange, melancholic emotion from those memories. Then, one of them asks if the dragon gave him anything, and Kella shows them the red stone. The group is in shock. Not only were they saved, but they also got the clairvoyant stone. Srills believes they were actually saved by the will of the former demon queen. Kella clutches the stone, wondering what his mother's relationship with that dragon was in the past. Without much thought, he decides Wood should have the stone, since they were lucky to get it. Shreels agrees, saying the White Talkans have already found them and they need to prepare. Wood feels awkward, saying it's a very rare item and asks if he can really keep it. Kella insists, saying no one else there can use it and tells him to just eat the stone already. The elf then accepts the gift, preparing to consume the item and gain a new power. With that, he puts the stone in his mouth, ready to finally enhance his tracking skills. Without a second thought, the elf swallows the stone the dragon gave him. Suddenly, he feels an immense power, and a strange aura starts to emanate from his body. Wood then screams in pain as his eyes glow with a strong red energy. Then, the stone gives him a vision, showing him the dragon's past memories. It's revealed that, since birth, it was used as a test subject for human experiments. The scientists performed cruel tests on it, regardless of the pain the creature felt. The torture happened every day, with the poor dragon being endlessly cut and pierced. They would tear it to pieces, and just as it was about to die, they would heal it to continue. After centuries, its mind was already broken, and it had lost all hope. The humans even mocked it, celebrating that the dragon could no longer even cry out in pain. But, just as it was waiting for death, the Demon King Turk Khaldun began his invasion. The old Demon King screamed that he would mercilessly kill every single one of those filthy humans. In the midst of the battle, the laboratory where it was imprisoned was completely destroyed. With the place destroyed, the dragon finally managed to break free from its prison. And that's how it escaped that hell, finally achieving its long-dreamed-of freedom. Finally free, the dragon could feel the freedom of flying through the skies for the first time. So, it begins to search for others of its kind, hoping for a new beginning. It tells the others about the cruelty of humans and suggests allying with the demons. But to its surprise, none of the other dragons believed what it was saying. You see, They already had a friendship with the humans and fought alongside them against the demons. What the dragons didn't know was that this friendship only existed because of sacrifices. The humans used dragons in experiments to learn how to approach their race. Moreover, they wanted to understand and steal the unique magic that only dragons possessed. But this truth was not accepted, as they already hated demons with all their might. And on the other hand, the demons themselves also saw it as an enemy in that war. Because of this, it ended up not fitting in anywhere, neither with dragons nor demons. Alone, the dragon begins to wonder why it was born into this world after all. It can't fit in anywhere, and feels like it can't do anything to change it. Without understanding its purpose, it decides to isolate itself from everyone and everything forever. With that, it surrenders to an endless darkness, living in deep solitude. There, the dragon just wasted its life, waiting for its end to finally come. It was just a lost soul, crying alone in the middle of the forest without any hope. But everything changed forever the day it met a girl named Cariste. The little girl was crying a lot, calling for her mother in the middle of nowhere, completely lost. The dragon was confused by the scene, not understanding why she was calling out to it like that. Then, the little one ran towards it, still desperately screaming for her mommy. She hugged its face tightly, thinking it was the one she was looking for. The little girl kept crying, releasing all her sadness and loneliness in that hug. It tried to say it wasn't her mother, but its heart felt something different. And it was in that exact moment that it finally found the reason why it was born. That child who suddenly appeared was a little girl named Cariste, Kella's mother. Using his magic, the dragon saw her memories and discovered they were just as sad as his own. While humans had used him in the past, demons had tortured her. They were an independent group called Tarsica, who acted on their own and with great cruelty. They analyzed dragon magic to learn how to dominate and subjugate their race. Tarsica would steal dragon eggs to use the hatchlings in their terrible experiments. As soon as Cariste was born, she was immediately taken by them to become a test subject. She had the greatest magical potential of all, and suffered more than anyone else in that place. Because of this, she could use transformation magic, the most difficult type that existed. And this was the main reason she suffered so much at the hands of that group. Cariste felt pain at every moment, but in the midst of all that constant despair, she managed to develop teleportation magic on her own, creating a chance to escape. The little girl managed to escape that hell and traveled for a long time, alone and afraid. She continued her lonely journey until the day she finally found the dragon. He believed she was drawn to him because of their similar cruel destinies. All the pain he felt for being born a dragon seemed to carry an enormous weight, but it was nothing compared to the happy life he lived alongside his dear Cariste. But one day, everything changed, and a strange confusion took over the dragon's mind. Cariste noticed the change and asked her master what was going on with him. He didn't recognize her, asking who she was, which left the girl very confused. The creature just stared at her, analyzing her form, which seemed to be that of a demon. With hatred, the dragon yelled, asking who she was and demanding she identify herself immediately. She became desperate, not understanding, thinking perhaps it was some kind of test, but he warned her it didn't matter, and that he would kill her without mercy anyway. The woman then screamed for her master as she was hit by a fire attack. The dragon just wanted to live happily with her, but his body wouldn't last like the others. Because of the experiments, his body began to break down when it reached its limit. Cariste, fallen, cried out, asking if he really didn't remember her anymore. At that, he seemed to come to his senses and finally managed to remember the name Cariste. With a glimmer of hope, she asked if he was okay now and if he remembered her. He apologized, saying with sadness that he didn't want to attack her like that. And that's when he realized that his body and mind were finally collapsing. Cariste was in shock, and the dragon knew he had to leave before he no longer recognized her. With a heavy heart, he flew far away, knowing he had to leave his beloved disciple. The girl was left behind screaming, begging her master to stop playing around and come out. But he never returned, and she cried in despair, screaming his name over and over. For Cariste's sake, the dragon went as far as he could so he wouldn't hurt her. Alone, he began to prepare for the end of his life, waiting for death to arrive. His last days were spent living on the happy memories he had with Cariste, but he went through cycles of remembering and forgetting her due to his failing mind. He felt his memories fading and realized his life would soon come to an end. But one day, while waiting for death, something unexpected finally happened. From far away, he sensed a familiar energy that filled him with a strange feeling. On instinct, he began to fly, following that energy to find out where it was coming from. On the last day of his life, he finally found the source of the energy that was calling to him. The scene shifts back to the present, with the dragon being summoned by the power Kella released. He had been guided there to fulfill his final mission, to protect that family. And this energy, from Karisti's son was the last thing he needed to feel. The only thing left in his memories was the unmistakable energy of his Karista. He saw her as his precious disciple, but deep down, the feeling was much more. The image of her as a little girl came to his mind, as if she were his own beloved daughter. So, upon feeling her energy again, he was certain it was a call. With a roar of longing, the dragon screamed her name, flying without a second thought. He followed that trail of power, going as fast as he could to find her. But in her place, it wasn't Kariste who was there, but a completely different boy. Even so, upon seeing the danger, he didn't hesitate to put himself in front to protect them. He used his body as a shield, saving those lives without even knowing why. However, he could feel a connection, and knew that this boy was no stranger. One look was all it took for him to realize that the boy was his Karisti's son, and through Kella's memories, he managed to see a glimpse of the whole truth. He saw that his little girl, whom he loved like a daughter, had grown up so much. She had become a mother, holding her son with all the love in the world. With a tear in his eye, he decided he would protect her precious son. The dragon fills with determination and vows to protect the boy with his life. He then uses his last strength and fires a final, powerful blast of fire. In his thoughts, he thanks Karista for giving meaning to his last days. At the end of his long life, he felt at peace for having lived by her side. He is happy to have been able to see her son at least one last time. With love, he says goodbye, telling her he loves her as if she were his own daughter. Back in the present, the vision ends and Wood cries, shocked by everything he saw. The elf then falls to his knees, still feeling the weight of those memories. Rin asks if he's okay, and he says he saw very long memories, but he explains that, like a dream, the more he tries to remember, the more they fade from his mind. Even while crying, he says that the dragon had a happy death and found peace. Kella is confused by this, wondering how that death could have been a happy one. He then concludes that the dragon must have met his end at the hands of that mage. The scene shifts to the battlefield, confirming the creature couldn't escape. A mysterious voice asks how he can't remember anything now. At that, Srills shakes him, yelling that he even cried while receiving the memories. Wood tries to explain, saying the ability might manifest gradually, but Rin gets annoyed by his lack of confidence, warning that he still has a long way to go. So Kella decides there's no choice. They'll have to wait for Wood's ability. He takes command, saying they need a safe place, and asks Srills for the map. The map shows the Human Kingdom's region, and the former location of the Demon Kingdom. Kella points out that they're right on the border between the two territories at the moment. After thinking for a moment, he decides heading south seems to be the best option. Rin and Srills are confused, questioning why they aren't going deeper into demon territory. He then reveals his father had a reason for sending him to the human territory of Arsal. Kella believes his father foresaw the massive human invasion of the demon territory. Srills agrees, remembering that after his father's death, all the armies united. Hearing this, Rin suggests they need to gather the demons to fight alongside Kella, but he quickly shuts down the idea, saying it's impossible now because he's seen as a coward. Kella states he doesn't have the power to rally anyone yet, since they all think the same of him. Rin tries to press Srills, but she says no one can prove his royal lineage. She continues, saying she did things in Talkan for which it will be difficult to gain forgiveness. Kella then defines the first step: create a dungeon as a base, and he needs achievements. He declares with conviction that he needs to prove his strength to make the demons follow him. The girls get excited about the idea, thinking the plan to accumulate achievements is brilliant. Rin says that over time, the demons will naturally gather around him. That way, he'll prove his worth and become the next demon king. There's no better way. Kella returns to the map, deciding they'll first create a base in the south and a strategy. With the whole group excited, they shout together, ready to start the mission now. In his thoughts, Kella is relieved they are following his improvised plan well. He thinks he has finally gathered the companions he needed, but the danger is still great. The image of Curdley appears in his mind, as he knows it's dangerous to face the White Talcan. With a focused gaze, he realizes he needs more information about this world. He reflects that everything here, from magic to monsters, is familiar and seems a lot like a game. He thinks that if there's a connection between this world and his past life, everything changes. With that, he will use the power and status of the Demon King's son to get what he needs. And he'll also use all the knowledge from his previous life to create a survival strategy. He's determined because there is a path to victory, and he can't die before then. The scene cuts abruptly to a demon village under attack and on fire. A demon with a child surrenders, begging for mercy and offering an alliance to the humans, but his plea is ignored, and an attack of dark flames hits him head-on. Deed appears with a cynical smile, asking if the demon said something because he couldn't hear. Another demon rebels, shouting that they're cruel for attacking after a surrender. Suddenly, a huge axe appears, as a voice full of hatred says the word demons. Audrey tells him to shut up and die, lunging at him with her axe without mercy. The blade is covered in blood, showing the blow was fatal, and without hesitation. Kalka then turns and tells his captain that the job here is done, but suddenly he's startled, as if he's seen something completely unexpected. The scene shows Killian, who hears from Curdley that a dragon helped Kella escape. Killian deduces they found him near the territory of the Earth Demons. Curdley reports that she is already using her butterflies to search for him in the surrounding area. He then concludes that Kella won't come to the demon territory, which has become a sea of flames. With that, Killian orders everyone to finish the job and meet where Curdley is. But Audrey gets angry, asking about the other demons and wanting to finish them all off right there. Killian tells her to calm down, warning that it won't be too late to do that after they kill Kella. He reveals his revenge, saying he needs to exterminate the lineage that killed his brother. The scene returns to Kella, who feels a strange, sudden chill that makes him tense. The group is now riding, and Srills explains that the cold makes sense as they've been heading south for a week. Kella notes they haven't been followed by the Talcan and hopes to keep avoiding them. He needs time, at least until all his preparations are complete. Suddenly, the mounts stop abruptly, digging their hooves into the ground without warning. Rin gets scared and asks why the unicorns suddenly stopped running. Then Wood explains that the unicorns are refusing to move forward. Wood explains they felt they wouldn't survive in the environment ahead, but Kella assures them it's fine. He then decides they can send the unicorns back, as they've finally reached their destination. Wood affectionately says goodbye to his mount, thanking her and asking her to return safely. The group stands in the cold, watching some strange creatures running through the snow. Rin shivers from the cold, saying the weather is bad for everyone, but Kella thinks it's perfect. With a confident smile, he tells the group to find a good spot for their new base. The scene changes, showing the unicorns galloping back under the starry sky and full moon. As they run, a bluish butterfly of light appears, following the trail they left behind. The magical butterfly continues its flight, shining brightly in the darkness of the night. Far away, Curdley notices the unicorn's movement. They fear the cold and came from the south. She's intrigued by the fact that there are 4 of them, which really catches her attention. The group arrives at a beach, and Kella suggests that the cave on that island seems like the safest position. He asks Wood if he can tell if there are any monsters on the island, but Wood says his power only senses nature. Just then, Srills points out some old boats, commenting that it looks like no one has been there in a long time. Kella asks if the boats are still usable, and she confirms they seem to be in good condition. The group then takes a boat, beginning the 200-meter crossing to the island. He notes that it's not too far, but the water is deep and the waves are quite strong. Kella thinks this makes the location perfect, as it will be easy to detect any approaching intruders. Arriving at the cave, he finds the entrance is quite wide and asks Srills to use an illusion spell. "That's a piece of cake," she says, already raising her hand to cast the camouflage spell. With a purple glow, a checkered magical barrier begins to form in front of the entrance. The illusion then completes itself, making the cave entrance disappear completely from view. Inside, Kella comments that it seems to have been used a long time ago and decides to look around. A little further in, they notice the cave path splits in 2. Kella then turns and asks Wood for more details about the place's structure. Wood explains that there are 2 narrow paths that lead to a room and then meet up. He continues, saying that deeper inside there's a room connected to a small exit. After hearing everything, Kella suggests they split up to check both paths. Srills quickly grabs his arm, asking if the 2 of them should go one way, but Rin reacts instantly, shouting no, and that she's the one who will go with Kella. Rin awkwardly explains that it's best for the 2 strongest to split up. Srills agrees with the logic, so Rin takes the chance and says she'll go with Wood, looking very pleased. Kella gives the orders, telling them to check everything and meet in the middle. In the other tunnel, Srills and Wood are walking, and she comments that the stones are lighting up the place. Wood explains they are light stones, created by a mage skilled in ice and light magic. Srills then gives him a serious look and warns him that she still doesn't trust him one bit. He's completely confused, not understanding what she's trying to say. She says she's only traveling with him because of Kella, as she doesn't make new friends easily. Wood just listens in silence, processing the distrust she feels for him. The tension builds between them, Srills' lack of trust clear in her eyes. Then he tells her not to worry, and that she can think of him as a mere slave. His response leaves her a bit stunned, looking at him in silence for a moment, but she turns her head and says bluntly that she really doesn't like him at all. Wood maintains his serious expression, unshaken by her direct statement. Meanwhile, Kella says it would be nice if they could make light stones too. Rin yells for him to watch out for a rock, telling him not to trip on it. He doesn't understand why she's so worked up, finding her behavior funny. Suddenly, a blue slime appears out of nowhere, hopping into their path. Kella is shocked and yells out, surprised to see a real slime in front of him. He gets super excited, since he's only seen slimes in games and has always wanted to touch one. But Rin is enraged by the monster's audacity and attacks with her dark magic. She shouts that she'll evaporate the slime for daring to block Master Kella's path. With her hands full of power, she prepares to finish off the monster once and for all. After defeating it, she looks at Kella as if expecting a compliment from him. So he just praises her good work, and she thanks him happily for the recognition. She promises to take care of anything that shows up, but Kella asks her to calm down a bit. Just then, the entire cave begins to shake with an impressive and frightening force. The two look up, startled, not understanding what's happening, and from the shadows, a giant stone golem emerges, with a glowing red eye. Completely panicked, they scream together, startled by the golem's appearance. Kella yells that the thing is huge, pulling Rin behind him and telling her to take cover, but she refuses to obey, baring her fangs with a look of pure determination. Rin remembers her promise to take care of everything, and prepares her dark magic to attack the enemy. Meanwhile, in the other tunnel, Srills is astonished to find something unexpected on the ground. She perks up when she sees it's a crystal necklace, looking antique and very expensive. Overjoyed, she puts on the necklace and asks Wood if it looks good on her, but he replies curtly, with a completely uninterested expression on his face. Srills is clearly disappointed by his reaction, wondering how Rin would react. She imagines Rin complimenting her, and the two of them going out together to look for more treasures. With that, she grumbles that she doesn't like any of this, preferring the other company. Wood remains silent, paying little attention to her discontent. Back in the fight, the golem attacks with everything it has, throwing Rin away with a single blow, but she recovers, believing that if she manages to destroy the golem, everything will be all right. The stone monster prepares a powerful blow, aiming directly at the little demon. The fist hits her squarely, with a brute force that shakes her body. With the impact, Rin is thrown backward, spitting blood and seriously injured. Kella shouts that it's impossible to defeat him without weapons, as their attacks are ineffective. But even wounded, she refuses to give up and shouts that she can still fight. She charges forward with her magic, yelling that she can still fight the monster, but the golem strikes her again, and she feels the strong impact of the blow. Kella shouts her name, asking why she's trying so hard. Even wounded, Rin gathers her strength to continue fighting the stone giant. She then shouts that this way, she won't be able to serve as his attendant. He doesn't understand anything, wondering what she means by that. At that moment, a flashback begins, showing the first time she entered the castle. Kella's father questions him, asking if he really wants to be friends with a servant. Little Kella, crying a lot, replies that yes, he wants to be friends with Rin, but his father reprimands him, saying that she is just a servant and orders the contract to be drawn up. Kella continues crying, while young Rin stands awkwardly beside him. Then, even though sad, he apologizes and appoints her as his attendant on behalf of the Khaldun. Little Rin blushes with embarrassment and thanks him with a smile. It is explained that she was happy simply because he wanted to treat her as a friend. That day, seeing him sleep crying, she made a vow to herself. She vowed that she would support him in becoming the greatest demon of all. With that, she promised herself that she would try very hard to keep her promise. But as time went on, things in the castle were not easy for them at all. Kella ended up showing himself to be a coward and a crybaby, always almost dying because of his brothers. And every day was the same thing, with him running terrified through the castle corridors. He would arrive crying to Rin, saying that he was scared and that he almost died again. Even when she tried to be cold and tough to see if he would become stronger, nothing helped, because in the end, young Kella never really changed. Because of this, she was always ignored and mistreated by the other servants. They forced her to eat scraps, saying she would die with Kella anyway. Poor Rin ate horrible food, and they even threw molten lava on her. Even at bedtime, she had no peace, having to stay alone and isolated in the stables. But even there, she wasn't safe, because the other servants would torment her during the night. They accused her of seducing Tarmi and threatened to hurt her with a sharp dagger. Completely terrified, little Rin begged them not to do that to her. It was during this time that she confessed to having begun to deeply hate Kella. She thought that because of the contract, if he died, she would die too. So, in a moment of desperation, she thought it would be better if they both died together. And with this dark thought, she tried to take both their lives at once, but her attempt failed, and she dropped the dagger to the ground, powerless. Kella had an absurd power of recovery, and she couldn't kill him at all. She fell into despair, wondering what to do, since she couldn't even die. They both cried together and she gave up on everything, living as an empty shell. But Rin shouts that suddenly, he changed completely overnight. She continues saying that he became a totally different person than before. The Kella of today seemed much stronger and more confident, like a true demon. She shouts with determination that he now looks like the true heir to the great demon king. With this new motivation, she returns to the fight, blocking the golem's blow with her power. She laments, saying that until now, she has only managed to be a burden to him, and if she is to continue being a burden, she prefers to give her all now. She shouts that if it continues like this, she shouldn't stay by his side anymore. Her magic explodes with everything, raising a cloud of dust and debris from the cave, but the attack fails, and she falls to the ground, completely powerless to continue. Her face bruised, she begins to speak in a weak, sorrowful voice. Then she cries, saying that she never truly wanted to be abandoned by him. Kella simply watches her, listening to her outpouring with a serious look on her face. But the golem recovers and raises its fist, ready to crush Rin at once. She sees the attack coming, but no longer has the strength to dodge the blow. But at the same moment, Kella prepares an attack, concentrating blue energy in her hand. She then unleashes the magic, which goes all out towards the stone golem. Its power hits the monster squarely, causing an explosion of blue energy. He grabs Rin and asks if she's an idiot for risking her life to protect him. Kella then firmly declares that she would never abandon a servant like her under any circumstances. Rin is speechless, only calling out his name, touched by the declaration she heard. With a smile, he assures her that even if she tries to run away, he won't let her. Hearing that, Rin starts crying again, sniffling with emotion and relief. She then hugs him tightly, crying and calling out Master Kella's name loudly. He thinks that now he has all her memories, and knows that her feelings are genuine. With this in mind, he decides that for the sake of the future, he will make Rin the strongest attendant. In the other tunnel, they reach the first chamber, much larger than it seemed. Sreels gets excited when she finds a diamond bracelet and wants to show it to him. She immediately tells him she won't give it to him, even though he shows no interest. But then Wood gives her a serious look, asking if she doesn't know or is just playing dumb. She's completely confused, until the bracelet starts to glow in a strange way. Suddenly, the bracelet transforms, binding her wrists with a bluish light. Sriles struggles desperately to get free, shouting to know what the hell this is. Just then, she senses a dark presence behind her and is terrified by what she sees. A giant treasure spider appears, and she can't believe a creature like that was hiding there. She asks if that's a treasure spider, realizing the bracelet was bait. Furious, she yells at Wood for not doing anything to stop it as the spider advances. He defends himself, saying he thought she already knew and that's why he just watched. With no time to argue, the giant spider attacks her with its sharp claws. Wood keeps talking, saying he thought she had some other plan in mind, so he didn't interfere. She's furious with herself for letting her guard down and being unable to grab her staff. Panicking, she says she can only trust Wood, pretending she let herself get caught to test him. He's suspicious of her excuse, asking if she really wanted to test his strength. She insists she was caught on purpose, and challenges him to do something about it now. Without hesitation, he draws a dagger and says he'll free her from the cursed bracelet. He then tries to cut the bracelet with his blade, putting all his strength into it, but she screams in desperation, warning him that it's a barrier and can't be broken physically. He stops for a moment, realizing his dagger attack did nothing. Just then, the treasure spider takes its chance and spits green acid at them. Wood shields her with his body, warning that the acid melts anything it touches instantly. He asks what to do since there are no roots in the cave for him to use. Annoyed, Srill says she could kill the beast with magic and tells him to figure something out, fast. The spider wastes no time and launches another acid attack at the two of them. To save her, Wood shoves her aside, but his leg gets hit by the corrosive acid. The monster then prepares to deliver the final blow, its claws ready to strike. The spider's attack throws Srills back forcefully, making her fall to the cave floor. Srills becomes enraged, realizing the monster is targeting her because she's trapped by the barrier. The spider then raises one of its sharp claws ready to finish her off. She grinds her teeth in hatred, feeling powerless against the creature, but Wood steps in front, taking the hit and leaving Srills completely shocked. Even wounded, he says he'll do whatever it takes for her to use her magic. He then uses his own hand to absorb the spider's magic, and it screams in pain. With his dagger, he cuts his own hand, transferring the power to break the barrier. The blue energy explodes, and he finally manages to shatter the magic bracelet that held her. Now free, Srills looks at her own hands, unable to believe she's been released. The spider shrieks in fury, seeing its prey has escaped the deadly trap. The monster then unleashes all its rage on Wood, piercing his body several times. Desperate, Sriels screams his name, witnessing the horrific scene before her. As he falls, he tells her it's her turn to fight and finish the monster. He looks at her with a serious gaze, calling her name in a weak voice. Sriels is paralyzed, staring at him with a mix of shock, rage, and despair. With Wood lying wounded, she summons her staff, which fills with purple energy. Sriels becomes furious, screaming about how a mere insect dares to mess with her like this. With her eyes burning with fury, she prepares to finish the monster once and for all. She then casts her spell, Purple Torch, engulfing the spider in magical flames. The commander raises her staff, unleashing an absurd amount of power at the creature. The attack is so powerful that the giant monster is completely disintegrated by the flames. After it's all over, Sriels is exhausted, showing how much energy she spent on the attack. Just then, she turns and sees Wood, despite being badly injured, trying to get up from the ground. Shocked, she asks how he managed to break the barrier that trapped her in the bracelet. Wood explains that he figured his own hand wouldn't be affected by the spider's barrier. She then asks what would have happened if he'd been wrong, implying he would have died. He replies that he didn't care if he lived or died, since she told him to help. Sriels falls silent, processing the immense sacrifice he made for her. Suddenly, a painful memory surfaces, showing her being pierced by a sword. The image focuses on the blade running through her body, revealing a deep trauma from her past. The flashback shows Sriels being stabbed, but she says she let the enemy catch her on purpose. With an insane smile, she confirms it was a trap and lunges at him with everything she's got. The instructor watches the scene, commenting on how she sacrificed her body to take his head. He then warns her that she would have died if the blow had struck her heart, but she says she didn't care, as the order was to kill him no matter what. The instructor is impressed by her stubbornness, finding her attitude interesting. Despite her injuries, he informs her that with such determination, she has finally passed the test. Back in the present, she thinks that Wood has the same indifferent look she used to have. She realizes he's exactly like she was in the past, fighting with everything he has. And then she understands that the boy risked his own life just to protect her. With her staff in hand, she approaches and tells him he has finally passed her test. Wood is surprised, and she continues, saying she will accept him as a companion. Then she gives him a direct order, telling him not to die so easily from now on. He's speechless, looking at her, shocked by her sudden change in attitude. Amidst the bones, he agrees to her order and says he'll remember it. Hello everyone! Did you like the story? I loved it. If you want to follow the next part, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a like. See you in the next story, guys. Arriving at the location, voices ask if Sriels and Rin are okay. There, they find an injured Wood, who says he's already been healed by Sriels. Sriels then scolds Kella for letting Rin get hurt, but she takes the blame. Changing the subject, Kella asks what happened to Wood and his team. She explains they fought a golem, which surprises Kella. Finding the combination odd, Sriels suspects there might be a secret in the dungeon. She then says she'll heal Rin first and tells them to rest for a bit. Meanwhile, Kella analyzes the architecture, saying it reminds him of the Demon King's castle. He focuses on the statue, saying what worries him most is the suspicious box. With her eyes sparkling, Rin asks if it could be a treasure chest. Excited as well, Sriels agrees and shouts that they need to open it right now. Suddenly, the eyes of the statue on the altar begin to glow on their own. Sensing danger, Kella yells for everyone to wait as he prepares a defense spell. He then creates a barrier in front of everyone, telling the group to get down. Right after, the statue fires an attack that explodes against the magic barrier. Surprised by the attack, Sriels yells, asking if the chest was a trap. Rin is also shocked, saying she never imagined that could happen. Kella then shouts at them, saying it was obviously a trap. Without time for talk, the statue fires another energy beam. Yelling for everyone to dodge, Sriels leaps aside and escapes the attack. At that, Rin and Wood get up and say they're going to help fight. But Kella tells them both to stay put, as they would only get in the way now. After a brief hesitation, they agree to follow his orders and wait. Rin turns to Wood, questioning why he obeyed so quickly. He simply explains he's going to focus on recovering, just as Kella instructed. Annoyed, Rin admits she can't argue with his logic. Then they both ask Kella to hang in there until they can fight. Kella quickly comes up with a plan, saying he'll draw the statue's attention. He launches multiple projectiles which hit a protective barrier around the statue. Taking advantage of the distraction, Sriels hurls a large fireball at the target. The fire attack crashes against the barrier, but deals no damage. Sriels then shouts, questioning how the statue can use offense and defense at the same time. Kella is also astonished, not understanding how it's possible to cast multiple spells like that. Analyzing the situation, Sril says there are only two possibilities for this. She suggests that either a mage programmed it or someone is inside the statue. With that in mind, Kella asks Wood to scan the target's internal structure. Wood then uses his ability and confirms to everyone that the statue is hollow. Hearing this, Kella warns there's a high chance someone is hiding inside. Sril shouts that they need to break the barrier and destroy the statue immediately. Focusing his energy, Kella attacks the barrier but fails to do any damage. Suddenly, two golems with red eyes begin to rise from the room's floor. Seeing the enemies, Kella is stunned that golems stronger than the previous ones have appeared. Right after, a giant creature descends from the ceiling, surprising everyone. Sril stares at the monster, shocked by the size of the giant treasure spider. She asks if the others were just hatchlings as she prepares a new spell. Launching its own attack, the treasure spider fires a projectile at Sril's. Seeing it didn't work, she realizes this is the group's mother spider. Meanwhile, Kella charges forward and attacks the giant creature, pushing it back. Frustrated, she says she could win if they weren't in an enclosed space. Defending against an attack, Kella is forced to retreat from a golem's strike. In a moment of desperation, he says he could end it all by using his mana, but he remembers that if he does, the white Talcon will find him. Suddenly, he gets an idea and asks everyone to wait a second. Looking to the side, he says there's something strange about that statue. He realizes the statue's magic stopped as soon as the monsters appeared. At this, Srils wonders if the statue's magic is being used to control the monsters. Kella remembers the monsters appeared right after she threatened the statue. He then concludes the statue sensed the danger and summoned them all. Shouting that the statue is the priority, he asks Srils to buy him some time. Asking what he's planning, she gets ready and creates a wall of fire. With the flame barrier, she manages to block the monster's advance. Kella realizes that if the statue controls the monsters, its own barrier must be down. Running with his fist glowing, he lands a direct punch on the hollow statue. Breaking through the stone wall, he falls inside the structure, shattering everything in his path. Shocked by the scene, she shouts that he broke the statue and went inside it. Losing control, the golems immediately charge towards Srils, who readies herself. Meanwhile, the giant spider ignores the fight and moves toward the statue. Seeing this, Rin shouts that the spider is heading for the same spot. Suddenly, the golems change targets and start running towards them. Yelling that the golems are coming, Rin warns that they need to fight together. But Srils replies that it's crazy to fight in her current state. Creating a barrier, she manages to block the first attack from the two giant golems. Rin shouts her name, but Srils says they have to trust Kella now. Inside the statue, Kella finds what looks like a control core. He prepares to attack, believing that destroying it will solve the situation. Suddenly, a jet of web shoots out and rushes towards him. Hit dead on, he is left completely trapped and immobilized by the web. Unable to move, he yells in frustration for falling into the trap. Then the giant spider appears, and he complains about the terrible timing. Outside, Srils warns that she can't hold on much longer and tells him to finish it quickly. Still trapped, Kella replies that he wants to, but he can't break free from the web. The spider then raises its sharp legs, preparing to strike Kella. With a swift move, the creature lunges forward to hit the trapped boy. Seeing the blow coming, he just screams no, unable to defend himself. With no other choice, he considers whether he should use the power of hell now. Just then, a shadowy figure appears, shouting and calling him a complete idiot. Suddenly, in another place, he asks what this is, recognizing the abyss. The figure then scolds him for getting beaten by such pathetic, weak monsters. Annoyed, Kella yells, asking why it only showed up now when it's almost over. The shadow tells him to shut up and use the vassal ability immediately. It explains that even though Kella is weak, he can control those monsters with the power. Thinking for a moment, Kella asks if it's the contract he made with Rin before. The figure calls him an idiot, and Kella asks what he should do then. It's then explained that he has the blood of the Demon King and its ability. With a focused gaze, Kella just repeats the phrase about having a strong desire. The shadow says all it takes is the will to make any weaker enemy his own. Focusing on the moment, he begins to concentrate on his deepest desire. The voice shouts for him to claim all the monsters and make them his servants. Facing the shadow, he finally accepts the power that runs through his veins. Activating the ability, he finally awakens the vassal power, his gaze changing completely. Feeling a strong desire, he faces the giant spider with great determination. Then he announces himself, saying that Kella Khaldun will take command now. At that, the gem on the monster's head reacts to his immense power. With his eyes glowing, he declares that he claims the creature as his own. Without reacting, the giant monster just remains silent before the boy. Suddenly, the spider's leg stops inches from his face. A new sensation emerges, making him realize something different is happening. Then he sees a screen showing the spider in a visual space, showing submission. The giant spider slowly begins to lower its head. Still trapped, he instinctively understands what just happened to the monster. He then faces the treasure spider, now completely dominated by his power. Looking at the creature on the ground, he says it has become his. Outside, the golems relentlessly attack the protective barrier. Desperate, Sreels yells at Kella to do something, as the barrier won't hold. On top of the spider, he tells her to hold on just a little longer. Just then, he realizes the giant spider alone won't be enough. Focusing on the core, he says he needs to control the demons outside. He then braces himself and shouts that he's going to make the core his right now. With that, his vassal power activates once more against the target. Staring intently, he commands the control core to come to him at once. Instantly, the stone golems are affected by the skill's power. Surprised, Sreels notices the golems have suddenly stopped attacking. Wood then points upward, telling the two of them to look in that direction. Riding the spider, Kella emerges with the motionless golems, holding a slime in a jar. With a smile, he says he's finally caught the dungeon's true target. He explains that the slime was the master of this place, enhanced with superior magic. Then, he hugs the slime, saying he finally touched one and that it's soft. Sreels watches the slime, saying she's never heard of the vassal skill before. At that, Rin remarks that she finally understands how the Demon King controlled his monsters. Kella then announces that it'll be easy to build their own dungeon now. Hugging the slime, he names it Stone, leaving Rin quite surprised by the scene. With envy, Sreels shouts that she wants to use that skill's power too. Wood then raises a question, asking about the whereabouts of the former owners. Looking around, Rin suggests they might have moved away long ago. Sreels offers another theory, saying maybe they died fighting against humans. Holding the slime, Kella says he's glad to have made the lonely master his. Then, he remembers the figure from the abyss who helped him survive. Closing his eyes, he wonders what the conditions are to meet him again. He just holds the slime for a moment, observing the creature in his hands. With a shout, he tells everyone to start building the group's new dungeon. After taming Stone, he also gained control of all its monsters. To prepare, he spread scouts around the entire perimeter of the new location. He placed the spiders at the entrance and the golems at the hallway junctions. Then he left the remaining monsters to protect the main grand hall. Afterward, it was time to re-equip the group with the weapons from the chest. Holding 2 daggers, Rin wonders if she can get stronger with them. Sreels explains that the daggers make her demonic power stronger and more condensed. She remarks that, until now, Rin has only used the power that comes from her hands. If she learns to use the daggers, her attacks could become much sharper. Determined, Rin says she'll learn in order to protect Kella from the white Talcon. Rin then asks Wood if he'll be alright with that shield. But Wood says the shield has retained moisture and the energy of nature. Seeing their determination, Kella says that elves really do feel things differently. Sreels then picks up a grimoire, saying it doesn't seem to have any special magic. Looking at Kella, Sreels says he should take the strongest sword. He crouches down, questioning if that one was really the most powerful of them all. After thinking, he notices a different sword that caught his eye. Even though he thinks the weapon is weak, he says he'll take it anyway. Holding the sword, he says he was drawn to it from the very first moment. He then remarks that it feels like he's found his old sword again. After grabbing the items, they used the map to start building the dungeon. Using stone and water, they created all the basic materials for construction. For the project, they combined Sreels' magic with Wood's knowledge. By combining their knowledge, an entire dungeon was created from scratch. He admits the dungeon is simple, but it was made from his map. With a smile, he says this is the first and perhaps his last dungeon. Meanwhile, the scouts keep watch from the tops of the nearby mountains. Approaching it, he asks if Stone is enjoying its new home. Seeing the slime jiggle, he smiles and says it seems to like it. He then says that living like this wouldn't be so bad, avoiding the Talcon. By nightfall, the group's new home seems completely calm and protected. Suddenly, an energy butterfly appears, flying alone through the night sky. Switching scenes to Arsal, a mage thanks Hayden for coming. Inside the palace, the king says this is no time for formal greetings. Shouting in anger, he declares he won't accept any excuses for their shameful defeat. After calming down, he orders the elemental mages to be summoned immediately. He then announces he will train the mages personally, using the king's stones. Worried, Hayden asks why his mages need to be involved in this as well. The king explains that the White Talcon haven't located them yet. Continuing his plan, he says that if Arsal finds them, his reputation will be restored. Hayden agrees, but warns that the stones have very severe side effects. The king scoffs, asking if he's really worried about that now. He then grabs Hayden, using energy magic to intimidate him on the spot. Reminding him who's in charge, he warns that he was the one who brought Arsal here. Threatening the man, he tells him to be grateful he hasn't been eliminated. Explaining his reasons, he orders him to stop complaining and summon the elemental mages. Meanwhile, the grand palace of Arsal stands imposing under the blue sky. Leaving the palace, Hayden walks hastily through the streets of the great city. He thinks to himself that they need to find Kella before the White Talcon does. Suddenly, a hooded figure approaches him, calling his name from behind. Turning around, he asks who it is, as the figure questions if he's looking for Kella. With a smile, the figure says they can find Kella for him, leaving Hayden shocked. Changing scenes, Kella asks if his chair isn't a bit too extravagant for him. Rin replies that such a throne is fitting for the future Demon King. Still at the table, Kella comments that the only problem is they only have fish to eat. Determined, Rin offers to hunt farther away, saying he needs to eat well. Kella warns that it's dangerous because of the Talcan, but she just smiles at his concern. Making a face, he complains that he's tired of eating only fish and wants meat. Wood then stands up, saying he'll try to catch a carnivorous animal nearby. When asked how, he says he thought of something new during his training. He explains that he can sync his shield with his ability to search for animals underground. Asking for silence, he warns that the roots need to move slowly to succeed. 2 hours later, the group is still waiting with no results yet. 4 hours pass, and they remain in the exact same position, waiting patiently. After 6 hours, Rin loses her patience and asks if he's sleeping. Suddenly, Wood's eyes widen as he feels something has finally happened. With a strong tug, he's dragged forward by the roots on the ground. A giant mole emerges from the ground, and Rin shouts that they caught one. Srills is impressed, praising Wood for catching such a creature. Thanking her for the compliment, he's happy to be acknowledged by her. Kella then looks at the creature, asking if that thing is even edible. At this, Rin panics, saying she's going to lose to the rookie again. She tells Kella not to worry, as she'll cook something delicious for him. As night falls, the scouts continue to keep watch from the mountaintops. Not knowing what to do, Rin despairs for having spoken too soon. Trying to cut the skin, she realizes it's too tough and she can't get through it. She then considers asking Kella for help, at least to prepare the meat. Watching the scene, Kella comments on how disappointing it is that she can't cut the monster. Desperate, she shouts that she can't let that happen. No way. Then she remembers the daggers she received as a gift before. Holding the weapons, she recalls that they can concentrate her mana into a single point. Closing her eyes, she tries to focus and channel her energy into the daggers. She remains completely focused on the process, not opening her eyes for a second. Suddenly, the energy explodes and she screams, not understanding what's happening. Then, she realizes the blade is absorbing all her mana without stopping. Trying to let go of the weapon, she sees the dagger won't unstick from her hand. Screaming in pain, she says that if this keeps up, she'll lose all her mana. Reading the grimoire, Srills discovers it was made for this specific dungeon. Even though it's basic, she finds it strange that she can't identify the author's level. Turning the page, she suddenly notices something very important in the written text. Just then, a loud scream startles Kella, who asks what happened to Rin. Wood offers to go check, but Srills tells him not to, leaving Rin alone. She then explains that Rin is just cooking and tells him not to worry. After a moment, Kella agrees with the decision and waits for the outcome. Meanwhile, a loud noise comes from the door of the other room in the dungeon. Losing control, Rin shouts as she tries to find a way to control the daggers. Remembering the past, she recalls Kella always giving up during combat lessons. She then remembers that she memorized everything so she could teach Kella one day. With that in mind, she forces herself to remember a way to control them. In her memory of the class, the instructor said that magic weapons need control. He explained that to use a magic sword, one had to understand its essence. Hearing the lesson, she finally understands the concept of a weapon's true essence. The instructor explained that one needed to manifest magic in the desired form. With concentration, it was possible to create incredible phenomena with one's own mana. Rin then realizes she needs intense concentration to manifest her power. Trying again, she attempts to control her magic to merge with the daggers. With great effort, she finally manages to combine her mana with the blades. She yells, demanding the daggers listen to her once and for all. With clenched teeth, she declares she is the new owner of both weapons. Still releasing energy, she focuses on completely dominating the two daggers. She screams that if she can't do this, she'll never be able to protect Kella from Talcan. Pushing her mana forward, she unleashes all her power at once. After the explosion, she takes a deep breath, exhausted from the effort. Looking ahead, she sees she managed to pierce the mole's skin. Withdrawing the daggers, she prepares to continue her work. Then she notices the mana surrounding the daggers, no longer being drained. With a smile, she feels the sensation of finally making the daggers her own. By nightfall, Kella comments that she's taking a long time to come back. He decides to go check, but Srills stops him, telling him to leave her be for now. Suddenly, Rin appears at the door with the meat, shouting that everything is ready. Surprised, the group asks what happened, but she acts as if nothing occurred. She insists everything is fine, but Kella notices she's sweating a lot. Srills then praises Rin, saying she was much faster than she expected. Not understanding, Rin asks what she means by all that praise. Showing the grimoire, she explains that the mole's vitality drops outside of the earth. She continues, saying that only users of sword energy can cut their skin. Surprised, Rin says she really thought the skin seemed like it was made of steel. Wood also congratulates her, but she replies that it was nothing special. Approaching her, Kella praises her for a job well done, patting her on the head. With a smile, he says he's going to really enjoy the meal she prepared. Completely embarrassed by the compliment, she can only call out Kella's name. Feeling acknowledged, she vows to keep using her strength to stay by his side. Srills watches them, thinking that the biggest problem now is herself. She remembers the fights, admitting she was no help at all in combat. Determined to change, she says she needs to learn more versatile and powerful spells. Now in another room, she prepares to begin her intensive training. Setting the grimoire aside, she focuses on releasing her own magical energy. Meditating, she remembers her father entrusted Kella to her care, but she thinks she's been receiving more help from him than giving it lately. Steeling herself, she says she must focus on creating her fourth circle. She decides she can't waste any more time and needs to increase her magical power. Remembering the earth demons, she considers using their same method. Willing to do anything, she says she would sacrifice her life to protect Kella. Suddenly, the grimoire left on the floor begins to glow intensely. The book starts moving on its own, leaving Srills completely stunned by the sight. Confused, she wonders if the book is responding to her magical power. Just then, golden words begin to emerge from the pages of the mysterious grimoire. Surrounded by the words, she recognizes the texts she couldn't understand before. Suddenly, a powerful blast of energy is fired directly at her. Hit head-on by the power, she screams in agony. Screaming no, she is completely overwhelmed by the energy of the ancient grimoire. Suddenly, a strange force manifests, causing Srills to react immediately. Looking around, she wonders what this mysterious place is. Then, a woman appears, saying the one with the king's power has finally arrived. Confused, Srills asks who she is and if she followed her father. As the entity denies the accusation, Srills asks why the grimoire reacted. She then reveals she was a servant of the ancient god, Turk Khaldun. Shocked, Srills shouts, asking if it's really the ancient demon king. Kneeling on the ground, she questions how this is possible, wondering if it's fate. Answering her question, the entity says their meeting might be the will of the world. In desperation, Srills asks if Turk Khaldun was the one who created that dungeon. She then explains that they traveled far, leaving trails for others. Realizing everything, Srills understands that her coming to this place was no coincidence. Desperate, she begs for help, shouting that Hel Khaldun was killed by humans. But the entity says it's impossible, as it is merely an activated spell. Hearing the answer, Srills understands there was no way they could be alive. Asking for help, Srills says she needs strength to protect the descendant, Kella. Pleased with the request, the entity explains that creating circles depends entirely on the individual. Then she explains that the agony of death will course through her body. On her knees, Srills yells that she can do it and begs for the chance. The entity then warns that the pain will feel like it lasts for 14 years. Faced with death, her expression remains utterly determined. A vision of Turk Khaldun beside the young Kella appears next. With conviction, she states that her sole purpose now is to protect Kella. Placing a hand on her chest, she says she will accept all the pain. Sensing her will, the entity agrees and extends its hand toward her. She then announces that she will remake all of Srills' magic with her power. As the process begins, Srills immediately starts screaming in pain. Completely surrounded by magic, she screams as the power strikes her. Even in agony, she tells herself she must endure to achieve her goal. Watching everything, the entity says they will now see how much she can endure. Feeling extreme pain, Srills screams as she undergoes the difficult transformation process. Changing scenes, Kella is now carrying a tray with some pieces of meat. Walking alone, he remembers that Srills disappeared after saying she would investigate the dungeon. Suddenly, he comes across a large, mysterious sphere in his path. Seeing her silhouette inside, he desperately shouts Srills' name. Running toward the sphere, he wonders what could have happened there. As he tries to cut it, he realizes it's actually a magical barrier. With all his might, he strikes the barrier, but his attack is useless. Determined, he says he must break the spell and yells for Srills to pull herself together. With no response, he shouts her name once more, seeing her condition. Far away, Killian and his squad arrive, and he asks if they came the right way. Curdley then confirms that the unicorn's memories brought them there. She reveals there are over 400 islands, and Kalka says it will take too long. Dismissing the difficulty, Killian says it's actually a good thing they're there. Drawing his sword, he states that the job will be done when they've searched every island. Swinging his sword, Killian unleashes a wide-range attack. His powerful attack hits the surface, parting the waters. Watching the scene, Audria and Kalka react with surprise at the strength he displayed. Beside them, Deed is visibly excited, saying it was incredible. Turning to his team, Killian prepares to give his next orders. With a smile, he tells everyone to spread out and find Kella quickly. Meanwhile, Kella keeps attacking the magical barrier with his sword. Out of breath, he wonders why the barrier is so strong. Seeing Srills trapped, he laments that she keeps bleeding more and more. Desperate, he says he has to save her, that he can't lose her now. Suddenly, a strange sound from outside catches his attention. Confused, he wonders what that noise was. if it was an earthquake. Atop a cliff, two owls carefully watch the entire horizon. Shortly after, one of them takes flight and begins to patrol the island region. Approaching its target, the creature maintains full focus on its search mission. Just then, Killian seems to feel something, stopping suddenly in his tracks. Confirming the location, the creature's eyes light up with an intense glow. Inside its cage, Little Stone quickly starts emitting a warning signal. Seeing the warning screen, Kella realizes that Stone is sending an emergency signal. He then wonders if Stone has found the people in white clothes nearby. In a panic, he concludes it can only be the White Talkin group. He then fears that Shrills may have already been defeated by Curdley's magic. Realizing the danger, he runs, saying it's all over if they're discovered now. Reaching Rin and Wood, he yells for them to get ready for the bunker. He then explains that the White Talkin has been detected very close by. Surprised, Rin realizes the earthquake was them and says she'll go get Shrills. Running ahead, he shouts that Shrills might already be trapped by enemy magic. Running to the bunker, Kella says they need to take shelter for safety now. He then tells them they won't be discovered inside, and they all go in. In a hurry, he shoves Wood inside to get everyone in faster. Apologizing to Shrills, he says there's nothing he can do at that moment. Soon after, the large chest closes and activates its magical protection. Changing the scene, Killian flies over the island, which is now covered in fire. Landing firmly on the ground, he prepares to investigate the entire area. Alone, he walks through the rocky landscape, observing the area closely. He then remarks that he can smell strange magic nearby. Perched on a rock, the large owl continues its watchful vigil over the area. Back in the bunker, Kella asks if Stone warned him about the enemy. He then explains that the creature reported a white-haired man with a sword. Terrified, Rin shouts that it can only be Killian, the Talkin captain. Worried, Kella says they'll be lost if he discovers the entrance. Outside, Killian walks toward the entrance hidden by magic. Reaching out his hand, Killian approaches the rock wall of the entrance. Touching the barrier, he reveals the illusion magic that was hiding the place. Surprised for a moment, he realizes it's illusion magic. Confirming the hideout, he says he's finally found them. With a serious look, he warns that he will soon see Kella's face. Desperate, Kella realizes the enemy has finally noticed the hideout's entrance. Preparing to attack, he slowly begins to unsheath his sword, but he stops, thinking he doesn't need to destroy everything just to catch a few demons, especially if it means he'll have to hand them over to Deed. With ease, he simply passes through the illusion barrier and enters the place. Once inside, he says he'll kill them all with his own hands. Little Stone then warns that the intruder has managed to enter the dungeon. With no other choice, Kella decides to mobilize all the monsters for an all-out attack. Immediately after, an army of creatures emerges to confront the newly arrived intruder. Analyzing the enemies, he comments on the unexpected combination of monsters in the area. Charging at the monsters, he attacks them all with impressive and destructive speed. After the battle, he stands still amidst the wreckage of the creatures. A final monster is completely destroyed by his powerful and swift attack. Shocked, Kella yells that it's impossible for him to have beaten them all so quickly. He then concludes that the enemy is much stronger than they expected. Killian then moves on, finding a fork with two paths right in front of him. Unsure of where to go, he stops for a moment, thinking about his choice. Deciding quickly, he says it probably doesn't matter which path he takes now. Kella despairs, shouting that he chose the path where Shrills is. With the enemy approaching, Shrills is now in even greater danger. Kella grows desperate, screaming that he chose the path where Shrills is. With the enemy approaching, Shrills is now in even greater danger. On one of the islands, the mountains and landscape are on fire everywhere. Annoyed, Audria complains, realizing they aren't on that specific island. Sailing through the waters, Curdley continues her search of the other islands in the area. Using her magic, she sends butterflies to search for any sign of them there. Beside her, Kalka warns that this isn't the right island either. Elsewhere, Deed regrets not being the first to find her. With a smile, he says this means he won't get his chance to kill her. Meanwhile, the spy creatures continue to watch the island where everyone is. Back in the dungeon, Killian finally approaches the large mysterious sphere. Looking inside, he stares at the figure of Shrills, who is trapped there. He then recognizes her, calling her Shrills, the traitor of the Talkin squad. Flashing back to the past, a young Killian defeats 5 soldiers by himself during training. Even injured, the young Killman yells, demanding that Killian fight him. An instructor holds him back, telling him not to be ridiculous. He warns it would take him 100 years to catch up and tells him to go train. As Killman screams in anger, the young Killian simply apologizes to him. Recalling the past, he says he's held a sword since the day he was born. He then reveals that he found every moment with the sword incredibly boring. Through the window, he watches Shrills as someone shouts for her to stop training, but she yells back that she's not done yet, screaming for them to leave her alone. He then reveals that she was the only thing that excited him. Her struggle to survive reminded him of a wild beast trying to resist. That image of her always moved him, and it was a shame they didn't train together. Asking a favor, he asks if the man can give his rations to her. Explaining why, he says she always gets hurt too badly in training. Surprised, the instructor finds it unexpected for him to worry about someone else like that. Jokingly, the man asks if he likes her, but Killian just ignores him. After he leaves, the instructor just calls him a very annoying brat. With her image in his head, he wonders how anyone could fail to notice her. Years later, the man comments that Killian is persistent about delivering the medicine, suggesting he deliver the box himself. The instructor warns that Killian will be away for years. Rejecting the suggestion, Killian just asks him to deliver the package for her. Under the night sky, the moon illuminates the fortress where they still trained. Alone and injured, Srills complains that she could have won this time. He laments that if she had been by his side, they could have fought together. She would have forgotten her lineage, following a new path alongside him. He remembers that determined version of her was the only thing that ever excited him. But now he sees she's been consumed by a much greater ambition. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he prepares to finally act against her. Wielding the weapon, he says that the twists of fate are always cruel. Cutting like a blade, he launches a direct strike against the magical barrier. On impact, the barrier shatters, freeing Srills from her magical prison. Now free, Srills falls unconscious to the ground, right in front of her old rival. Showing no reaction, he just watches her there, fallen and completely defenseless. Meanwhile, Kella yells to save her, but Rin reminds him that she's trapped. Explaining the situation, Kella says his attacks on the barrier were completely useless. Terrified, he realizes the enemy is much stronger than he imagined. Then, a loud sound makes everyone look up, completely frightened and confused. Outside, Killian emerges from the cave carrying Srills in his arms. Holding her face, he lifts her to look at her up close. Still unconscious. After dropping her on the ground, he walks toward the bunker entrance. Standing before the statue, he stares at the hideout with a serious gaze. Seeing him go in alone, Kella despairs, thinking it's all over. Standing over Srills, he notes that the ancient dungeon was recently disturbed. Believing he's being watched, he warns that he doesn't want any other members there. Pointing his sword at her, he tells Kella to show himself if he wants to save her. From inside the bunker, they watch the threat through a small crack. In despair, Kella realizes they wouldn't stand a chance against him, even together. Then, Rin says there's only one option and proposes a distraction plan. She orders Kella to escape through the secret passage, leaving him completely shocked. Insisting on the idea, they say it's the only way for him to survive. Not knowing what to say, Kella understands what will happen to them. With determination, Rin yells that he must remember to survive at all costs. Still silent, he just watches his companions prepare for their sacrifice. Then, the statue opens, revealing Rin and Wood to Captain Killian. Charging to attack, they scream they won't forgive what he's done. With contempt, he comments that he already knew they were hiding like rats. Suddenly, roots erupt from the ground and trap Wood completely in place. Telling Kella to escape, Wood warns that he'll block the view with his shield. Apologizing, Kella runs, but still looks back at Srills and his companions. Running desperately, he realizes this is no longer the game he once knew, so he decides he can't die again without doing anything at all. With relief, Rin sees that Kella has finally managed to escape safely. Without hesitation, Killian launches a swift attack toward the remaining two. Striking Rin head-on, the blow throws her back with great force. Right after the attack, he calmly asks where Kella might be now. Screaming that Kella was never there, Rin charges to attack him head-on. Seizing the chance, Wood also rushes him with a powerful punch. With just one hand, Killian blocks his punch effortlessly. Noticing their races, he asks if demons and dark elves are all they have. Suddenly, Deed appears from behind and tries to strike him, but is blocked. Surprised by his appearance, Rin reacts, not understanding what's happening. Meanwhile, he uses his other arm to defend against Wood's kick. Hit by the punch, Wood struggles to withstand the impact of the blow. Grabbed by the neck, he thinks that he needs to buy more time for the escape. Then she screams they will never reveal where Kella is hiding. Calmly, Killian replies that he didn't ask, but that it would make things easier. He then warns that if Kella doesn't show up, he will kill them all. Staring into those eyes, she realizes she's never seen anything like them before. Like a void, his gaze showed no emotion at that moment. Squeezing harder, he makes Wood choke, barely able to breathe. Meanwhile, the blade at her neck begins to slowly cut her skin. Completely terrified, she thinks that she doesn't want to die like this. Having a vision, an image of Kella appears in her mind at that instant. Even though she's afraid, she resists, as she continues to be threatened by the enemy. Then she yells that he can kill her, because she's not afraid to die. Agreeing with her, Wood tells him to kill them since Kella isn't there. Seeing their loyalty, Killian comments that Kella has very loyal subordinates. With disdain, Killian says he will give them a quick and honorable death now. Preparing for the end, Rin and Wood face their enemy with determination. But suddenly, Kella's voice echoes through the area, interrupting the execution. Back on the scene, he yells that they are his subordinates now. Surprised, Killian faces him, saying he finally decided to show up. His companions look at him, asking why he decided to come back to this place. Angrily, Kella says he understands this isn't a game anymore. Remembering his friends, he knows the same is true for all of them. Understanding their value, he declares that he can't just let them die. Facing the enemy, Kella yells that he's the target and demands they let his friends go. Releasing the elf, Killian throws him to the ground where he starts to cough. Then, Killian reveals he'll kill all demons because of what happened. Replying to the captain, Kella says he's seen people like him before. Shouting in anger, he warns that he doesn't plan on dying so easily. Lunging forward, he attacks Killian, and their swords clash with force. Seeing the danger, Rin yells that they'll help Kella in the fight too. But Kella shouts that it's an order for them to get Shrills away from there. Not knowing what to do, Rin still tries to argue against his order. But Wood stops her, saying they need to obey the orders he gave. Frustrated, he admits that they'd be no help right now. Surprised by his attitude, Rin just stares at him, unsure of what to say. Kella then reinforces the command, screaming for them to get out of there now. Reluctantly, Rin finally agrees to the order and prepares to leave. Carrying Shrills, they ask in return for Kella to come back alive from the fight. Charging again, Kella trades intense, direct blows with Killian. Then, Killian glances away for a moment, watching the escaping group. Yelling for him to focus, Kella tells him to pay attention only to their fight. Realizing the tactic, Killian remarks that he's just buying time for everyone. Then he warns him that this kind of weakness is his true limit. With a powerful blow, he throws Kella hard against the wall. Right after, he declares that the Demon King's bloodline ends with him. Wounded, Kella realizes his enemy is on a completely different level. Completely paralyzed, he understands the enemy can kill him at any moment. With no other option, he decides he won't hide his power anymore. Then he yells that he'll use the full power of the Demon King. Unleashing his energy, he vows to fight until his last breath. His sword then shoots a powerful beam of energy toward his opponent. Using his new strength, he charges and attacks Killian with a direct blow. Recognizing the power, he says it wasn't just Shrills who was neutralizing him. Using his new power, he says he can now see Killian's sword. He then remarks that it's as if he's become someone else in that moment. Killian then confirms that he has definitely inherited the Demon King's blood, but he warns that the outcome won't change and attacks him again. From the force of the blow, large pieces of rock begin to fall from the ceiling. Struggling to stay on his feet, Kella is shocked by his power. Seeing everything crumble, Rin screams that the dungeon is collapsing. Wood then reminds her that the priority is to follow orders and get Shrills. Carrying their companion, Rin laments that she still hasn't woken up from the spell. Running desperately, Wood shouts that the exit is just ahead. Back in the fight, Kella prepares and unleashes a new attack with his sword. The blow rushes forward and manages to graze Killian's cloak. Surprised, he says it's unexpected that such a clumsy strike could cut his cape. Struggling, Kella realizes he can't fully control this new power. He then feels that the more he uses this strength, the more his body breaks down. Feeling the pain, he screams that his body can't take much more. At this, Killian calls him a fool, but Kella just tells him to shut up. Furious, he yells that he already told him they aren't his subordinates. Without hesitating, he charges and attacks with a powerful downward strike. With the force of the battle, the local statue begins to tremble intensely. Glancing to the side, Killian says that Deed must have already noticed the commotion. Warning that playtime is over, he strikes Kella, disarming him in the process. The force of the blow sends Kella's sword flying away from him. Now disarmed, he desperately tries to reach for his fallen weapon. Seizing the chance, Killian lunges forward and runs his sword through his chest. Then Killian tells him to tell his father in hell who killed him. Struck by the energy, Kella screams in pain from the enemy's fatal attack. Bleeding profusely, he realizes his recovery can't keep up and he's slowly dying. Leaving the dungeon, they celebrate that they're finally outside. Then Rin says the dungeon is about to collapse and worries about Kella, but Wood reminds her they need to save Shrills, just as Kella ordered. Upset, she asks if that's all they're really supposed to do. Angrily, she recalls that Kella came back to save them from that situation, so she questions if it's right for them to just run away like that. Hearing her outburst, Wood just stares at her in complete silence. Agreeing with her, he says the order was only to take Shrills. Realizing the loophole, they decide there were no orders for what to do after that. Meanwhile, Kella screams as he's struck by Killian's energy. With his body burning, he says his regeneration isn't working. Suddenly, a figure speeds past the battle scene. Shouting angrily, Rin orders Killian to get away from Kella immediately. Surprised by her return, Killian watches Kella still suffering from the blow. As he's attacked, he just complains that she's another distraction. Taking advantage of the distraction, Wood attacks Killian from behind with a shield bash. In response, the captain turns and lands a hard punch to his stomach. Confused, Kella asks why they came back, since he told them to run. Explaining the situation, Rin says they've already taken Sreels to a safe place. Wood then adds that they will fight together until the end of the battle. Not knowing what to say, Kella just calls them both idiots. Thinking about his past life, he wonders if he would have had friends like them. Looking back, he remembers his father just drank and beat him. His friends were jealous and never once treated him with sincerity. To escape reality, he took refuge in the world of computer games. He always thought he would be alone, but now the situation was different. Thanking them, he realizes he now has people risking their lives for him. Clenching his fists, he prepares to use all his power. With determination, he says he's not alone and that he needs to recover. Shouting, he charges forward, saying he has to take any chance he gets. Screaming that he won't give up, he faces Killian with all his might. Seeing their resistance, Killian says they're fighting to the bitter end. Now recovered, Kella joins Rin and challenges Killian to fight. With great determination, he yells that they will never back down from this fight. Far away, Deed arrives on the island, remembering he saw Killian go in there. Riding the creature, he asks if the captain was having fun all by himself. With a mocking smile, he says he can't allow something like that. Elsewhere, Sreels remains fallen and unconscious among the island's rocks. Despite her injuries, she finally starts to show signs of waking up. Her eyes then open, revealing a completely new and intense glow. Back in the fight, Killian concentrates a new magical power in his hand. Attacking first, he strikes Wood, who defends himself with his shield as best he can. Right after, he attacks Rin, who tries to block the blow with her daggers. In a swift move, he manages to land a deep cut on Kella's chest. With contempt, he asks if they thought they could beat him with numbers alone. Realizing the disadvantage, he sees his body won't hold out much longer. Desperate, he thinks he can't even buy time, and that they're all going to die. Angrily, he screams that this fight is his alone and tells them to go. But Rin tells him they've already decided and can't turn back now. Wood then confirms they will stay with Kella until the end of the battle. Not knowing what to say, he is completely shocked by their loyalty. Coldly, Killian warns that they will all die by his hand anyway. Terrified, Kella wonders if this is really the end of everything. But suddenly, a huge explosion of energy erupts, interrupting the confrontation. Surprised, they turn around, not understanding what caused the massive explosion. Unsure of where it came from, they wonder who could have arrived. From a distance, two figures watch, understanding what's happening in the fight. Just then, Sreels appears, saying it's good that everyone is safe now. In disbelief, Kella asks if that's really Sreels in front of him. Relieved, Rin and Wood celebrate, seeing that she's finally okay. Beside her, Deed says it makes no sense, but she ignores him. Stepping on him, she tells him to shut his mouth and be quiet immediately. With a serious look, she finally faces Killian, the captain of the Talkin squad. Surprised, Killian wonders how she endured the abyss of pain and defeated Deed. He then says he never imagined she would overcome Curdley's magic. Crossing her arms, she reveals that she spent twice as long in the abyss. Unleashing her power, she says this is the strength of the Sixth Circle. Completely shocked, Rin and Wood can't believe what they're seeing. Kella is also surprised, unable to believe she evolved so much in such a short time. With a fixed gaze, Killian says she has always managed to surprise him somehow. He then admits that now his heart is truly beating faster. Using her power, she says that now they will finally be able to rest. Engulfed by the magic, Kella realizes his wounds are healing quickly. Rin and Wood also notice that her healing is much faster. With his eyes glowing, he realizes that things have now changed for good. Facing Sreels, he prepares for the coming confrontation. With a serious expression, Killian says he finally wants her for himself. Screaming in anger, she questions him for daring to attack her new companions. Surprised, Killian is hit by the mist and reacts without understanding what's happening. Lost in the magic, he wonders if it has made him lose his way. He then realizes the spell is different from what Curdley used to cast. Closing his eyes, he tries to find a way out of the situation. Completely surrounded by the mist, he starts getting attacked from all sides. Determined, he says he now needs to deal with all the incoming attacks. Dodging the blows, he manages to avoid every attack even without seeing. Annoyed, Kella attacks him head-on, but his strike is easily blocked. Determined to end the magic, he raises his sword to break free. Sreels then shouts, warning that they need to stop him before he can escape. Understanding the urgency, he shouts that he won't waste his only opportunity. Even if it destroys his body, he warns that he will give it his all. Lunging forward, his strike lands squarely and cuts off Killian's arm. On the ground, his severed arm still holds his sword tightly. Killian then stares at the wound on his shoulder, now bleeding heavily. Shocked, Kella realizes he still managed to dodge the blow to his head. Grabbing his blade, Killian shows that he still managed to stop the fatal attack. Then he faces him, saying he only let his guard down because of her. Just then, a new energy begins to pour from his eyes and body. Seeing the danger, Sreels and Kella scream that this is very dangerous. In a flashback, a group of people walks through a mountain with two children. Terrified, a young Killman asks his brother where they are being taken. Their father tells them not to be afraid, because this is a special day. He then reveals that they will meet the god of light, Lumiaron, that day. Not understanding, Kilman repeats the god's name, still very confused. Crying, he asks what will happen, and if they did something wrong. With a smile, the father says they are perfect for the sacrifice. A woman explains that Lumiéron wants the purest souls of all. He then says that Killian was always special, destined to be given away. He describes the boy, saying he was born to be sacrificed to the god. Pointing to the altar, he warns that they will find a glorious destiny. Terrified, Kilman asks his brother if they are really going to die there. Calmly, Killian replies that no, and that his brother won't die either. At the altar, the group's leader offers the children as an offering to the entity. He then announces that the two will become part of Lumiéron and live forever. Summoning the creature, the leader asks it to accept their offering. With devotion, everyone celebrates the arrival of the great god Lumiéron. As his mother pushes him, young Kilman screams in fear for help. Then, the father tells young Killian to go towards his destiny. Staring at the large creature, he remains silent, showing no reaction. His vision is then completely overtaken by the force emanating from the entity. Back in the present, he unleashes his power, hitting everyone around him. With the force of the attack, Kella is thrown violently against the rubble. Rin is also thrown back, screaming from the impact of the blow. Even while defending, Wood is pushed back by the energy and struggles to hold his ground. Annoyed, Srills complains that the light is disrupting her imprisonment magic. Angrily, Killian says that Kella took his brother, Srills, and his arm. He then promises that he will show him a never-ending hell now. Realizing he won't give up, Kella prepares for the final battle. Seeing the lost arm, he understands this is his only chance to win. Unleashing his power, Kella says he will send Killian straight to hell. Facing each other, the two prepare for the final confrontation between them. Watching from a distance, Sreels notices that Kella's energy has grown immensely. Hopefully, she says that maybe now they finally have a chance to win. Suddenly, the spirits of the entire village appear beside Killian. Shocked, the rest of the squad arrives and sees the captain's lost arm. Srills complains that they've arrived, saying they can't fight everyone at once. But she notices something strange and is surprised by what she sees. She notes that Kella is so focused he hasn't even noticed their arrival. With total concentration, he thinks that he must kill him right there, at that moment. Unleashing his power, Killian also prepares for the final attack of the fight. Screaming in rage, Kella warns that he will end everything in that instant. Deciding to act, Sreels says she can now defeat the entire Tolkien squad. Suddenly, a strange magic envelops Rin, who reacts without understanding. Wood is also caught by the magic, surprised by its power. Engulfed by the magic, Kella positions himself inside the large shadow creature. Attacking with full force, the shadow creature lunges at Killian. Even wounded, he manages to land, surrounded by the remnants of the dark magic. Looking up, he reacts in shock, not understanding what happened. Arriving at the scene, his squad finds only Killian and no one else around. Annoyed, Audrey yells, asking where the demons who were there went. Kalka then recognizes the magic, saying he thought only advanced mages used it. Confused, Curdley says it's impossible to become a sixth circle so quickly. With a focused gaze, she seems to be analyzing the situation very carefully. Alone and badly injured, he just observes the now empty battle site. Lowering his head, he quietly speaks Kella's name. Seeing his arm, Audrey yells that she will kill them all for this. Kalka says he can't believe they defeated Deed while separated from the group. Picking up his severed arm from the ground, he holds it firmly. He then promises that next time, he will give him a worse pain. Surrounded by his energy, Kella prepares for the confrontation that is about to happen. Surprised, he realizes that Killian has completely disappeared from the battlefield. Annoyed, he yells, asking where he went and tells him to come out. He then warns that as long as Killian keeps hurting them, he will fight back. Being hugged, he hears Srills say that everything is all right now, and that everyone is safe. Looking back, she explains that Killian is no longer there. Confused, he stares at her, not understanding how she suddenly appeared. Noticing everyone is there, he looks to the side and sees them. He then asks if all his companions are really alive now. With a smile, Rin confirms that yes, they all managed to survive. Wood then adds that everyone is alive because of the two of them. Crying with relief, he is happy to know that no one was seriously injured. Tired, he kneels, saying that this is a huge relief. He then thanks everyone for having survived such a difficult battle. Finally together, the group of four rests after the fight. With a smile, Sreels looks at him, relieved by the outcome of the fight. Then she says she held on until the sixth circle, which was a relief. He pulls her into a tight embrace. He says he thought she had been killed by Curdley's magic. Still hugging her, he thanks her for managing to survive it all. Hugging him back, she tells him she would never die and leave him behind. From a distance, Rin just watches the scene between the two in total silence. Thanking everyone, he says everything would have been impossible without them. But Rin replies that they would have died if it weren't for him. Srill says they still have a chance, since they cut off his arm. Agreeing, he says it's truly a relief that it's all over. With a serious look, he realizes he's still the same cowardly Kella. Then he promises himself that he will never run away again. With determination, he decides he will become the strongest of all. Looking around, He asks where exactly they ended up now. Explaining the magic, Sril says the teleport's destination is always unknown. At this, Rin worries, thinking they might have ended up in the enemy kingdom. But Srils reassures her, saying the spell only works in demonic locations. So Kella says they need to figure out where they are to plan their next steps. Wood then asks how she managed to reach the 6th circle so quickly. Inviting them for a drink, she says she's held back for decades and needs to relax. Without wasting time, Kella says they should start exploring the surroundings. Changing scenes, Curdley announces that the captain's bleeding has finally stopped. Lying on the ground, Killian laments, saying he failed all his comrades. Deed tells him not to worry, as he's still strong regardless. Annoyed, Kalka tells Deed to shut up before he kills him right there. With a smile, Deed says he was just kidding and that he almost died. Angrily, Audrea yells that she doesn't understand how they tore off his arm. Explaining the situation, Killian says he let his guard down because of Srils. Laughing, Deed comments that he never imagined she would humiliate him like that. With a sadistic look, Deed warns that Srils will be killed by his hands. Facing the situation, Killian says she will be his, no matter what. Back on the island, Curdley warns that the condition of his arm is severe, so she suggests they return and call the holy healers for help. Curdley explains there's no way to track them and that the magic could fail. Furious, Audrea yells that she'll hunt them down herself if she has to right now. Killian then orders them to return together, as Srils is very dangerous. Angrily, Audrea complains, saying Srils is nothing but a test subject. While receiving treatment, he promises he will hunt them down again soon. With a determined look, he warns that none of them will escape his grasp. Far away, the group celebrates that they finally managed to escape the island with their lives. Drinking in the tavern, Srils says the drinks there are simply incredible. Sitting at the table, they ask her to tell them how she managed to evolve so quickly. She then reveals that the magic book she found was no ordinary one. The book dragged her into an abyss, where she met someone special. Explaining the story, she reveals she met a mage named Pharrell in that place. With a smile, she says she actually found the mage's shadow. Shocked, Kella is surprised by the revelation of the 8th circle mage. Rin then asks if the dungeon was created by the Demon King himself. Confirming the theory, she says that perhaps Kella was guided by his blood. Not understanding, he asks if it wasn't his will, but Turk's. Then he questions how someone dead for so long could do that. Remembering his vision, he wonders if he met Turk Khaldun himself. Thinking about it, Kella says that Turk Khaldun could be an unexpected clue. At this, Srils reveals that time in the abyss was different from reality. With a smile, she says the time she spent there was equivalent to 28 years. Shocked, Rin yells that 28 years is a long time to spend. Confirming the information, she says yes, it was a very long time. She remembers feeling a pain that seemed to tear her body apart endlessly. The pain was so great, she would have rather died than keep feeling it. Pharrell helped her reach the 6th circle, but the pain tormented her. Meanwhile, the mage watched the whole process with a serious and attentive look. Trembling, she says she doesn't need to talk about that hellish time she went through, especially not to Rin, who, according to her, has too soft a heart for it. With a smile, she says she'll keep the pain a secret to herself. Annoyed, Rin shouts, asking if she trained for decades thinking of them. Then Kella says he didn't know, and he failed to protect her from the pain. Changing the subject, she asks them to just congratulate her on her achievement. Excited, Rin praises Srils, saying she's simply the best of all. Observing the scene, Kella notices that she's smiling, but it seems strange. With a suspicious look, he thinks she's hiding something from him. Then Kella asks where they are, and Wood replies that it's a village. Analyzing the location, Srils says she thinks they're on the outskirts of Karda. Surprised, Rin asks if Karda isn't the city of knowledge for demons. Confirming the information, she says it's a secret area, far from humans. Tired, Rin asks if they can rest, as her body is broken. Explaining the situation, Srils says that Killian's energy still affects them. Remembering the blue energy gives Kella chills, who looks at it with fear. So they decide to stay there for a few days to get some rest. The group settles into an inn room for the night. Wishing them good night, Kella says he needs to go out to take care of something. Lying in bed, Srils tosses and turns, seeming to be in a lot of pain. Outside, Kella analyzes the daggers, wondering if they have any power. Lying down, Rin asks for the entity of the daggers to appear to her quickly. Remembering the hug, she says she knows it's a selfish thought of hers. Looking at the ceiling, she fears that Srils will take Kella from her completely. In the other bed, Wood just silently observes his shield. Caressing the weapon, he says it suffered a lot and that he needs to get stronger. With his eyes closed, he promises it won't feel any more pain. Outside, the town remains calm under the starry night sky. Alone, Kella releases the small stone and says it's safe there now. Using magic, he sets the small stone on the ground and backs away. Looking at his hands, he says he's still not using his abilities. Then he remembers all the powers he inherited from the Demon King Turk. He realizes that if he could use them, the fight would have gone much better, but he laments that he couldn't use any of them during the battle. Comparing it to a game, he says he can't underestimate his growing abilities. Clenching his fists, he prepares for when he meets Killian again. Determined, Kella says he will find a way to control his power. From a distance, A hooded figure watches Kella in silence and with attention. With a strange look, the figure continues to spy on him from their position. Elsewhere, a group of people receives a messenger crow. The bird lands on the leader's arm, ready to deliver its message. Surprised, he learns that the Talcon group was wounded and returned to the castle. The crow then reveals that Shreels has become a six-circle mage. Furious, he yells that it's impossible, as she was just a test subject. One of the figures says this is good, because Kella's group has failed. Then he says that now Lord Hayden has the chance to capture them himself. Suspicious, the leader asks if he can track them and threatens the man. With a smile, the figure says there's no choice and that he knows where they are. Annoyed, the leader demands that he tell him where they are right now. Revealing the location, he says that Kella is in the secret city of Karta. In a demonic city, Kella's group is enjoying a moment of rest. Sitting at a table, Rin looks very happy eating her snack. Just then, Shreels asks Kella what he's thinking so hard about, and gets a serious reply. Rin says he's getting stronger, but Wood tells her to keep her voice down. Worried, Wood warns that they need to be careful not to expose his identity. Nearby, two men are talking about Kella, calling him the weakest one. Overhearing them, Shreels gets angry, but Kella tells her to calm down. She then insists, asking if he's really going to let those arrogant men get away with it. Ignoring the taunt, he just tells them they should go somewhere else. Shreels still questions how he can be so calm after hearing that. As they walk, she recalls how he cut off Killian's arm, an incredible feat. Kella then explains that he needs to build the strongest dungeon and gather allies. After hearing his plan, Shreels calms down and asks where they should start. He replies that there's an ancient library in the city, an important place. Kella believes he can find something there to help him get stronger. Arriving at the Karta library, they see the place is heavily guarded. From their hiding spot, Kella comments on the security and asks Wood to analyze the building. Focusing his power, Wood closes his eyes and begins to scan the structure. His analysis reveals a secret passage located in the library's basement. Wood also says he feels a different energy coming from a special room. Surprised, Kella asks about it, and Wood explains it might be the stone. Shreels then says this means there's something important in that room. Kella understands the reason for the security, suspecting it holds information about the Demon King. Determined to get in, he asks Wood to find a way for them to sneak past. Wood then points out a small entrance on the side of the building. Entering through it, the group walks on, and Shreels comments on the ancient architecture. Suddenly, they hear a noise, and Shreels tells them to go check it out. Using his magic, Kella creates a veil of shadows to hide them all. Right after, two guards appear, patrolling the corridor where they are. Noticing nothing, the guards simply continue on their way and leave. Shreels reports that the guards have moved away, earning praise from Kella. Going down, they find a huge, complex labyrinth drawn on the floor. Wood explains that the place is full of traps, but his senses can guide them. Guided by Wood, the group moves forward, with Rin praising his ability. Reaching the end, Shreels says that's the exit from the labyrinth, but as he takes a step, Wood accidentally steps on and activates a trap. An alarm blares, and Kella realizes his magic has been disabled. Alerted by the sound, several guards rush toward the noise. Rin panics as the guards approach, pointing to a hiding spot. Checking the area, the guards see no one and think it's a false alarm. Even so, one of them says they should tell the caretaker what happened. Hiding in a closet, they hear the order to reinforce security. After the guards leave, Kella opens the door very carefully. Stepping out, he says they need to be more careful and asks where they are. Following the instructions, they run down a stone staircase. Facing a huge door, Kella announces they've reached the entrance. Reading the inscription, he sees that knowledge is permitted to the qualified. Analyzing the barrier, Shreels says the door has been sealed with magic. Kella then repeats the word, qualified, preparing to act. Activating his power, he announces he will try to open the door himself. His ability then hits the door, which begins to react to his touch. Right after, the huge stone structure starts to open. Entering the place, Shreels comments that the qualification was the blood of the Demon King. They find a gigantic library, and Rin comments on the rare grimoires. Nearby, they see a person asleep on a reading table. Waking up from the noise, the little girl asks what's going on. Everyone suddenly stops when they realize it's just a child. Noticing their presence, the girl quickly backs away from the table, but soon after, she smiles and introduces herself as Roralyn, the caretaker. Excited, Roralyn says it's been 47 years since she's had visitors. Sensing her power, Shreels warns her that she is not a child, and asks for respect. Just then, Roralyn recognizes her as the demon who crossed the magical abyss. Changing focus, she jumps on Wood, thrilled to find someone of his species. Analyzing Wood, she says she can feel the aura of Draconis, finding it fascinating. Completely confused, Wood asks what she means by that. Kella then asks why the place is so heavily protected if she's so welcoming. She explains that making it here is proof that they are worthy. Rin asks what she means by fools, receiving an affirmative response. With a serious look, Roralyn says that humans are especially destructive. Kella remains silent, just staring intently at the small caretaker. Roralyn then points at him, saying she's come to help him control his power as a successor. With a smile, she warns that mastering such power is not simple at all. Floating in the air, Rorolin casts a spell called Cosmic Archive Acclarare. After the spell, several books begin to fly off the shelves toward the group. Rorolin finds a book and says it holds the answer he's been searching for. Then she reveals that the key is an artifact called the Demon King's Crystal. Surprised, Kella repeats the crystal's name, unable to believe what he just heard. Explaining the history, she says the crystal was broken into 3 pieces. Sriel's comments on the magic war, but Rorolin corrects her with the exact date. Continuing, the caretaker says the humans simply hid the 3 fragments. Showing them a map, she points out that each piece is on a different continent. Confused, Kella asks what this has to do with his current power. Rorolin explains that the crystal is the only safe vessel for his power. That's why, she warns, his body can't handle it, taking damage whenever he fights. At that moment, Kella realizes that finding the fragments could solve his big problem. Rorolin confirms that this way, he'll be able to use his full power, just like Turk Khaldun did. With a determined look, he understands this is his chance to have pureblood power. But Rorolin warns that since he is not a pureblood, this is his only path. Shocked, Kella realizes her voice was only in his head, and questions the revelation. Rin asks where they can find the fragments, and Rorolin says she knows the location. Then she reveals that when she was younger, she met Turk Khaldun himself. Stunned by the revelation, Kella asks if she really met him in person. Confirming the story, she says he was seeking the crystal for his bloodline. She explains that at the time, her people were being slaughtered by humans. Continuing, she explains that many call him cruel, but that's just the human perspective. Regretfully, she says she was never able to thank him, but now she has found his descendant. Crying with joy, she says she feels happy to be able to help his bloodline. Holding his hands, her emotional thanks leave him flustered. That story makes him rethink everything he had ever learned about Turk. With great excitement, Rorolin finally announces she'll tell them where the crystal is. She reveals the location is Mortuorum, known as the Demon King's graveyard. According to her, Turk himself revealed that the first fragment would be there, but she admits she doesn't know about the others, which angers Kella. Correcting Kella, she says that just one fragment will make him much stronger. Kella asks why humans would hide the crystal in such an obvious place. Rorolin then explains that the crystal was hidden there because of the souls. Furthermore, she warns that the place is filled with trap spells. Angered by their audacity, Sriel says this is open mockery. Changing the subject, Rorolin announces she will give them a gift for their journey. Leaping toward him, she casts a spell and hits him directly. She explains it's a protective magic that will also reduce physical damage. Clenching his fist, Kella feels the new strength coursing through his entire body. Right after, she offers an ancient magic tome to the mage Sriels. Surprised, Sriel says she believed those spells were just ancient legends. Rorolin then assures her that she will master the magic, asking her to use it well. Seeing all this, Rin asks what she'll get and receives a petal. Completely confused, she looks at the item, but Rorolin tells her to keep it safe. Turning to Wood, she says he already carries the most valuable gift. Then Rorolin explains that inside him lies the seed of Draconis, which will awaken. Wood says he can't understand what she means by that. Touching his shoulder, she advises that time is their greatest weapon. Then Rorolin informs them that Mortuorum is a 6-day journey from there. She explains that a crimson mist surrounds the entire dangerous place. Being a barrier from the magic war, this mist can read minds. With a smile, she warns that all their hidden fears will be exposed. Kella then warns that if anything goes wrong, some of them could die. Rin then states with conviction that they can do it. Kella says they've overcome many dangers and can't give up now. Watching the group, Rorolin realizes the world is starting to change. Kella invites her to join their journey, but she turns down the offer. He then comments that it would be great to have someone so strong in their group. As they say their goodbyes, the group thanks Rorolin for all her help. Smiling, she says there's no need to thank her, as their visit was a gift. She then gives them one last warning: don't eat anything in Mortuorum. Hearing her advice, Kella confirms he understood the message perfectly. Waving to them, Rorolin wishes them all a safe journey. Leaving the library, the group walks through the city at night. As they walk, they talk about Rorolin and her growing connection with Turk. Sriels then suggests that this is all part of a much bigger plan. At that moment, Rin asks if they're heading to Mortuorum already, her fear showing. Wood tries to calm Rin down, but the girl snaps back with irritation. Focused, Kella says they need to find the crystal to create the ultimate dungeon. Shifting to the palace, the king questions Killian about his defeat at Kella's hands. On his knees, Killian takes responsibility, and the king asks about his plan. He then swears that as soon as his arm is healed, he will hunt down the group. With a suspicious look, the king warns him about the consequences of another failure. Killian assures him he doesn't need to worry, swearing on his own life. Elsewhere, 2 guards watch over a sinister-looking gate. Inside, one of the mages warns of the risks of the summoning ritual. Even while lying down, Killian orders Curdly to proceed with the forbidden procedure. She then explains that to inherit the arm means to inherit its will as well, but Killian insists his will is stronger and tells them to begin. Without another word, Curdly simply observes her captain's determination. Seeing his insistence, she prepares to begin the restoration ritual. At that, the mages begin to chant an ancient incantation in unison. They continue to recite the words of the complex and dangerous summoning ritual. Summoning her magic, Curdly recites the words of the ancient summoning incantation. The ritual then summons a giant creature that roars over Killian. Swearing he will kill Kella, he also vows to take Sreels for himself. The spirit creature then roars powerfully, looking down at the man. Determined to take the arm, he says he's ready for the transplant. A few days later, Kella's group is traveling through a forest at night. Near the campfire, he warns that they'll reach the blood mist tomorrow. Sreels comments on the spells, saying they are truly incredible and complex. Holding her daggers, Rin says they feel more familiar now. Wood says he feels something similar, stating that his shield whispers to him. Kella then concludes that meeting Roralyn helped them all grow. Suddenly, Wood's ear twitches, indicating he sensed something. Jumping to his feet, he warns that people are approaching the camp. Analyzing the situation, Sreels says their footsteps carry sacred mana. Without hesitation, Rin stands up and shouts for them to stop hiding. Stepping out of the shadows, a man approaches and calls out for Kella Khaldun. Saying he's finally found him, the man stares at Kella with intense seriousness. Accompanied by his mages, he comments that the reports about Kella were true. Sreels then recognizes him, identifying the man as Hayden, the Archmage of Talua. At that, Hayden calls her a traitor, warning that there's no point in trying to run. Preparing her weapon, Sreels replies that she sees no need to run. With a smile, Hayden notices she's finally reached the 6th magic circle, but he questions if she can face 6 mages enhanced with Imperial crystals. Seeing this, Sreels wonders why the Emperor would use something so precious. Hayden then warns that if they don't resist, he will grant them a painless death. Without hesitation, Hayden launches a spell with several magical energy swords, but Kella easily dodges all the attacks thrown at him. Surprised, Hayden orders everyone to attack using the Sanctuary's judgment. His mages then begin to conjure a very powerful light spell. Together, they prepare the combined attack to end the fight at once. Several beams of energy rain down from the sky, completely surrounding Kella's group. At this, Sreels creates the Shield of the Abyss to protect everyone. The barrier holds, completely blocking the powerful light magic. Hayden screams that it's impossible, as the light should purify the darkness. Sreels then explains that abyss magic can match that of the Sanctuary. Concentrating her energy, she prepares to launch her own counterattack. Casting the Mist of Oblivion, she hits the enemy mages head-on. Struck by the magic, the men begin to scream, feeling the effects of the spell. Confused, they ask where they are and beg Hayden to save them. Recognizing the spell, Hayden realizes he has no time to help his men. Determined to strike back, Hayden launches an attack with even greater power, but Sreels dodges easily and asks if that's all he can do. Screaming for her to die, he unleashes a concentrated beam of light. At that moment, Kella leaps in front of her, saying he won't allow it. Using his power, he blocks the attack, yelling that he won't let anyone die. Hayden is stunned to see the spell blocked, unable to believe his strength. He then orders his mages to take care of the other two while he fights. Obeying the order, one of the mages immediately launches an attack. The spell charges forward and hits Rin squarely, sending the girl flying. In trouble, she says she can't keep dodging and calls for help. In a desperate move, she throws her daggers, which block the spell. Seeing his attack stopped, the hooded mage is completely stunned. Her daggers then begin to transform into a much larger weapon. Rin grabs the new weapon, completely astonished by what just happened. She then realizes that the daggers responded directly to her will. Shouting with all his might, Kella begins to unleash his power. His demonic energy expands overwhelmingly around his body. Seeing this, Hayden wonders what this crushing demonic energy is. At that, Kella decides to test the technique he intended to use against Killian. Unleashing the Ruina Gladi technique, he creates gigantic blades of energy. In disbelief, Hayden realizes they've defeated the mages and used a spell. Feeling he has no choice, he prepares to use the divine teleportation. His spell explodes in a mixture of light and energy across the area. Soon after, the light from the spell completely vanishes from the forest floor. Surprised, Kella realizes the enemy used teleportation to escape. Rin is also stunned, questioning how he could have been so fast. Sreels then comments that he fled alone, showing his fear of death. Irritated, Kella apologizes, saying he should have dealt with the enemy. But Sreels calms him down, saying she also wanted him to test his strength. She concludes that at least now they know they can stand up to the mages. Celebrating, Rin says that thanks to Roralyn, her dagger has become much stronger. Wood agrees, and Rin comments that his transformation was incredible. Thanking her for the compliment, Wood gets a little flustered by the unexpected situation. Kella then questions how Hayden managed to find their location so quickly. Showing a captured mage, Thrills reveals she caught a spy who was hiding. She then asks if they should interrogate the prisoner to find out the truth. Suddenly, Kella and Rin look at the figure with great surprise. With a sinister smile, the spy asks what happened to the old Kella. Removing her hood, the spy reveals herself to be Seldera, surprised by his strength. Completely shocked, Kella screams her name, unable to believe his eyes. Far away, a teleportation portal opens in the middle of a desert. Emerging from the portal, Hayden appears with a look of pure fury on his face. Falling to his knees, he screams in rage at the outcome of the fight. He realizes that not just Thrills, but the entire group has grown strong. He knows the Emperor will be furious about his failure. In despair, he laments having to rely on Killian's help again. Flashing back to the past, a cult offers pure souls to the great Lumiaron. Before an altar, the children are told they will become gods with Lumiaron. Then, the cult invokes the divine beast, asking for blessings and abundance. The cult leader then addresses the beast of great light, Lumiaron. Ignoring the cries, a mother tells her child to go, for Lumiaron awaits. Next, a father shoves young Killian forward, calling him his proud son. Without a word, young Killian just stares at the immense divine creature. Then, the light from the divine beast illuminates the entire ritual site. As a result, sacred flames begin to spread throughout the area. Startled, the cult members scream as they are hit by the sudden attack. Just then, a man shouts for someone to save the children from this terrible sacrifice. But the cult leader recognizes him, ordering the Hayden Guild not to interfere. Outraged, he charges forward, questioning how parents could send their children to die. His strike lands squarely on one of the cultists, who screams from the impact. The cultist then falls to the ground, completely defeated by the attack. From the altar, young Killian just watches all the chaos and violence. Meanwhile, the divine beast Lumiaron stares down at the boy, hovering above him. Then Hayden grabs him, yelling that children like him shouldn't be sacrificed. As he is saved, the boy just looks at the man with a blank expression. In the background, his mother cries out in despair, saying she must offer her children to Lumiaron. Moving quickly, Hayden shields one of the frightened, crying children. Gathering them all, he tells them not to worry, that he will protect them. He remembers that saving Killian was the day that changed his life forever. Back in the present, the Hayden Guild headquarters is shown on a peaceful day. Taking the children to the guild, Hayden offers them a new home. At the time, he was satisfied with just having saved the two young boys. He already knew that young Killian had received the light of the divine beast, but Hayden didn't yet understand what that truly meant for the future. During a training session, an instructor is hit by a very powerful blow. Standing before him, Killian hears the man surrender after his defeat. The instructor then warns that no one else in the guild is a match for him. Hayden then wonders how he became so skilled with a sword. After his victory, Killian just stares at the man on the ground in the courtyard. With his eyes glowing, he says he still wants to do much more than that. Sensing the danger, Hayden screams desperately, telling him to be careful. Then a huge pillar of energy erupts, hitting the instructor head-on. Watching the scene, the others scream, wondering if he's gone mad again. After the explosion, the boy falls to his knees, surrounded by residual energy. Hayden then understands that Killian's power defied all his knowledge. He recalls that Killian's light explosions always hurt everyone around him. One night, Hayden went to the boy's room for a serious talk. Asking how he was doing, Hayden hears the boy say he feels fine. But the boy asks who will teach him if everyone dies so easily. Speechless, Hayden just listens to the cold words spoken by the young boy. Realizing his coldness, Hayden understood he could no longer contain him. Arriving at the royal palace, the king asks if this is the extraordinary child. Hayden confirms, explaining that he survived the light of the divine beast. Surprised, the king can hardly believe someone managed to withstand the beast's light. Staring at the boy, the king remarks that he finds him truly fascinating. The king then orders Hayden to bring his guild to join Talua. He also announces that the child will be assigned to the training division. Thanking him profusely, he realizes this was the turning point in his life. Because of Killian, his guild became affiliated, and he grew closer to his dream. Years later, the scene shifts to the Talcan training division. Telling him his skill has surpassed their teachings, the instructor speaks with Killian. Killian replies that from that day on, he will grow stronger on his own. From a distance, Hayden watched him with a mix of pride and great fear. He believed the day would come when no one could control his power. Years later, it is announced that Hayden has been appointed the new Archmage of Talua. Pledging his loyalty, he dedicates himself to the peace and prosperity of the entire kingdom. He thought he had finally reached the highest possible position, but young Killian continued to grow, always surrounded by his guards. Entrusting him with the strongest unit, the king appointed him commander. Accepting the post, Killian says it is a great honor. And just like that, the boy he saved became the strongest being in Talua. Hayden then realizes that the child he saved had surpassed him. Because of this, he had to fight not to be left behind. even while giving orders. He knew that any slip-up in his position could cost him his very life. So he decides that to survive, he must always reign above Killian. He then understands he must capture Kella where Killian had already failed. To restore his position, he needed Kella Khaldun's head. If things continued like this, he would end up being destroyed by Killian himself. Clenching his fist tightly, he realizes he has no other choice. With no way out, he decides he must resort to asking those figures for help, the very people he never wanted to be near. Walking through a rocky region, Hayden pressed on through the dark night. He then checks a compass that pinpoints the place with the strongest energy. With the item in hand, he says he never thought he'd use it one day. Using his power, he opens a portal in front of him and says he's found it. For the ritual, he bites his own finger until he draws some blood. He then extends his hand, his bleeding finger pointed toward the dark portal. A drop of blood then falls from his finger and goes straight into the portal. Emerging from the portal, two figures ask who he is and demand he identify himself. He introduces himself as Hayden and says he wishes to find their elder. The scene shifts to a large hall, the base for the mysterious group. Inside, he stands before the leader, who introduces himself as Baltheon. But Baltheon is suspicious of the visit and asks about his true intentions. Without hesitation, Hayden proposes they cooperate to hunt Kella Khaldun, the last heir. Baltheon then asks what his group would gain from hunting the king's heir. He replies that he only needs the head, and they can have the body. Scoffing at the proposal, Baltheon says it would be better to use him as an experiment right there. To save himself, Hayden offers a rare item called Lumina Ether as part of the deal. Seeing this, Baltheon asks in surprise how he obtained such an artifact. Hayden explains it was a gift he never used and that it would be useful to them. Even so, Baltheon states that his group doesn't form alliances with anyone as a matter of principle. Then, Hayden reveals that Kella is currently awakening the power of the ancient demon king. He confirms this information, adding that Kella also commands very powerful mages and allies. Hayden then says this is their only chance to study the king's bloodline. After considering the proposal, Baltheon seems to make a decision. Accepting an alliance, he warns that he will turn Hayden's soul into research material. Hayden agrees to the terms, pleased to have successfully manipulated the Tarsika group. Changing scenes, Srils asks Caldera if she used that sword to find him. Caldera replies that her sword can locate anyone it has ever cut. Kella then remembers exactly when that first happened to him. In a quick flashback, his mother Caristi strikes him with the sword so she can track him. Confirming the story, he warns that he's going to take Caristi's sword. She then wonders why he called her Cariste, not mother. Remembering how he always used to cry, she screams that he is not Kella. He then warns that without the sword, she can't track him and tells her to go. At this, Srils confronts Caldera, asking why she brought Hayden to this place. Caldera denies it, explaining she couldn't have reached Kella on her own. Grabbing him, she explains that she tricked Hayden and begs to stay by his side. He then stares at her in silence and just says her name, Caldera. Without changing his expression, he tells her to stop pretending and get lost immediately. With a clenched fist, she screams, calling him a bastard for his command. Turning suddenly, she decides to call out to Rin, hoping for some help. Running towards her, Caldera hugs her and begs for help to convince Kella. Being hugged tightly, Rin remains motionless, hiding her face for a moment. Her hand then reveals she was holding Carista's sword the whole time. Attacking Caldera, Rin asks how she dares to ask for help after everything that has happened. Rin then says the only thing she can grant Caldera is death. Angered, Caldera asks how a mere servant dares to raise a sword against her, but Kella interrupts the fight, grabbing her arm with great force and anger. Pressing on her face, he asks who she was calling a mere servant. Unable to react, she begins to beg Kella to spare her life. With a swift move, he violently throws her to the ground without any hesitation. Looking down at her, he warns that if she shows up again, he will kill her. Even on the ground, Caldera curses him in a rage for the humiliation she suffered. Getting up in an instant, she uses her speed to flee as fast as she can. After everything, Rin thanks Kella, saying she is just his servant. He then corrects her, saying she hasn't been a servant for a long time. Seeing his gesture, Rin can only look at him with immense gratitude. Then, Srils asks if it was right to let her go, but he replies that she's no match for them. With a smile, he explains that more living heirs create more chaos among humans. He adds that using Caldera can divert the kingdom's attention from them. Now at a distance, Caldera scoffs, saying Kella was a fool for letting her go. Revealing her plan, she explains that she planted a mana spider on Rin's body. During the hug, she managed to hide the small creature on her former ally's back. Now, Rin's body is directly connected to hers because of that trap. Everything Rin sees and hears will be transmitted directly to her without them noticing. With a smile, she declares that sparing her was the biggest mistake he's ever made. Baltheon then summons the Crutuentis group, calling them in for a mission. He introduces the trio, explaining they're the result of years of research. Hayden is stunned, admitting he's never felt mana of that level in his entire life. He adds that the three of them easily surpass the 6th circle of magic. He then realizes just how much Tarsika's research advanced while everyone else was distracted. With a smile, Baltheon orders them to lead the hunt for Kella with Hayden. Their leader, Seraphine, promptly promises to personally bring back the king's heir. Next to her, Kale celebrates, thrilled to finally go out into the world. The third member, Luna, simply clears her throat and continues to observe in silence. Seeing their power, Hayden concludes that they might actually be able to complete the mission. With a determined look, he states that Kella Kaldan will not escape this time. Elsewhere, Kella's group arrives at the Blood Mist Zone. Worried, Wood notes that his shield is trembling and asks if they'll be alright. Trying to calm him, Rin reminds him that they've defeated powerful enemies before. Hearing the conversation, Kella thinks he should also give names to his daggers. Clutching his sword, he notices the mana stabilizing, just like Wood's shield, but he knows it's still not enough, and there's no turning back. He decides the group will rest and cross through the mist in the morning. At a palace, night fell over the kingdom's imposing structure. Inside, Killian announces that the long and difficult process has finally been completed. Raising his transformed arm, he reveals that it is now Rudawak's arm. Worried, Curdley asks him to give a signal if Rudawak tries to invade his mind. He reassures her, guaranteeing that no one can invade his mind like that. Just then, a soldier runs into the room, shouting that he has urgent news for the captain. He reports that Hayden attacked Kella, but only 2 wounded mages returned alive. Worse still, the soldier reports that Hayden's current location is completely unknown. Clenching his fist, he admits he was careless and that Hayden is now a victim. Curdley then remarks that Kella is growing stronger, especially now that he's working with Shrills. He orders her to summon the white-clad Talcon to track Kella as quickly as possible. Back with the group, Kella says the mist tests whether everyone has the same goal. Asking about the mist, Rin wants to know if they need to have the same intention. Answering her question, Wood says there shouldn't be any problem. He then explains that everyone can have a different reason for continuing, but Shrills corrects him, saying they are together to protect each other. Agreeing with her, Rin shouts that she will also protect everyone in the group. With his eyes closed, Wood just confirms that the same goes for him too. With a smile, Kella says that as long as they think like that, they won't have any problems. He then tells everyone to trust one another and enter the mist. Following his lead, the group walks together into that strange region. Inside the mist, a strange red crystal begins to manifest in front of them. Suddenly alone, he shouts out, asking if everyone is still nearby. He then wonders why he can only hear strange noises and nothing else. Just then, he notices some kind of rapid movement coming from his right. As he turns his head, his eyes widen at the sight. Right in front of him, a vision of himself appears, seated on an imposing throne. Shocked, he sees himself in a vision as the mighty demon king. Completely paralyzed, he just stares at the image before him, unable to react. In the vision, he was sitting alone on a throne made of skulls. Seeing that, he begins to question if that was really his true desire. He then wonders if he really wants to become the great and feared king. Suddenly, a shadowy creature appears and says it will grant his wish. Floating in the air, he can't understand what's happening around him. Then, the shadow offers him power and calls him by an unknown name, Kang Chi-Wu. Shocked, he wonders how that mysterious creature knows his real name. Just then, the shadow promises him the perfect world he longed for in his past life. Agreeing, he says he truly desires the perfect world that he himself ended up creating. The entity then says it knows this and invites him to come to it, but he refuses, saying the version of the future it showed isn't him. He explains that his true companions are the people by his side. Angrily, he shouts, asking what's the point of being the strongest alone without them. The creature is surprised by his answer, not understanding why he refused the offer. Turning around, he yells that this is an illusion and no one should fall for it. But the creature says it's a mistake to deceive one's own heart that way. Feeling immense pressure, he tries to resist, screaming that he won't yield to its power. Falling to his knees, he realizes he can't escape the mist no matter what. Elsewhere, Shrills was also trapped in an illusion created by the blood mist. In her vision, her brother had become the demon king and destroyed everything. The same shadow promises to open a path for her to reach that future now. She then wonders if that's even possible, doubting the vision before her. Meanwhile, Rin was in her own illusion, completely detached from reality. In her vision, Kella would be by her side, not with Shrills in the future. With a smile, she says she can finally have Kella all to herself. The dark entity then promises to grant her wish, asking her to come closer. Reaching out, she declares that Kella is hers and no one else's. Her eyes fixed on the vision, she seemed completely consumed by the powerful temptation. Remembering the past, she reveals she had loved Kella since the first time she saw him. He accepted her as a friend, even though she was just his servant. Now he treated her as a true companion, a real friend. After everything, she still loved him, and wanted to always stay by his side. But for a moment, the flow of her thoughts seems to change direction. Taking a step forward, she says this wasn't just for her. Reaching out her hand, she states that her wish was for the good of everyone. Screaming with all her might, she refuses to succumb to such a powerful temptation. Suddenly, the petals she was carrying explode powerfully in front of her. Surprised, she wonders if those are the petals Rorolan gave her. Just then, a woman appears, saying she seems qualified to finally meet her. Startled by the appearance, Rin asks who the woman in front of her is. She then introduces herself as Clarine, a swordswoman who trained with Turk Khaldun. Crying with relief, she says she will finally have the strength to protect others. Clarine then calms her, saying she will guide her through her mind now. Asking her to take the blades, she feels the daggers' names coming to her. With the daggers in her hands, the names Dove and Crow are finally revealed to her. Clarine encourages her, telling her to remember she is with her and to cut through the mist. With a swift movement, the dark entity is struck by a powerful, unexpected attack. Executing a single strike, she manages to cut through and dispel the entire illusion. Returning to reality, she notices the blood mist has simply vanished. Confused, Srills approaches and asks what just happened. Kella then asks if she was the one who managed to clear the mist, still very confused. Crying with emotion, she explains that she met Clarine, a companion of Turk Khaldun. Kella asks her to calm down, but Rin replies that she feels great. Srills then congratulates Rin, saying that even she couldn't resist that temptation. Laughing, Rin turns and asks Wood what his temptation was. Wood explains that he wasn't tempted, and that the mist disappeared while he was walking. Kella then wonders if the entity had nothing to tempt Wood with. With a neutral expression, Wood simply replies that he has no real desires. After hearing the answer, Kella falls silent for a moment, just reflecting. He then questions if, deep down, he truly desires to become the strongest. Clenching his fist, he gets angry at himself for not resisting, despite being from the 6th circle. Shreels also reflects, wondering if her deepest desires ended up surfacing. Passing through the mist, he announces that their next destination is Mortuorum. In front of the entrance, he says that's the gate to Mortuorum. Kella says the place radiates terror, while Wood says his shield is trembling. Approaching the door, Srills reads the inscription forbidding entry to any living being. Then Rin asks, annoyed, if they have to die to get in. Determined to try, Kella approaches the gate to use his magic power. Then an entity appears at the gate, asking who dares to enter the realm of death. Fearlessly, he introduces himself as Kella Khaldun, son of the demon king Hel Khaldun. Calling him a half-breed, the entity warns that it will kill him for his audacity. Angrily, he states that Rorolan wouldn't have sent him just to be stopped here. Unleashing his mana to its limit, he yells for the gate to open immediately. The Guardian is stunned, asking if that was Turk Khaldun before him. He then asks, confused, why the Guardian called him Turk Khaldun. Though confused, the Guardian announces it no longer has a reason to block their path. Opening the skull's mouth, the Guardian simply tells the group to enter. Astonished, Srills asks if Kella was mistaken for someone else, and Rin celebrates his power. Remembering the vision, he was now sure that was indeed Turk Khaldun. He then wonders if he's also connected to Turk, just like his companions. With no time to think, he announces the door is open and they need to go. Entering the place, he tells everyone to stay alert, as they don't know what to expect. Suddenly, they find themselves in a cemetery filled with the souls of ancient kings. Angered by their presence, the souls ask why they have come to this place. Then, one of the spirits grows massive and shouts for the others to kill them. Without hesitation, Kella draws his sword and tells everyone to prepare for battle. In an instant, the souls surround them, shouting about how they dare to disturb their rest. Trying to calm them, Kella shouts that they've come for the king's crystal, but a spirit replies that he is not worthy of possessing the relic. Seeing it's no use, he realizes they aren't mistaking him for Turk. At that, Srills uses her abyss spear, summoning multiple weapons to attack. Several spears strike the spirit dead on, which takes the full force of the attack. Elsewhere, Rin attacks, apologizing to the souls as she fights them. Wood uses his shield to block an attack, telling it to be brave. Attacking with his sword, Kella yells as he charges the spirit in front of him. With a smile, he realizes his strike passed right through the enemy's body. But the spirit calls the group fools, saying they can't cut them. Seeing the attack fail, Kella is in shock, not understanding what's happening. The soul then explains that the opposite, however, is a different story. In an instant, one of the spirits lands a direct hit on his chest. Even with his mana-infused sword, he realizes he can't cut the spirits. Shocked, he notices his wounds aren't healing as they normally should. Annoyed, the spirit tells him to abandon all hope and just die there. Unable to defend himself, Kella is hit by another violent blow in the same spot. Desperate, he wonders what to do, since his attacks and healing are both failing. Meanwhile, a spirit asks if Srills is prepared to meet her death. She then realizes her spells have no effect, because they are of the same nature. Rin also complains that her swords can't pierce the enemy's bodies. Knocking Wood's shield away, one of the spirits clears a path for an attack. Watching the scene unfold, Rin is completely paralyzed, not knowing how to react. Then, a spirit grabs Wood and warns that it will shred and devour his soul. Caught by surprise, he begins to be consumed by the spirit's energy. Desperate, Rin screams for the rookie to wake up and snap out of his trance immediately. Trying to protect him, Kella is run through by a direct blow to the chest. With him wounded, the spirit tells him to realize his futility and embrace death. Seeing her fallen companion, Srill screams Kella's name in pure desperation. Even wounded, he tells Wood to hold on, promising he will still save him. Slowly falling to the ground, he can only call out his friend Wood's name. Completely motionless, he lies on the ground, unable to get up from the blow. In a dark place, he wonders if he really died this time. Remembering his friends, he regrets that he couldn't protect them like he wanted. Angrily, he says that once again, he failed to create the world he dreamed of. Just then, the spirit of a demon grabs him and calls him an idiot. The spirit warns that it won't let him die after coming so far. Startled, he recognizes him as Turk Khaldun, the ancient demon king of the past. With a laugh, the soul celebrates that he finally said its name out loud. Confirming its identity, the soul formally introduces itself as King Turk Khaldun. Kella then asks how he's inside his head, and Turk explains that he wasn't able to speak. With a hand on his chin, he asks if there's some kind of binding spell on him. Annoyed, Turk reminds him that he received his sword and Roralin's blessing. Confused, he asks what this liberation ability he just mentioned is. Hitting him on the head, Turk yells that he should know that on his own. Kella then tells him to stop hitting him and explain, as his friends are in danger. With a smile, Turk says that liberation is the hidden power within his soul. Shocked, he asks if he can really use Turk Khaldun's power in battle. Turk confirms, saying that he is unlocking the seals on his body, one by one. The first seal was broken when he gained the demonic energy of Hel Khaldun. The second was unlocked upon meeting Turk and receiving Roralin's blessing. Now he can use liberation mode, and Kella asks how many seals are left. With a smile, Turk says that when the 2 remaining seals are broken, he will become the strongest. Surprised, Kella repeats the phrase, unable to believe he could be the strongest in the world. Turk then encourages him to break the seals and shape the world he so desires. Suspicious, Kella asks why he's helping, knowing he's from another world. Annoyed, Turk replies that all he wants is to break free from the eternal cycle. He explains that he will soon be able to finally reach the end of his soul's journey. Seeing his expression, Kella perceives an infinite loneliness in his gaze. Clenching his fist, he says he doesn't know if he can believe him, but he has no choice. Shouting with all his might, he demands that Turk tell him how to use liberation mode. Turk then attacks him, unleashing a powerful energy in his direction without hesitation. Not understanding the attack, he asks what the hell Turk was doing. Turk then yells at him to focus on the sensation and connect his consciousness with his. Surprised by the revelation, he yells, asking if that's only 20% of the power. Calling him arrogant, Turk warns that his body can barely handle that much power. Even so, he argues that living beings cannot attack the souls of kings. With a frightening smile, Turk begins to ask him a very direct question. He then asks if, by any chance, he looks like a living being to Kella. Realizing the truth, he is completely paralyzed by the revelation about his nature. Shouting loudly, Turk tells him to get up before he dies there again. Back in the cemetery, his eyes suddenly open with new determination. His hand then begins to change, growing sharp, much darker claws. Seeing him move, the spirit asks if he's still trying to resist. Even though he's badly wounded, he assures the spirit that this isn't over yet. With a shout, he finally activates liberation mode, unleashing all his power. Wielding the transformed sword, he executes a powerful attack against the spirits present. With just one blow, he manages to cut the spirit in half with no difficulty. His body, however, is thrown back by the powerful recoil. Seeing the result, the spirit asks how that could have suddenly happened. Falling to the ground, his hand touches the soil and releases a small wave of energy. In an instant, the energy expands, hitting all the other spirits there. The shockwave hurls his companions away with the force of the impact. Completely in shock, Srills calls out to Kella, not believing the scene he just witnessed. Even from his knees, he gets up and begins to spin his body in the air. Rushing forward with speed, he begins to cut down every spirit in his path. Focusing all his power, he declares that this will be his final blow. With one last move, he releases a great wave of energy in all directions. Even Wood is thrown far away, crashing to the ground from the impact. Hit by the blast, Wood falls to the ground, unconscious after being caught in the final attack. Defeated, the spirits begin to dissipate, unable to believe that mere living beings had won. Watching the spirits vanish, they wonder how this could have happened. With a blood-covered face, he says that he may have a living body. Then, he adds that this power was not from a living being. Injured, Kella says he can cut through the spirit if he unleashes Turk's mana. Approaching him, Sreels asks how he used such powerful mana for that. Seldera then thanks Kella, saying the rookie almost died. Feeling his recovery, he notes the process is much faster than before. With a serious look, Sreels asks him to explain what happened. He replies that Roralin's blessing made him much stronger. Suspicious, she asks directly what he's hiding from the group. She then questions if he eliminated the spirits, and he worries about the crystal. Suddenly, a strange sound catches everyone's attention in the cemetery. Caldera turns around, excitedly saying that's the sound of a kitten, but a giant cat appears before them, surprising everyone with its size. Greeting the group, the creature claims to be an old resident of this place. Startled, Kella asks if he happens to be one of the vengeful spirits. Telling them to calm down, he says he's normal, but Seldera yells that he isn't. He explains he grew large by absorbing mana, as he used to be much smaller. The cat then says he knows what they're looking for and invites them to talk. Sreels warns Kella that the cat is suspicious, but it hears everything. Caldera disagrees, telling Kella he doesn't seem evil. Ignoring the conversation, the cat says he has prepared food for the group. With no other choice, Kella decides they should follow the creature. With the choice made, the cat praises his decision and asks them to follow. Guiding the group, he reveals a secret passage behind some rocks. Inside, everyone is amazed by the magical underground place. Kella comments that he'd love to use it as a reference for building a dungeon. He also says he's always wanted to design his game's lobby like this. Boasting, the cat says it took him 500 years to decorate his home. He then invites everyone to eat, saying they must be hungry. Seeing the lavish table, Kella asks what a glowing pudding is. He explains that the macaron heals wounds, calling it the sweet of happiness. Excited, Seldera gets ready to eat, but Kella shouts for her to wait. Confused, she asks why she can't eat the food offered there. He then explains that in the realm of the dead, eating is a way to trick souls. At that, Sreels seems to remember something important she heard before. Caldera gets scared, remembering Roralin warned them not to eat anything there. The cat praises the young king and is asked the reason for his joy. He reveals that this was the final test, and also the most difficult one. Kella then asks what would have happened if they had eaten the food. Smiling, the cat replies that they would have become his meal. He says they have proven their worth and asks the group to follow him. He explains they've passed the tests and is asked if he'll now give them the king's crystal. He then places his paw on the device, activating a magic circle there. Inside the device, a crystal begins to materialize in the middle of the flame. Then, the crystal floats out, slowly emerging from the glass device. Offering the item, he says that this is the crystal Kella was looking for. With the crystal in his hands, Kella is surprised he got the item so easily. He concludes that without Roralin's and Turk's help, they never would have managed. Holding the crystal, he admits that it actually wasn't easy to get this far. Sreels comments on the immense power she can feel coming from the item. Caldera says the crystal is beautiful, looking like something very precious. Wood also says he's never felt an energy like that before. Then Kella asks why the kings would give them something so valuable. The cat explains that the spirits actually desire eternal extinction. Sreels then questions why they attacked them in that way. He then reveals that they attack the living, begging to finally be destroyed. Kella understands, realizing the souls have been in pain all this time. Telling him not to blame himself, the cat says he granted them peace. He then wonders if that's what Turk meant by eternal rest. He then questions if Turk also desires extinction for himself. Looking at the crystal, he wonders if he's being used for that purpose. He then wonders if Turk, like the others, desires extinction. Looking at the crystal, he questions if he's being used for this purpose. Seldera then asks the cat if he guarded the crystal alone all this time. He confirms, saying he waited 500 long years for this moment. In a memory of the past, Arkan asks if Sylvandra is really going to leave him alone. She just stares at him with a sad look, listening to his plea. She then tells him he's too big to be called little anymore. Holding his paw, she says that only he can protect the king's crystal. Crying, he asks if she's leaving because he's a problem. She hugs him, saying it's very hard to have to leave him behind. A single tear runs down his eye as he feels her embrace. He realizes her sadness is even greater than his own. She then asks if he'll be able to complete that important mission alone. Shouting, he replies that he definitely can't do it without her. The memory shows that, thanks to her, he survived death more than once. In a memory, he says he was very happy as she watched him grow. The memory continues, with him refusing to be separated from her for even an instant. Being hugged, he says he would cry if they were separated for even a moment. Coming out of the memory, he gathers his courage and tells himself he can do it. Then, crying, he promises he'll do anything, including guarding the king's crystal. Crying as well, she smiles and says he is her dear Arkan. Before leaving, she promises him that she will definitely return one day. Back in the present, he explains that solitude was the one thing he was able to protect. Seldera then comments that such loneliness is simply unimaginable. He says that greedy humans and demons came, but they all failed the tests. The demons who appeared lacked the ability to withstand the crystal's power. Kella asks how he knows Turk, and the cat says he was the strongest. He then reveals that the ancient and powerful demon King Turk is now inside him. The cat instructs him to place the crystal on his hand so they can become one. Watching the fusion, he admits he doesn't know the effects, as this is a first. Screaming that it's hot, he feels intense pain as the process begins. He then realizes the crystal is entering directly into his hand. Writhing in agony, he lets out a scream with all his might. Inside his mind, a mysterious figure tells him to hold on tight. Surprised, he wonders what is happening at that very moment. Then he questions if that is the original owner of the king's crystal. Appearing suddenly, Turk confirms the suspicion to the astonished Kella. Turk then tells the ancestor that his crystal has returned to the world. He then promises to ensure the great demon king's power will pulse once more. But Turk replies that he's going to take back the crystal he left behind. Interrupting the conversation, Kella tries to ask Turk's spirit a question. He shouts at Kella to stop talking and just accept the crystal's power. Then he warns that he'll kill him if he can't get stronger. Back in reality, the fusion with the crystal is finally complete. Sreels then says the mana is like her father's, only much stronger. In disbelief, Caldera questions if that overwhelming pressure is the power of a demon king. Realizing his own strength, he says that if Turk is right, he can become even stronger. He then says he has obtained the crystal that Hell failed to get before. He then realizes that perhaps he can become stronger than anyone else. Sreels comments on the unbelievable mana and how his body can withstand it. Wood then says the power makes him tremble, feeling the dignity of a king. The cat explains that he would have exploded if he didn't have the necessary qualifications. Caldera then celebrates, saying he was always destined to be king. He then warns that becoming a strong or weak king depends solely on him. With a serious face, Kella can only thank them for all their help. Saying his mission is over, the cat says he can finally escape the long wait. He then lies down, explaining that he's going to enter a deep sleep to rest. Caldera asks if he will sleep forever, but he tells her not to worry. He says he will only sleep until his mistress Sylvandra returns for him. Surprised, Kella wonders what kind of being the master of such a creature could be. Seeing him fall asleep, Kella asks him to at least tell them his name. The enormous creature remains silent for a moment, its eyes already closed. In a memory from the past, Sylvandra gives him the name Arkan, much to his surprise. Overjoyed, the memory shows him shouting that he loved the name he was given. In the memory, he thanks Sylvandra with a smile, happy with the gift. Then Arkan says his farewell, stating that his name is his greatest gift for living. After the long wait, he finally falls into a deep and peaceful sleep. Looking at him, Kella thanks Arkan for all the help he gave them. Srill says that although she suspected it, she felt a warmth mixed with loneliness in him. Saying her goodbyes as well, Caldera wishes that the guardian Arkan may sleep well, and so the whole group watches the creature fall peacefully asleep on the large rug. Once outside, Kella talks about leaving while Caldera complains about being hungry. Wood then says he senses mana on the scale of a village to the northwest. Excited, Sreels and Caldera shout, asking to be teleported there with magic. Teleporting, the group arrives on a cliff overlooking the village of Venetia. Kella then decides they should walk from there, without using magic. Arriving in the village, they see a guard whipping a demon to make him hurry. A mother then begs them to spare her son, but the guard tells her to shut up. Grabbing the child, he says it's an honor to be offered to Drazel. Desperate, the mother asks if they have no emotions, pleading for her child. Then, one of the guards attacks the father, throwing him far away with one blow. Finding it amusing, the leader says it's hilarious for an object to talk about emotions. He then tells the child to shut up and drags him away by force. Surprised, Sreels says the Sky Guild has even occupied this place. Watching the scene with anger, Kella observes everything that is happening. The guard then grabs the face of the crying boy who is begging for help. In a flashback, Kella remembers his father telling him to go beg for money. He then remembers being beaten, begging his father to stop the assault. Looking at the scene, he says this is worse than anything he has ever lived through. Inside the church, a man praises the beautiful color of the mana in the blood. He explains that he uses mana from elves, dwarves, and demons for his experiments. Holding the vials, he says he will become the god of this world. Drazel Sohn then claims that demons and humans will be in his hands. But a subordinate warns him that they need many more demons for that. Drazel then questions if he feels guilty, saying the number doesn't matter. With a smile, he orders them to capture all the demons, without exception. Throughout the village, the child's cries for his mother can be heard. Coming up from behind, Kella touches the guard's shoulder, who turns around, startled. Upon turning, the guard recognizes him, calling him Kella the Coward. They then pull out a poster, confirming he's the S-rank wanted man. He warns the guard that he hit a child, asking if he's prepared for the consequences. Telling him to get up, Kella says he should take responsibility like an adult. Without a second thought, he lunges forward and lands a heavy punch on the guard. Saying he's just bluffing, one of them orders everyone else to attack him. He then rushes the group, moving with extreme speed between them. He then lands a powerful kick, sending the first guard flying far away. Complaining about his speed, the next opponent takes a punch straight to the face. Continuing the attack, he strikes a third guard with an open hand blow. He then warns that for trash like them, his hands are more than enough. Desperate, the guards wonder what happened to the information they received. With a focused gaze, he prepares to finish off the last ones remaining. He then lands a double blow to the face, finishing off another enemy. He then questions if their information network hasn't been updated yet. Inside, a guard runs to warn Drazel about Kella's arrival. Frightened, the guard explains that the members were annihilated by a wave of mana. With a smile, Drazel says a perfect specimen has come straight to them. Meanwhile, the sun finally begins to set over the small village. Approaching him, the group congratulates Kella for completely crushing all his enemies. He then reflects that the guild is completely rotten, just like when he escaped. Angrily, he decides he will take this chance to rip out all this rottenness. Drazel appears, amused that he came, and Kella asks who he is. Surprised, Caldera asks Wood if he heard the name, and Wood confirms. She explains that Drazel is a lunatic from Turk's generation, who hasn't aged. Still in shock, she says this is insane, while Wood looks worried. Kella then directly asks why he is kidnapping these helpless children. He replies that now he only needs demon blood to achieve eternal life. Licking his lips, he says he will absorb the blood to become a god. Disgusted, Kella says every word he speaks is madness, calling him vile. Noticing his mana, Drazel turns with a smile, curious about his power. Without warning, Kella lunges forward and lands a devastating punch right in his face. The impact sends Drazel flying hard against the wall of a house. He then turns to a guard, who desperately screams for his vice captain. He then hits the guard with a punch, slamming him to the ground. Warning him not to die too quickly, Kella says he deserves to suffer a lot. He says that's the only way the children's resentment can be slightly eased. Fallen, Drazel desperately begs him to wait and listen to what he has to say. Ignoring the plea, he moves forward and lands another blow with all his might. His fist clenches, ready to deliver another attack against the enemy. Then he strikes Drazel's face with a direct and brutal impact. Drazel then wonders how he can be so much stronger than expected. Unable to react, he doesn't understand why he can't defend against the blows. A scream of pain echoes throughout the village as he is defeated. Caldera then comments that the vice captain wasn't much to worry about after all. She says he looks pathetic, as Kella has grown so strong with the crystal. With a cold gaze, he stares at his fallen and completely defeated opponent. Telling him to rot in hell, Kella gives his final verdict to Drazel. The family then gives their thanks, saying the villain finally received his due punishment. One of the villagers shouts that Lord Kella, the king's descendant, has come to save them. Then the entire crowd thanks him, shouting that he is everyone's savior. Running towards him, a little girl thanks him as her mother calls her back. Kneeling in front of her, he tells the little one that everything is all right now. Holding the girl in his arms, he tells her she doesn't need to be afraid anymore. Seeing the scene, the girl's mother cries with relief and gratitude for everything. The villagers then shout that the heavens have not abandoned them, praising Kella's name. Laughing loudly, Srills celebrates that she can drink, telling them to prepare the tables for a party. Excited, Caldera and Srills shout that they're going to throw a huge party with lots of alcohol. From a distance, a mysterious group observes the celebration taking place in the village. Observing Kella, the leader says her group can handle him without any problems. She then turns, ordering Kale and Luna to begin the operation immediately. Offering the local specialty, a villager says the food is delicious. Drunk, Sreels and Caldera call for a toast, while he questions their drinking. Wood claims he doesn't get drunk, and Kella notices Sreels gave him a drink. Two children approach him, asking if he's the great demon king. He lets them touch, hearing one say his horn is warm. With a smile, the two children look very happy. Looking at their innocence, he remembers the suffering caused by the guild. Just then, an elder approaches, asking Kella what they should do now. He explains that the guild will surely return to avenge Drazel's death. Hearing the elder, Kella understands something terrible will happen if he abandons them. Worried, they wonder if they should flee to another region. He falls silent, analyzing the situation and thinking of a solution. After thinking, he says there's a much better way to solve this. Gathering everyone, he announces they will build a new dungeon, far from humans. Surprised, one of the villagers asks if it's really possible to create such a place. He declares he'll make it happen, as he won't let the children live in fear. With a smile, he vows not to forgive anyone who dares to harm them. The village elder asks if Kella will truly take them all in. Warning of the danger, he says everyone will need to work very hard. Determined, the villagers shout that they can handle any hardship that comes their way. Raising his fist, he readies everyone for the journey to the new dungeon. Srills says that, being stronger, they can lead and benefit from the help. Carrying Caldera, he says they might become the hope for all demons. Meanwhile, The children smile, and their friends have a great time at the party. Calling for Caldera and Shrills, 2 children ask to play with them. Laughing loudly, all the villagers enjoy the celebration. Claiming he's not drunk, Wood says he'll keep an eye on the 2 girls. Then a woman announces she has prepared a place for the group to rest. Night falls, and the large building stands under a beautiful starry sky. Lying in bed, he finally rests after the events of that long day. Lying down, he wishes to build a dungeon to maintain peace forever. Meanwhile, night descends upon the village, bringing a deep silence. Outside, 2 villagers have passed out from drinking too much at the party. Just then, a strange energy approaches one of the sleeping villagers. Preparing to attack, the leader confirms everyone is asleep and that Rin and Shrills have passed out. She explains she used magic to trap the 2 in a dream for 2 days. Luna then reveals that Wood also fell for her deep sleep magic. Kale says now they just need to deal with Kella, wanting to experiment on him, but the leader decides they will kill him and take his body back. With their plan set, they enter the room through the window without a sound. Approaching the bed, the group finds the young king completely asleep. Standing before him, the leader announces she has come to take his life. She then creates a spear, saying his body will be used for research. Holding the weapon, her hand prepares for the final blow against him. With no chance to react, he is struck squarely in the chest by the spear. As a farewell, the leader says they'll meet again in hell. Struck dead on, the body in the bed reacts with a surprised expression. Then his image begins to dissolve, revealing it's not the real one. The body then vanishes completely, leaving the weapon stuck in the pillow. Surprised, the leader wonders since when they had been trapped in an illusion. Appearing behind them, Shrills reveals it was an illusion from the start. She explains she set her own trap because they were so obvious. Asked about the others, she says Rin and Wood were also illusions. The leader admits the illusion magic used to fool them was impressive. Noticing their calmness, Shrills asks if they still have a trick up their sleeve. The leader warns that the magic was just a setup and doesn't change the outcome. With a smile, Kale says he'd rather fight like this than assassinate someone. Seeing their power, Shrills realizes these 3 opponents are very strong. Sensing a strange mana, Shrills notices there's something different about them. She then questions the Tarsika group's interest in the young Kella. Seraphine replies that she has no obligation to answer, calling her a test subject. With a smile, Kale taunts her, saying she can cry if she's scared. Angered, Shrills warns she'll beat the answer out of them. Seeing the space being blocked, Seraphine asks if she's afraid of hurting innocents. Kale then explains that Kella hates to see children hurt during a fight. Luna comments that for a 6th circle spell, it's quite sophisticated. Shrouded in darkness, she decides she needs to find out their true strength. When Shrills disappears, Kale excitedly says he wants to learn that magic too, but Seraphine warns that no magic can hide the scent of blood. Focusing her vision, she finally says she's found her opponent. Without wasting time, she conjures several spears and fires them in her direction. Hit squarely, Shrills is thrown back by the impact of the attack. She then yells that she's never heard of magic like that before. Charging forward, Kale announces that it's his turn to attack. His blow lands squarely on the commander, knocking her aside. She then realizes a toxin is seeping into her wound. Suddenly, she hallucinates her father accusing her of betrayal. Realizing it's a mental poison, she decides she needs to purge it from her body. Beginning the dark purification, she starts to remove the toxin from her body. Meanwhile, Luna seizes the opportunity and fires a large magical attack. Unable to dodge, she is hit and thrown back by the explosion. She then notices the 3 of them fight in perfect sync. Faced with this situation, she decides to use a new tactic by creating multiple copies. With her technique, several identical versions of her fill the combat space. Completely confused, Kale shouts desperately, asking which one is the real one. Seraphine then orders Luna to find the real one, since the scent was copied. Promptly, Luna says she understands and uses her mental exploration magic. However, she gets confused, saying they all emit the same mental frequency. Mockingly, Shrills explains that her avatars are physical, coming directly from the abyss. Annoyed by the taunt, Luna yells that she's just a test subject. Urging calm, Seraphine tells Luna not to fall for such a silly provocation. She then declares they just need to wipe them all out, initiating a devastating spell. Taking the hit, all of Shrill's copies are destroyed at once. Then, Seraphine comments that in the end, there's only one real one, just as she expected. Further back, the real Shrills appears, seeming to have taken some damage. Impressed, she admits that Seraphine is much stronger than she imagined. Seeing his chance, Kale charges forward, shouting that he'll finish her capture. Faced with the situation, she understands this is truly dangerous and braces herself. Shouting that the information gathering is over, she releases a massive wave of power. Pushed back by the force, Kyle wonders what that sudden power is. When the dust settles, she says that was a close call, revealing several silhouettes. Revealed to be Killman and his squad, he congratulates Shrills on a job well done. Seeing the reinforcements, Kale realizes she was just buying time to analyze them. Taunting her opponent, Sriels asks if this was also part of her calculations. Faced with the question, Seraphine remains silent with a less than friendly expression. Then Sriels points out that she stuttered, mocking her for not predicting this. Furious, Seraphine shouts that it's ridiculous, as there's nothing she can't predict. Feeling the pressure, Kilman is impressed by the overwhelming mana. She then orders her group, Cruentus, to bring them all back as corpses. Recognizing the group, Kilman realizes the hunt for them has intensified, so he calls out that he'll fight the one with glasses, warning of the danger. Sriels says she'll handle the mage, since it would be a bad matchup for the others. Her companion confirms that she and Wood will fight the other guy. Charging forward with his sword, he thinks that he needs to end this quickly to help his team. In response, Seraphine prepares a spell, manipulating the blood around her. His attack is successfully blocked, causing a huge impact against her defense. Surprised by this, he realizes she used her own blood for the defense. She then comments that close quarters combat seems to be his specialty, but she warns him that she's about to show him how the amount of mana means nothing. Right after, her blood attacks him, taking the form of several serpents. Trying to shake off the attack, he slashes at the creatures with his sword. However, the blood serpents regenerate instantly after being cut. He then understands that physical attacks are useless against that regenerative ability. Explaining her magic, she says that no matter how many times he cuts them, it's useless. As he's pierced by the blades, Kilman screams as the blood immobilizes him. He then realizes she's reading his movements to adapt her magic. Switching scenes, Sriels attacks Luna with a powerful abyss spear. Using her staff, Luna creates a barrier to protect herself from the incoming blow. Then, Sriels notices that the staff is emitting an unknown and very powerful energy. With a smile, Luna activates a new ability called Draconis' Memory. An enormous energy dragon then emerges from the staff, charging at Sriels. Hit head-on, she is thrown back by the force of the charge. She understands the energy comes from a dragon, a different magical system. Luna just smiles, telling her to brace for what's coming next. Charging with full force, the dragon bites down hard on her energy barrier. With the impact, her defense begins to crack under the immense pressure. Shocked, she screams that she can't believe her shield was broken so easily. With a victorious look, Luna says she can struggle all she wants. Immediately after, she's hit head-on and sent flying by the dragon's attack. As she's thrown, Sriels screams in frustration at her opponent's strength. In another fight, Kale attacks with kicks, while Rin warns Wood to be careful. Heeding the warning, Wood advances with his shield to face the opponent head-on. His overhead attack is blocked by Kale, who scoffs at his strength. Suddenly, Kale punches Rin in the back, sending her flying forward. As she falls, she uses her daggers to slide on the ground and cushion the impact. Wood yells her name, realizing she protected him from the poison. With great difficulty, Rin gets up, saying that the blow really hurt. Laughing at the situation, Kale warns that the next attack will hurt even more. He then fires a shower of poisonous projectiles at the two of them. To defend themselves, Wood summons a huge wooden barrier from the ground. The poison starts melting the wood, and she screams that it won't hold. Seeing their defense fail, she understands just how dangerous the current situation is. With a smile, Kyle says it'll be fun to watch the two of them get defeated. Together, they both scream, refusing to give up on this difficult battle. Releasing an immense wave of power, he repels all the blood attacks. Seraphine analyzes his power, saying he can only use it a few more times. But she warns him that she can keep generating her blood serpents endlessly. Agreeing with her, he understands that defending himself like this isn't efficient, so he decides he needs to stop her from using one of her two grimoires. Knowing he can't maintain this power, he realizes there's no other choice. Unleashing his power, he charges forward, yelling for her to hand over one of her books. She then notices his mana has suddenly and sharply increased. With a smile, she says he really was hiding his true strength. Saying everything went as expected, she traps him in a blood cage. Completely trapped, he despairs and screams, asking what this is. Seraphine explains her magic, saying it's a cage made of blood. Trying to escape, he screams that he can't break the bars, even with all his strength. She continues, saying the spell uses her own blood and gets stronger. Right after, sharp spikes begin to sprout all over the cage. Seeing this, Kilman screams that the whole situation is insane. With a cold look, she warns that the spikes will pierce his body. Threatening the young man, she says she'll tear him apart with no chance of regeneration. Changing scenes, Kyle scoffs, asking how long the wooden shield will last. He continues his taunt, saying he can't wait to see their skin melt. With great difficulty, Rin struggles to hold back the advancing poison. Behind her, Wood warns that he can't hold on for much longer either. Realizing the danger, she understands that Wood's shield is about to melt completely, so she yells, telling Wood to put the shield on her back like before. Seeing the plan, Kale mocks the attempt as she screams for him to hurry. With no other choice, Wood decides to trust Rin and throws the shield towards her. Fusing with the shield, Her body is covered in a wooden armor. Excited, Kyle says her transformation is truly incredible and very cool, but he warns that it doesn't matter what form she takes now. Saying he just needs to break the wood, he attacks the armor with all his might. Enduring the blows, she no longer needs to worry about the poison. Knowing she only has a few seconds, a magic eye appears on her forehead. She then decides she needs to use all her mana at once. Concentrating her power, she focuses entirely on her next decisive move. Suddenly she vanishes, leaving Kyle confused and asking where she went. A swift slash then cuts through the air, heading straight for him. Caught by surprise, he can barely react to the unexpected attack. Looking to his side, he shouts in shock that she managed to cut him. Furious, he curses the girl for the wound she inflicted. Taking advantage of his distraction, she strikes again from behind. Taking another cut, he screams in pain from another deep wound. With the magic eye active, she says she found the poison rain strange. Shocked by the revelation, he yells, not understanding what she's talking about. Moving forward, she explains that a mage of his level wouldn't maintain that attack. Getting hit once more, he glares at the girl with pure hatred and contempt. Then he screams desperately, asking what the hell she's babbling about now. Looking at her rival, she says she's finally wiped that smile off his face. She then reveals her theory, pointing the blade on her arm at him. According to her, his poison uses mana drawn directly from the earth. Unleashing a burst of mana, she attacks her opponent at his feet. The attack hits his feet dead on, severely injuring his ankles. By cutting his feet, she manages to stop him from absorbing more mana from the ground. Fallen, he screams in pain, saying his legs hurt too much. She realizes she stopped the absorption, but her armor is at its limit. Seeing her only chance, she prepares to deliver the finishing blow. With one last slash, she finally manages to defeat her opponent once and for all. With her last breath, she finishes the attack with what little she has left. Fallen on the ground, Kale is completely defeated after the series of blows. With a look of shock, he stares into nothingness as he loses consciousness. Exhausted, Rin leans on her daggers, barely able to stand. Smiling, she says she did it and thanks Wood for all his help. Looking to the side, she sees her companion fallen and unconscious on the ground. Then she realizes he gave all his power to maintain the armor. With no strength left, she finally collapses, exhausted after the tough battle. Lying on the ground, she calls Wood a fool for making that sacrifice. Then she says she can't move anymore, not even a finger. Barely conscious, Wood asks if it hurt a lot, calling her Guardy. Looking at him, she says with one last effort that he did well. Defeated on the ground, Kale stares into the void, unable to move. Seeing the scene, Luna is completely shocked by the outcome of the fight. Furious, she screams, wondering how Kale could have been defeated. Screaming, she orders her dragon to hurry up and finish them all. Hit head on, she tries to block the dragon's attack with her shield. That's when she realizes that dragon magic can't be simply countered. After everything she's been through, she refuses to be defeated like this. As the possibility of death looms, she freezes for a brief moment. In a flashback, she remembers always being on the threshold of death. A huge gate would then appear before her, and she never knew what it was. Standing before it, she could feel a deadly energy emanating from the gate. Pharrell then asks what she's looking at, and she points to the gate. That's when Pharrell reveals that it's the Gate of Darkness she has found. Confused by the name, she stares at the immense structure of darkness before her. Her mentor warns that she has no right to reach it, and tells her to back away. The scene shows that even Pharrell seemed to have a certain respect for that gate. When she finally reached the sixth circle, she became much more powerful. It was at that moment she saw the Gate of Darkness disappear inside her. Back in the present, she understands her curiosity about the gate has only grown. Holding back the attack with her shield, she understands she doesn't have the magic for this. To confront this power, she decides she will borrow the gate's strength. With great determination, she declares she will open the gate to break the magic. Before the Gate of Darkness, she finally prepares to use its power. Extending her hand, she uses a magic circle to try and open the gate. With great force, her hand then pushes the enormous structure of darkness. Screaming, she demands that the power within the gate finally show itself. From the darkness, a figure emerges, and she asks to see its power. Sensing the change, Luna is confused by the new energy on the battlefield. With her eye glowing, a new dark power flows through her body. Now fully transformed, she prepares to deliver her counterattack. The dark figure advances and swings its massive weapon toward the dragon. Its attack of shadows follows a true and devastating path toward the target. That magic then collides with the dragon, causing a clash of powers. Shocked, Luna screams as she sees her dragon destroyed by the attack. Before that creature, Luna is completely paralyzed by its immense presence. With a deep voice, the dark figure asks if she stole a dragon's magic. In great pain, Luna yells that she has never seen magic like this in Tarsica. She continues, saying that at this point she doesn't even know if it's really magic. In a flashback, Baltheon teaches that the greatest terror in the world is the unknown. Seraphine explains that they studied dragons to prepare for the true terror. Luna then understands that this was exactly how the Tarsica group truly began. Walking through a boneyard, she reflects on the fear of the unknown. Back in the present, she faces the materialization of that fear right in front of her. Beginning to cry, she realizes that true fear is right there, before her. Her tears stream down as she faces her opponent, completely terrified by the situation. With no more strength to fight, she finally collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. Floating in the distance, Sriels observes the outcome of the battle and her fallen opponent. Gasping for breath, she wonders if she finally won the difficult fight, but the creature calls her a fool, saying it was summoned without understanding. Looking up, she wonders what that dark creature is. The entity warns her that its limit is only 5 seconds. It promises to share the essence of darkness with her later. With a loud bang, the gate of darkness shuts completely. Soon after, the gate vanishes, dissolving into the shadows. Gradually, the entity's entire presence disappears from the battlefield. Still falling, she wonders what just happened. Her body continues to float aimlessly, unable to think straight. With her mana drained, she feels the effect of the brief summoning on her body. Even exhausted, she tries to move to find and help young Kella. Changing scenes, the blood prison mercilessly pierces Kella's body. Being impaled, he screams desperately from the pain of his wounds. Seraphine observes the situation, saying that this is still within her expectations. Seeing Kella subdued, she prepares to deal with the rest of the group. He screams in pain once more, being pierced by new spikes. Bidding him farewell, Seraphine warns that the blood prison has begun to pierce him through. Shouting to break the bars, he attacks the blood prison with his sword. With a calm look, she warns him that struggling is useless against her magic. He then yells that she's about to find out this isn't just a struggle. Asking if he still doesn't get it, she explains the difference in their magic. Telling her to shut up, he prepares another attack with his sword. He then fires an energy projectile at the mage, but she blocks the attack, saying it was a completely useless and predictable move. Seizing the opening, he yells the word "now," launching his real plan. Just then, a small slime appears out of nowhere, holding one of her grimoires. Surprised by its appearance, she questions what that creature in front of her is. Looking closer, she screams in surprise when she realizes it's a slime. Without wasting time, the slime flies away with the book, leaving her furious. Still trapped, he warns her that he was just waiting for her to lower her guard. Outraged, she asks if he really did all of this on purpose from the beginning. With a smile, he reveals that he summoned Stone and hid him in the darkness. Questioning the mage, he says there's a reason she uses 2 grimoires. Telling her to look, he points to his still imprisoned body. With a smirk, he informs her that the blood prison is already weakening. Desperate, she wonders if he's really absorbing her blood prison. In his mind, Turk congratulates him, saying he's doing very well. He then explains that the power contained in that blood is simply incredible. Turk advises that this is his chance to raise his body's limits. According to the spirit, this is a banquet prepared just for the young man. Accepting the situation, he prepares to begin the process of total absorption. Then he yells that he's going to take every last drop of her blood. Feeling the pain, she screams as her blood is drained by his absorption. Furious, she yells that it's impossible for him to be absorbing her blood like that. As he absorbs it all, she stares at him, shocked by what is happening. With the absorption, the information in her blood begins to flow into him. Processing everything, his eye shows that new information has been successfully received. From the information, she realizes his bones are identical to a dragon's. Shocked by the discovery, she screams, asking if he's a dragon half-breed. Kella just stares at her, looking completely confused by this revelation about himself. That's when she understands his absurd regeneration comes from dragon blood. Not understanding a thing, he wonders if he's really half-dragon. Suddenly, Turk yells at him to stop, as they need to keep her alive for now. The spirit explains that she is a better mage than he expected. Angry, he says he'll stop there, even though it's a waste. When he stops, the remaining blood prison returns to her body. Exhausted, she cuts her own hair to get rid of the young man's blood. Kneeling on the ground, she feels the impact of having so much blood stolen. With half her blood stolen, she no longer has energy for magic. Looking up, she realizes the situation is beyond her expectations. Approaching her, he informs her that he left her alive for a reason. Then he demands that she explain what she was saying about him earlier. The scene changes. A lone crow flies over the Rocky Mountains. It lands on Baltheon's arm, delivering a message to its master. Furious at the news, he shouts, asking if the Cruentus group has been defeated. His followers say they must support the group immediately, but Baltheon warns them it's useless. They would only be defeated as well. Saying that the 2 of them are still alive, he orders them to request additional troops from the base. He then decides he will track them himself to observe the situation up close. His men agree and say they'll return to the base to get reinforcements. Then he wonders just how much stronger young Kella has really become. Clenching his fist, he realizes the situation could become very dangerous. He considers that even Killian might lose to Kella in the current situation. Meanwhile, the Talcan White Squad advances, flying on their dragons. Kalka tells Audrey to control herself, but she screams that she's going to crush Kella. Seen from behind, Killian shows just how seriously he's taking this pursuit. With a smile, Deed jokes about the arm the captain lost to Kella. Annoyed, Kalka and Audrey yell at Deed to shut his mouth, but he warns them he's going all out, as he wants to defeat Srills personally. Flying on his dragon, Curdley prepares for the coming chase. In profile, Killian focuses on his targets, thinking of Srills and Kella. He clenches the hand of his new arm, preparing for battle. The scene changes. Kella and Seraphine are sitting in a large hall. With their blood connected, he finds it strange that he can see her information. She says it's the first time she's experienced anything like it too. Holding his hand, she remarks that unexpected things keep happening to them. Understanding his origin, he explains why the ancient dragon helped him before. It was at that moment that the dragon considered him one of its own kind. Then he wonders if his mother, Carista, was actually a dragon. Turning to the mage, he asks if dragons can transform into humans. She explains they can't alter their own existence with magic. Even if they managed a transformation, she says it would only be for a short time. So he wonders how his mother managed to do the impossible. He also doesn't understand how Hel and Carista fell in love, being from rival races. In a flashback, he remembers how everyone in the castle despised dragons. Back then, he even used to say that dragons deserved to be exterminated. Thinking about it, he reflects on how much she must have loved his father. Seraphine then asks if he has any more questions, and he says no. She warns that she's going to say what she thinks, asking him to listen carefully. The scene then changes, again showing the large hall where they are. Shocked, he yells, asking what the hell she just told him. She explains that he subjugated her using a method she never foresaw. Moreover, she learned that he is a demon with dragon's blood. Because of this, she declares herself as young Kella's future bride. Completely shocked by the proposal, he's left speechless, just stammering. Yelling, he asks how she came to such an absurd conclusion about them. With a surprised look, she says she didn't expect him to like it so much. Furious, he rips away the connection and says he was only using her as a lie detector. Grabbing her by the horns, he orders her to obey his commands as his vassal. At this, she just repeats the word obedience, seeming to consider the order she received. With a different look in her eyes, she says she can accommodate his preference as his bride. Becoming completely shocked, he can't find the words to answer her. Desperate about the situation, he screams, not knowing how to react to her response. With a blushing face, she stares at him, making him even more desperate. In a flashback, she recounts that since she was young, she was called the greatest genius. Because of this, she felt it was her duty to protect all who followed and admired her. Fearless, she believed she could dominate the world with her magic, until one day, her colleagues screamed in despair about the arrival of dragon magic. That day, humans mounted on dragons appeared and attacked Tarzakan society. Everyone she loved, her friends, underclassmen, and upperclassmen, were caught in the attack. Pleading for help, they ended up being defeated right before her eyes. Paralyzed, she could only hear the desperate screams begging her to save them. But her genius talent was of no use in protecting her friends. They were all simply consumed by the power as they screamed desperately for their lives. It was at that moment she understood the horror of dragon magic in human hands. Faced with that tragedy, she swore she would find out everything about dragons. She made this promise to never feel that terror and helplessness again. Thus, understanding dragons became the only way to prove her worth. Returning to the present, she reveals that she has finally found a demon with dragon's blood. For her, this is the perfect opportunity to get all her answers. The scene then changes, showing the outside of that large building. Waking up confused, Luna wonders where she is and what happened. Thrills then appears, saying she's awake and can now speak normally. In her mind, she confirms that the memory alteration spell worked. Then she tells Luna that she is a companion who was traveling with their group. Facing her leader, Luna says she now remembers dear Seraphine. Changing the subject, he asks if she was serious about the marriage. She says she can't hand over a dragon half-breed to anyone else. He then complains, saying that a marriage for that reason alone is too much. But she confesses that her interest isn't just for research. Placing a hand on her chest, she says her heart pounded for him. Embarrassed, he yells that he's never even dated and now they're talking about marriage. Suddenly, Rin wakes up, angrily questioning the word marriage she heard. Furious, she charges towards Seraphine, screaming that she'll finish her. Annoyed, Rin yells that those people tried to kill them all right there. Seraphine then declares herself Kella's future wife, no longer an enemy. In response to the declaration, Seraphine says the other girl is just jealous. Seeing the commotion, Thrills asks everyone to discuss the situation calmly. A high window shows daylight entering the main hall. In another room, she asks for calm, remembering that the Tarsika mages are monsters. He agrees, saying that without stone, The situation would have been very dangerous for him. She then proposes that the two of them join their group as new allies, but Wood warns that the marriage would turn the Tarsika group into enemies. He agrees with the young man, saying they would be a great help with construction. Furthermore, the two of them would be very useful against the Talcan White Squad. Sreels also remembers that the Tarsika hate humans, especially those who control dragons. Rin still doesn't accept it, saying a marriage makes no sense at all. With a smile, she reveals her plan, saying it will be a sham marriage. The plan is to use the two of them until they can build the strongest dungeon. Annoyed with the situation, Rin clicks her tongue, showing all her irritation. Wood then says they should follow Sreels' opinion for now. Facing the girl, she asks what Rin thinks of the marriage idea. Irritated, Rin says she hates it, but that one day she wants to be with Kella. Even so, she understands she has no reason to oppose Sreels. Looking at the young man, she says that in that case, she has one condition. She yells that she won't accept them falling in love for real and having children. With everyone agreeing, Shrill says that now the final decision is in his hands. With his head down, he reflects on the idea of a sham marriage. His expression changes as he remembers the danger they are all in now. Thinking of his companions, he realizes he can't protect them as he is. For their sake, he shouts that he accepts the sham marriage proposal. Seen from below, the building stands out against the clear blue sky. She then says they'll have a simple ceremony and then the real wedding. Teasingly, she asks if he really fell in love with her at first sight. With a provocative air, she says he doesn't need to be ashamed of it. Embarrassed, he yells that he's never even dated, and now he's marrying a demon. At a grand ceremony, all the guests congratulate the couple on their engagement. Dressed in a suit, he thinks it's a good thing no one saw him fight before. In a white dress, she asks him what he thinks of her appearance. Flustered by the question, he stammers but admits she looks beautiful. She then notices his blood is heating up again from the situation. She explains that she can feel everything because her blood now flows in him. Blushing, he realizes the situation is bad, as he hadn't expected this. The elder then announces they will proceed with the engagement ceremony. Furious, Rin says she'll finish her, but Wood tells her to calm down. She screams that she's the one who loves Kella, while the other woman just appeared out of nowhere. Sreels asks her to understand that he can't do anything about the situation, but clenching her fist, she thinks there's no way she can understand it. Looking at the bride, she yells that she will never accept this union. The elder finalizes the ceremony, saying this is proof of their engagement. Approaching him, she says the two of them are now one. He then wonders if this was really the right choice to make. Focused on her goal, she thinks that he is the key to the dragon's power. 4 days later, the group continues their long journey along the forest road, leading 200 people. The journey proves to be more complex than he imagined. With supplies running out, only the 50 children in the group are being fed. Without complaining, the adults understand that the children are the priority. After 2 more days, Wood's clairvoyance becomes even sharper and stronger. Thanks to the Dragonstone, they finally find the ideal location for the dungeon. Remembering the ancient dragon, he wishes he could meet that creature again one day. Suddenly, Wood announces he feels a strong flow of mana 20 kilometers away. He explains that they are earth spirits, perfect for building the new dungeon. Finding it interesting, Seraphine wonders what synergy might arise from that combination. He then realizes that her research into his lineage is her main focus. Later that night in the tent, she calls to him, saying she's ready for him. Completely confused, he asks what the hell she means by ready. With a seductive look, she suggests they have a child soon for the sake of the future. Desperate, he yells that they've just met and there are steps for this kind of thing. Telling him to hurry up with the steps, she throws herself on top of him instantly. Bringing her lips close, she prepares to press forward with her nightly advance. Panicking, he shouts that this whole situation is completely insane. Running desperately, he says he needs to use the bathroom to escape. Once outside, he hastily closes the tent flap. To his surprise, he finds Rin waiting for him behind a tree. She then reminds him that their marriage agreement is just for show. Awkwardly, he assures her he hasn't forgotten, asking her not to let the other woman touch him. Annoyed with the situation, he asks why she isn't sleeping. She replies that as his servant, it's her duty to ensure his safety. Yelling, he tells her to take care of herself, pointing at her huge, dark circles. And every night, the same argument between Seraphine and Rin would repeat itself. In the middle of the camp, a wooden box is left alone in the darkness. Annoyed, he says it's ridiculous, since the marriage is just a facade. But Turk informs him that she is now the best partner for him. Kella then asks if that's why he insisted on keeping her alive. With his arms crossed, he yells, asking if the boy thinks he's that calculating. Pointing at Kella, he explains that the mage is stronger than he thinks. Looking at the young man, he becomes confused by the spirit's revelation. In a silhouette, Turk says that a demon king needs a worthy wife. To him, the fact that Seraphine came to him is destiny itself. Kella states he can feel her sincerity through the blood they share. Turk then asks what the problem is, and he says he knows she's a good person. In profile, he shows that something else is bothering his thoughts now. Furious, Turk asks if he's hesitating because of that other girl. With a distant look, he admits that yes, It bothers him a lot. Shouting in anger, the spirit calls him an idiot for worrying about that. Then he orders the boy to stop with the nonsense and accept her as his wife. In silence, he stares into nothingness, lost in his own troubled thoughts. His eyes close for a moment as he reflects on everything. Lying with her, he wonders if he really has to do this with Seraphine. Back in reality, he announces a break so everyone can rest. In the background, he sits down exhausted while two children talk in front of him. Completely drained, he realizes he hasn't slept at all in the last few days. A boy then asks how much longer they'll have to keep walking. Excitedly, he asks if villains like those from the Sky Guild won't be able to invade. Focusing on the horizon, he reflects on the difficult question the boy asked. With a smile, he promises that everyone will be safe when they reach their destination. The boy smiles, thanking Kella for everything he has done for them. Watching the scene, he gives a slight smile, feeling more determined. While they rest, Srills announces she's going to review their combat skills. Whenever she had free time, she taught basic techniques to the demons. Showing them swords, Wood says they can use weapons if they don't have magic. Rin then teaches that they need to aim for the enemy's vital points. With a dagger in her hand, she yells that they need to predict their opponent's movements. The demons train together, striving to learn the new combat skills. Others practice magic, creating small circles of energy in their hands. Seeing the scene, he realizes that hope is returning to their eyes. Because of the children, he feels even more determined to protect them. Changing scenes, the Sky Guild's headquarters stands out against the sky. Sitting in his chair, Hermison announces that all the allied masters have gathered. Master Barak says he can't believe Drazelson was defeated by them. Rappa says that's reason enough to summon all the allied guilds. Artemis then announces she will leave the tracking and assassination to them. The alchemist master says they cannot leave Kella Khaldun in peace. Hermison warns that Kella has become much stronger than they expected. Showing the banners, he declares that this is now a matter of survival. Showing a map, he warns that Kella is moving towards that region. Annoyed by the news, Barak questions if they are trying to establish a base. Hermison then declares that the allied guilds cannot allow this to happen. Artemis agrees, saying they need to leave at once before it's too late. With a serious look, he warns everyone to remember Drazel's fate well. He then proclaims the expedition of the allied guilds to subjugate the young Kella. Shouting, he says it will all be for the infinite glory of all humanity. 4 days later, the group is just 1 day away from reaching their destination. As they ride, it's noticeable that the demon's combat skills have greatly improved. But even with everything going well, he feels a certain unexplainable unease about it all. Suddenly, a mysterious figure on a horse approaches their camp. Hidden among the trees, an unknown warrior observes the group from a distance. With an obsessive look, she repeats Kella's name as she spies on him. Looking at the sky, he wonders how a staff stores dragon mana. Luna explains that mana is condensed in every cell of their bodies. Even after being defeated, the mana remains in their bodies for a while. Intrigued, Sreels asks her to share more details about the process. Rin then appears, offering the day's rations to the mage, Seraphine. Annoyed, she asks if the girl is trying to dull her movements with food. Rin says she needs to look after her health, since she is still the fiancée. With a distant look, Seraphine says she's just jealous because she loves Kella. Completely shocked, she yells, asking how she could dare say such a thing. Seraphine just tells her to stop her one-sided crush. Speechless, Rin just stares at her rival, shocked by the bold statement. Warning that she's stronger, she says she'll be much more useful to Kella. Faced with the taunt, Rin remains silent, unable to find a reply. She then advises the girl not to torment herself with pointless jealousy. With her head down, Rin admits that her rival isn't wrong. In her thoughts, she believes Seraphine is a better match for Kella than she is. Approaching the two of them, he asks if they're finally getting along. Seraphine then says she has something important to ask him right now. She asks him if he thinks a descendant of the Demon King could love a servant. Surprised by the question, Rin just stammers the mage's name, not understanding. Distressed, she thinks she isn't strong enough to handle his answer. Looking at the girl, he says, yes, if the servant is as amazing as Rin. Blushing, Rin stammers his name, shocked by the compliment. He explains that he no longer sees her as a servant, but as a friend. Embarrassed, she covers her face, unable to believe he really said that. With an irritated look, Seraphine wonders if he truly likes the girl. Suddenly, Wood and Sriles appear, shouting that there's an emergency. He then warns that a large number of people are approaching them. Analyzing the situation, he says they will arrive in about 3 days. From this, she concludes that with so many mixed energies, it must be an allied guild. Thoughtfully, he says the Sky Guild is really moving against them. Annoyed, Rin shouts that it will be hard to fight while protecting so many people. He then warns that the only option is to reach their destination and build a defense. Asking Wood, he questions how much time is left to reach their destination. Angry, he yells that it's too late and they need to arrive by dawn, but Sreels points out that everyone is exhausted from the forced march. With determination, he says there's no choice but to keep going. With a firm step, he prepares to announce the plan to everyone. Climbing onto a rock, he warns that an allied guild is pursuing them. Scared, the demons wonder what they should do in this situation. Telling them not to panic, he announces they will face the guild. He then orders everyone to move at full speed toward their destination. Raising his fist, he yells for them to trust him and follow his orders. Shouting, all the demons agree to follow Lord Kella to the very end. Watching the scene, Srill senses a newfound dignity coming from the young man. Meanwhile, the human army advances, ordering an increase in their marching speed. On horseback, Hermison shouts that they must exterminate the demons as quickly as possible. The huge army runs across the field, getting closer and closer to its target. As night falls, he shouts for everyone to hold on, even though they're exhausted. Tired, the demons start saying they can't move anymore. Carrying the children, they notice people are fainting from the march. Shouting at Sriels, he warns that they need to conserve their mana for the battle. With great determination, he grits his teeth, ready to lead the group. He then orders them to bring all the pieces of cloth they can find. Gathering the cloths, he tells them to place the children and the exhausted on top. Holding the ends, he prepares to pull them all with his own strength. As he struggles, the others beg him not to overexert himself. Screaming in pain, he uses all his strength to pull the group. Watching his effort, the others realize it's incredibly heavy. Seeing the children, he understands that their lives are on his shoulders. Shouting with all his might, he begs them to hold on just a little longer. At this, the demons are filled with energy and shout that they will keep moving forward. Watching the scene, Sriels realizes he's pushing beyond his limits. The belief that he is their core pushes everyone past their limits. Looking toward the horizon, she understands that Kella is growing stronger. Announcing their arrival, Wood says they've finally reached their final destination. Panting heavily, he says they barely made it to the location in time. From the entire mountain, a powerful spiritual energy flows endlessly. Suddenly, he notices something strange and becomes alert. He then asks Wood about an energy he feels coming from underground. Kella insists, questioning if his companion really can't feel it. Feeling a massive energy, he could barely put its true scale into words. Excited about the place, he says they can build the strongest dungeon there. Celebrating the news, the demons thank Lord Kella for guiding them there. With that, they decide to start their exploration by inspecting the cave first. He comments that the cave is ideal, with plenty of space and good ventilation. Completing the analysis, Wood adds that the structure connects in several directions. Seraphine then finds it strange that a naturally formed cave could be so perfect. Agreeing with her, he suddenly notices something deep in the darkness. Inside the cave, several pairs of glowing eyes appear and stare at them. Startled, Rin warns that there's something in there, feeling a very strange energy. From the darkness, several dragons emerge, all lying in a large nest inside the cave. Kella then wonders if this place is actually a dragon's nest. Afraid, Seraphine and Luna freeze in the face of this unknown terror. Beside him, a red dragon stares at him, making him very tense. The large creature then growls, preparing to attack the invading group. Without wasting time, the dragon unleashes a huge blast of fire at them. Shouting for everyone to be careful, Kella releases his mana to defend himself. Using his staff, Sriels creates an abyss shield to block the attack. Wood also helps with the defense, summoning a large wooden barrier from the ground. The blast of fire then collides with the barriers, causing an explosion. Realizing its power, Sriels says that it's a high-ranking dragon. Annoyed with the situation, he yells that he doesn't have time to fight dragons. Shouting, she warns that her defense magic won't hold for much longer. Desperate, Seraphine begins to cast a spell in the dragon tongue. With the spell failing, the dragon continues its attack relentlessly. Frustrated, she yells that the creature won't accept the dragon communication. Faced with the situation, he decides there's only one way to solve this. Asking them to hold on, he prepares to put his plan into action. Activating his power, his magic eye glows as he connects to the target. Looking to the side, the small dragon is surprised by the sudden connection. Their eyes meet, creating a mental bridge between the two creatures. Scared, the little dragon wonders what is happening to him. Suddenly, he finds himself in a mental space, facing a giant Kella. He understands that the dragon language is working just as he expected. Screaming in fear, the hatchling calls for its parents, saying it's scared. Asking it to calm down, he says he only invited it to the abyss to talk. With a suspicious look, the little dragon asks if that's really true. Revealing his nature, he says he is also of mixed dragon blood. He then explains that because he's part demon, he can speak with the creature. Agreeing with him, the little dragon says he smells like one of them. Kella explains he doesn't want to hurt its family, as he's also being hunted. He asks for permission to build a safe home, but the hatchling questions the decision. With a sad look, he says he has nowhere else to go. Surprised, the dragon shouts upon learning that dangerous humans are coming here. The hatchling says its parents taught it to fear demons and humans. Kella states that he is different and would never put its relatives in danger. If they stay together, he promises he will protect everyone's family. Swearing on his name, he introduces himself as an heir to the great demon king. Begging for its trust, he looks at the dragon with great sincerity in his eyes. With no other choice, He understands this is his only option right now. With a calm gaze, the dragon says it can feel his sincerity and warmth. Surprised by the response, he stares at the small creature, not knowing what to say. With a smile, he thanks it, and the dragon agrees to talk to its parents. But before leaving, the dragon warns that there is just one condition. Not quite understanding, he asks what the condition for this agreement would be. Then, the little dragon begins to explain its one condition. Hearing the condition, his expression shows pure shock at the unexpected request.